What's going on, gamers? That's right, familiar face, not so familiar face. It's Tyler Endress, CEO and founder of Esports Arena, being your host tonight. That's right, I'm your host, and I'm hearing myself again in my microphone, or no, sorry, my headset, so I don't like that. Thank you, whoever that was. At any rate, so yeah, we're here. We got Halo. It's open night. It's Monday. We just had a hell of a weekend with all sorts of programming going on. We had Team Esports Arena during ALGS, absolutely breaking records. We got Team Esports Arena tonight as well. We've also got a ton of other teams tonight. We've got, have you heard of them? Fnatic. We've got Complexity, Incognito, the winners from last week, are going to be taking those guys on, so we'll see if they can actually pull that off. And second place winners from last week still need an org. They're here tonight, Oxygen Esports and Pioneer. So we have a stacked lineup, not to mention all the rest of the open teams. And if you're watching, you're probably competing, and you probably just realized, holy smokes, those guys I'm competing against as well. That's right. You got to compete against the best to be the best. And that's what Series Z is all about. Series Z is the opportunity for you guys to compete at the most top tier level there is, and to represent one of these awesome brands. And did we mention that you actually make money while competing? That's right. In esports, we want to pay you guys to compete on a nightly basis. I think it's literally only 2 nights a week. In Halo, it's Monday night and it's Wednesday night. We also have Apex Legends, that's Tuesday and Wednesday night, and we have Guilty Gear on Wednesday and Thursday night. You get paid to play the video game that you love. That's everyone's dream at this point when you're talking about esports. Well, Esports Arena, we're doing what we normally do, is make dreams come true. Excuse me. I had a little snack right before we jumped on, so might hear a few of those as the stream goes on. Regardless, your opportunity to get paid and play your favorite game is through Series E and Esports Arena. So we've got the brands that are all associated, and you see one big one in particular, and that's Vizio. You actually don't see it. Can we get a big shot of our Vizio tablecloth here so everyone gets a chance to see? That's what I'm talking about. You see Master Chief hanging on the Halo box along with a Vizio tablecloth. But really, let's get it back on me, because that's whatever. I was hoping for a wider shot that would show it all, but it didn't. Because that's all that matters, because this Vizio right here is absolutely killer. We watch this in the Vizio Lounge all the time. This TV is insane. It does just automatically, the remote automatically has a smart TV function, so you don't need to have your Apple TV or your Fire Stick or your Google, Chromecast. This TV is sick. It literally has everything just on its own remote instantly. The way TV is going nowadays, you guys are all watching apps anyway rather than actual cable television, so this thing already has everything built in. And not to mention, you can even watch me. You can watch me right now on your Vizio TV, because it's got the Twitch app, the YouTube app already installed on it, and you can just watch us on the big screen. Actually, I don't know why you would do that, not to watch me on the big screen. No, I know why you'd watch me on the big screen. So yeah, get yourself a Vizio, go to walmart.com/esports arena, and get yourself one of the best gaming televisions in the game. They're taking their money, they're investing it into gaming so that you guys can play Halo on that Xbox Series X, on that Xbox Series S, on the Microsoft Game Pass Ultimate, on your computer, on this mother effing TV that looks phenomenal. All right, I've been told to go to intro. What does that mean? Where you're throwing the intro, like as in, oh, there we go. See, we're going along here. We're gonna have some fun. I didn't even get through the 3 sheets that they gave me, all right? So we're gonna go straight to intro, and then what, you coming back to me, Connie? Is that what we're doing? Oh, the games are starting already. I took way too much time. Series Z is where it's at. You better be tuning in. You better be playing. The games are starting. You guys are actually here to watch the games anyway, so it's perfect. I literally only took about like 30 seconds of your time, which is what you need. So we're going to cut straight to that intro. That's a killer effing intro, and going straight into gameplay. Enjoy. You'll be seeing a lot more of me tonight. Ask me questions in the chat, all that good stuff. I'll enjoy it. See ya. So many opportunities to get angles to gather some of the sun. You go on the snake bite, begging for help. You have to think someone is going to be near him. Here comes the collapse. With Frosty pushing into the big door right now. He's going to look. He's going to snipe the ball guy. Lands the body shot. The double kill comes through, and now wow, when it comes to their opportunity here, they will look at it. But right now, Sentinels have no concerns over their opponent is. Every bit of the opportunity to call it. They only have 3 seconds to
Hello, welcome back to Esports Arena, our weekly Series E competition. We got a grand on the line. We got some of the best players in attendance. It's a great day to play some Halo. I'm Shyway. I've got Tony with me. Tony, I heard it's Vizio week, apparently.
That it is, and with Vizio week, I can see clearly now the blur is.
Mm-hmm. We talked about this coming in, that Tony would sing it. You didn't fully commit to the singing, did you? Do you want to try one more time? Do I make you try one more time?
Clearly now,
okay.
The blur is gone.
That's right.
Don't. No, sorry, go.
I got it. Let me get the saxophone out, all right? That's then we'll really make it happen. Vizio week, we've got some beautiful TVs. We'll be talking about them a little bit later. In the meantime, let's talk about the format for this tournament. In case you're new, of course, every week we have these tournaments. We got a grand, as you can see in the prizing on the right-hand side. There's first place, $600, second place, $300, and third place is $100. What you're here for, though, is the competition, is the spotlight, is the opportunity. You got two of them, by the way, 4v4 double elimination tournament. So if you do sign up, you lose, get dropped to the lower bracket, you still got a chance. But not much of a chance considering the level of competition at these tournaments. Tony, my God, do we have sweaty teams this week?
That we do. We got Fnatic running with a secret fourth right now after benching Jazeera. We have KCP coming, usually red hot coming into these tournaments. However, they were actually knocked down into elimination bracket yesterday during HCS Open by ESA Blue. ESA, shout out, Esports Arena. And then knocked out of the tournament by Torrent, who were in here as well. Then you have Jazeera, who was actually benched by Fnatic, running with Complexity. They may match up in round number 3 if those teams win now. So plenty of actual star-studded rosters and plenty of storylines as well, and I cannot wait to get along with it.
I can't wait, Tony. Let's talk storylines a little bit, though. What happened last week, right? Last week we had a bunch of surprises. We had Fnatic in the tournament last week, but Fnatic lost earlier than expected. They lost to, I believe, a team called Incognito, and they're back, like you said, right? We got NSG Serial, Piggy, and the boys back on Incognito. We also had a team full of Gears. What was it? Ex-Gears and ex-Call of Duty pros that came together to make a Halo team, and they made it to grand finals, I think, as well. So a bunch of surprises left and right. On top of that, we've got new blood in the mix, too. We got Complexity here today. We've got KCP here today. KCP apparently just recently in the HCS Open, they struggled a little bit. They lost to Torrent. Torrent is in the tournament as well, Tony. I mean, the storylines everywhere. No matter where you look, we've got some very high-level teams. And speaking of which, Pioneers coming up in our first series up against Recognize Us. Do you know these boys, Tony?
I'm not familiar with Recognize, but you know what? You better recognize them after this matchup, because, I mean, if they pull off a big win against Pioneers, man, that would be good for them. And here you mentioned Pioneers. Not only did they lose out to Torrent, but they also lost out to Esports Arena Blue, which is actually where we're at right now. I'm pretty sure they're competing in the tournament today, but either way, this is going to be This is going to be an amazing tournament. There's so many storylines here, and they all might end up matching out and playing out in like round number 3. We don't have to wait to the semifinals or the actual finals to see what's going to be a juicy matchup. These players and teams are going to start to match up very early in the bracket, and you better know we're going to talk about it.
Oh, hell yeah. I have no idea what to expect this week, Tony. Like we said, so many storylines, so many high-level competitors, and a new team here as well, looking to earn some recognition, I guess, from this series. We'll see. Getting recognized. I don't know why I'm leaning into this so hard. Either way, we'll see if they last up against Pioneers. Of course, you've got Aquarius CTF, Slayer on Bazaar, and then Oddball on Streets to close our series. Of course, best of 3. Once again, this could be very quick, or it could go the distance. Hopefully it does, Tony. But even if it doesn't, I know we've got some good games coming up later.
We definitely do. And I'm excited about this best of 3 matchup. I want to see Pioneers. I want to see them come out. I want to see them come out like they're fighting for something to prove. I want to see them fighting for the fact that they are a top 6 seeded team, that at their best day, they're top 4 and beyond. You know, being knocked out of the tournament earlier, in an open bracket tournament where not the best teams are competing and they don't make top 8, in my opinion, they have to reestablish themselves as a top performing team. So I want Pioneers to come out with a 2-0 sweep. I don't care who the competition is. I want to see them look hungry. I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
No, I like that energy. So let's see them 2-0 sweep. They have to 2-0 sweep because, like you said, they underperformed just recently in Open. Tony, let's figure out what exactly happened. Right? They lost to Torrent. Who did they lose to before? ESA Blue. Right? So our own ESA team apparently defeated them just, what was it, yesterday? Or 2 days ago?
Just
yesterday. And so did Torrent, both of which I believe are in this tournament today. So, my God, the storyline's right here. And like you said, Pioneers, they better come out the gate swinging if they had a, kind of a lackluster performance yesterday. Maybe they'll take it today. Just based off of their performances that we've seen, with Raleigh, and the HCS Pro Series, you would expect them to be a top competitor. So let's see what they got. Of course, game one, Aquarius, CTF, Pioneers, and Recognize Us.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's how you know Shyway just doesn't listen to anything I say. He just repeated everything I said in the beginning. Like, right. I'm so mad. Either way, we may not have recognized us, but now I do. Jiren, Mortally, these are two star-studded players. They're absolutely at the top of their game. I'm not too familiar with Azrael and Despiteful, but if they're running with two players like Jiren and Mortally, I know they're going to give their Pioneers a run for their money, especially as Azrael opens up with a triple kill, going after the fourth, missing the melee just a bit, but it looks like the first flag cap that's going to make it over towards that 70% portion of the map is going to be for Recognize Us.
Oh my, they're still going. Mortally going to try to put that heat wave to work. You can see one still up at Dynamos. He will toss that, try to delay things here. We've got Azrael coming back after the triple to do more damage, maybe take himself a double. Unfortunately, can't quite get the return, right? So despite the slays that we saw the coverage, the defense on the flag at Immortally, and then Azrael coming back into the fight. They still couldn't touch the flag in time, and if they lost that opportunity, Tony, will they get another one?
I love the double melee coming out of Talik, trying to clear out the car side, ends up going in for the challenge onto blue utility, but not able to get the kill. And that's going to be exactly what the boys in blue want to do to push forward. Jiren ends up getting another big kill onto Medi. Azrael is playing his life lovely, by the way. Ends up catching a stray grenade by Drug. That's the one thing, Recognizers got to realize the level of competition that they're playing. They might have played in previous tournaments before, maybe some matchmaking, but if you're going to try to hide bottom mid, I promise those comms are going to come in. You're going to be hunted down, and the counter cap is going to be ran.
And you can see how quick Pioneers are to get that counter flag, bring it back to the back of the base here. The moment they get that opening, they're not going to let up. There's that first flag in the pedestal already. The camo's up, and they already have the camo. So Pioneers, opportunity for a bit of a snowball as Soul Snipe hits a beauty. Perfect. He's still going here. He's one shot doing it, so he will drop. But pressure is on for Pioneers.
Nades are starting to fly here for Despiteful, when he has Azrael taking his top angle from top car. I love this play coming. So now we're going to see the collapse coming in out of Azrael and Despiteful. Beautifully played. Azrael gets the kill. Despiteful still alive, but goes into a challenge. Ends up running into two different Pioneers players. So he has to stay alive, play his life, going down to one shot. Love the high IQ play coming out of Recognizes. This is what I was talking about before, We may not have recognized the name immediately, but we know these names now, and these guys are going to make it as hard as possible for Pioneers. Not only do they have the ability to slay out, but on top of that, they're high IQ players, and they know how to play their life.
They know how to play their lives. They know how to slay. They got high IQs. Tony, that is all correct, but in an individual standing, right? When it comes to individual skill, yes, they've got all those things in spades. Do they have chemistry? That's my worry. Here's a second flag going in. You got Manny running the flag. We had an early run at a Recognize as well, and they could not quite get it together there, right? So I think the biggest deficit, the biggest hurdle for them is going to be getting the coordination necessary to go up against Pioneers here, because Pioneers, they're coordinated.
I don't appreciate you taking a cheap shot at Recognize Us chemistry. You don't know their life. You don't know them. They could be taking long walks on beaches every night. They could go out to eat, go to a little Korean barbecue or something. They could have more chemistry than me and you, Pioneers. You don't know their life. You don't know them.
If you think that Halo team chemistry comes down to long walks on beaches and Korean barbecue, then it's no doubt why you're struggling to get into Onyx. What can I say? Oh man, coming in with the savage, you left right. My bad, dude. It's still early on Monday. We're gonna pace. Look, man, they're great. I don't know if they're great together. Okay, I don't know if they eat barbecue together. Maybe they do. We'll have to find out. You know what? Depending on how this series goes, I think that'll be a good tell.
Azure getting the big kill despite being one shot, still starting to progress forward. A couple of denial grenades to make sure he's able to get his shields back, and he ends up doing so. So he's still alive over toward the enemy base, and now the flag is being pulled here. Azrael still over toward that base, despite for running the flag. One shot ends up getting the drop slide over towards utility. Beautifully played here by Recognize Us, and they may just be on the board, but getting tagged up left and right is going to leave the Spiteful on the black screen, and you know your Pioneers are looking to take advantage.
It's a rough spot to be in. Flag is almost capped. You got Manny just defending as well. He does pick up one into Jaren. Still a one-shot back base. Going to try to get to it. Druck still surviving. I think that read did come in, though, and that's the brutal reality, right? It's just recognized with two very close shaves. They get the flag, the utility. They almost have it. They can't quite seem to do it. And it just comes down to these last-second slays and likely overextensions coming out of Pioneers, right? They're so quick off of their spawn to get through pink side. We're about to see a quick run as well at a Soul Snipe as he hits the quick curb slide, sends the flag out, brings himself back to the base, and he's ready for the spawners as well. What a beautiful play to cover not only the flag pole, but the spawners, too.
3 quickly go down for Recognize Us, and Manny's already applying pressure onto the fridge side spawners. Love the slays and love the pressure that's coming in out of Manny right on the spawners, making them feel overwhelmed. Ends up getting 2, almost takes down the 3rd one, but while all that is happening, Druck is able to run that flag in, and we have a 3-0 lead coming out of Pioneers. And that all kind of started from where Soul Snipe, but instead of running the flag utility, playing that safe route, instead he gets that drop slide, the curb slide, runs the flag out towards the car side of the middle of the base, and then pauses, makes sure they get the slays, and then continues to relay the flag forward. If they would have made a utility side run, they would have had a little bit more cover, but most likely what would have happened is they would have been slayed out before even hitting the 50% portion of the map. Manny obviously capitalizing that by taking the top peak control, putting pressure on the fridge spawners, and now you have your Pioneers playing just good flag efficiency, OBJ efficiency, and also slaying out as well.
Like you said, they speed up the game, and they nailed 2 birds with 1 stone, basically, right? They had the delay, the distraction with the flag, and then they go in and pick up slays while they're distracted. Soul Snipe, speaking of which, he's got the camo and the thrust to continue to do damage. Looks like he's out of camo, but no worries. That flag going to go back out to bottom mid. Spawner's going to be up utility this time, and Soul Snipe aware of it. Already going to dive in for the fight. Having the thrust going to be so useful to make himself a tough target, but he will go, and that flag's still sitting out front. Looks like the return will come in. We got 5 minutes to work with, so still plenty of time for Recognize to get things together, but 3-0, and the slays heavily in the favor of Pioneers. Just a rough go so far.
Azrael putting the heat wave to work immediately and now starting to advance forward onto utility side. He wants to make sure that this base is cleared out. Ends up finding one, misses the first shot, ends up getting the melee though, taking down Talik, and it looks like he's going to work on the yellow utility. And while all that is happening, the flag is being pulled over towards the car side of the base. It's Mortally with it in hand. So great job for clearing out the base for Azrael, allowing Mortally to run the flag, but Mortally will be shut down.
Don't tell me this is a repeat of the same situation here. Azrael going to continue to run the flag. Can he get it? The last link's Talik with a kill. Nades flying in left and right. He'll slide it in and still manage to stay alive. Azrael with his life. Maybe he can play defense here because you know they're looking for a counter pull already. And a bob and weave. My God, the movement out of Azrael, he's just sliding off of literally everything to get himself back to center map. Gonna have to fight for camo here as well. If he can burn it, that would be massive. Looks like he might have. Flag still out, but not far. And these slays look like they're going to be just enough to delay it. They still got to get rid of 1 player in back base, and as long as that player survives, he can delay this.
And I know you were loving that movement coming out of Azrael, just utilizing his movement to just play his life and traverse the map as fast as possible. Love the blaze coming in, but gotta love Talik's shot coming in even better than that. The double kill gonna come. Azrael takes down another one. Druck gonna shut him down immediately. And now we have Manny towards the courtyard throwing a couple of nades in, 2 down for Recognize Us. And I can recognize that they're down in numbers. They're down in flag caps. There's only 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. What will the boys in blue do?
Just need to see 1 coordinated round of slays here, and they got to get rid of Druck, who's pestering them in the base. Look at the damage that he's doing out front. He's got a teammate pushing up in at the same time. It looks like that trade will come through. Druck coming in with perfect timing. Hits the stick. Almost going to get the kill with the sidekick. He's already got Manny as a line of covering fire to make sure that damage still comes in. He'll take the position back base as well. That'll enforce spawners out through pink side, and maybe they can form another pinch. You can see Manny being back here, they have to go back to the base to deal with him, and as they go back, they're getting tagged up by Talik and Druck, who are chasing him through pink side. The pressure looking relentless here. The biggest issue is the timer, like you said. They still have to fight the clock.
Azure advancing forward with the heat wave. They're going to have to fight him as well. Does your Pioneers, if they want to secure the win, you're seeing a couple Pioneers player rotate towards the car side of the map. Azure, instead of going in for an early pull to try to distract the enemy, he wants to get right into the gunfight. Utilize the heat wave, gets it to the utility, clears out one. The second one's going to go down as well. And that's going to be a 3 down for Pioneers. However, Azure did have to actually go all the way back from their side of the map to his own side of the map to make sure that he clears out the base there, so they don't have a chance to pull the flag. They're going to need another round of slays.
This dude is everywhere on the map at once, Tony. Are you seeing this? The drop slides he's hitting to get into the utilities, and then he comes back, well, one shot for the re-challenge, but he does it because he knows his teammates are jumping in to take the fight, so he's assuming they'll draw aggro. So the dude's just so ridiculously aggressive, and Pioneers can't quite seem to get a hang of this timing. Because of it, look at the slays. He's got 25 to his name. About to pad the stats a little more. That's 2 dead. Azrael with a little opening to pick up the flag and get it back to utility. This is a big opportunity here for recognition. Recognize.
Another flagpole coming in. Azrael getting the flag once again. Cross mid-map control, and now the flag is over towards utility. Still has the heat wave in him, but his teammates do go 3 down. Currently 1 shot. It doesn't matter. Let me tell you, Azrael, the player of the game. I am loving what I'm seeing out of him. 26 and 17 and making plays left and right. However, Pioneers are answering right back once again with a pull of their own.
We've watched him for, what, 5 minutes? And there's no doubt he's cracked already, whoever this player is. Man looking nasty on the sticks for sure. And he's got to keep it up, though, right? 3-2. 48 seconds here. Manny gonna bob and weave, stay alive in this situation. He's got Soul Snipe and Talik to help out. That flag going to make it through the last lengths here, and can they cap it? If they do, there's going to be no real shot for Recognize to stop and save this game. That flag will go in. That's 4-2. They got 30 seconds to not only pull and cap a flag, they got to pull a second to trigger sudden death.
Manny advancing forward toward utility once again, having the heat wave enhanced, puts it to work immediately, but is going to trade out kills with the Spiteful. And now you're seeing Talik wanted to get back into the action. He has to make it quickly to the P side, and a new challenger has appeared. Throwing a couple of nades, but nobody home. Now he's going to go into the challenge. The Commando's coming out. That means Azrael's going down, but quickly 2 down for the Pioneers, and somehow Druck having the flag in hand, not even having the numbers, and now he's the final player alive here for Pioneers.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Pioneers, they don't. Yeah, exactly. They don't let up, right? Like, even if there's 10 seconds left in the clock and they got a 2-cap advantage, you still see Druck running that 5th flag just in case, right? It's that winner's mentality. Last thing you want is one of those, those last second kind of horror story scenarios. We actually saw it with the ladies tournament back on Saturday. Tony, I don't know if you saw the clip, but it was Bizarre CTF and Veronica runs a flag. So it was 3-1. Veronica runs a flag in the last 3 seconds, and Dreamy Dream is standing in the opposite base. So she plants the flag in to bring it 3-2, and Dreamy Dream in the final second pulls a flag to trigger sudden death, and then they run that flag through Bizarre, and they manage to overtime the game, which is freaking nuts. So anything can happen, especially in Aquarius with the size of the map. Last thing you want is to let up on the sticks in the last couple seconds. Pioneers, they won't do that. They'll go up 1-0 in the series.
Pioneers not letting up in that game whatsoever, and hopefully they choose to actually ride that momentum into game number 2, because now we're going to that exact map, Bizarre, but not for CTF. It's going to be for Slayer, a game type of map combination that's so almost against what Halo Infinite is. Like, Halo Infinite to me is fast, always running, get into the face of your opponents, and Bizarre, sometimes you got to slow things down a little bit. You got to take your time, make sure you get a little bit more methodical and first to 50 kills, obviously to take the win. 12 minutes on the clock as usual. Pioneers, a very strong Slayer team in Halo Infinite, but recognize us looking real strong, specifically Azrael. I've been really impressed by his performance in game number 1.
The dude's been moving quick. He's been getting slays left and right. And like you said, the speed of play, this game can be very fast, but it can slow down quite a bit. And that's map dependent. That's kind of the beauty of Halo Infinite, is depending on how the map is designed, the playstyle is going to change. And somebody like Azrael, who's sliding around like he's, covered in baby oil or something, he might not be able to move quite as quickly. On Bizarre, he might get exposed. On Bizarre, we'll see. So far, 7-1 is a pretty good tell that Pioneers are coming in hot.
we're going to see the baby oil is enough to take down the likes of Pioneers. You might need more than that. Maybe, the powder, you need it all. As Soul Snipe coming in with the Bulldog, laying down house, taking down Azrael. Looks like a second one is going to fall as well. So 3 out of 4 members going down for Recognize Us. We said that your Pioneers are a strong Slayer roster. 11-2, that looks kind of strong to me.
Definitely. It's the team cross that's so brutal, right? You've got Soul Snipe who's surviving on Rockets. What a beautiful anchor point to be in. And then look at where his teammates are. Talik cross map in the locker. Manny already pestering them on the treehouse doorway there. And then bottom mid tossing dynamos. You've got their fourth. That's Druck. And the combination of it all is just so much pressure. And the only way to break it is to get a quick flank like we saw at a Despiteful. Unfortunately, Despiteful not going to live. Manny will then take Soul Snipe's place. Top rocks, and look at this. Going to drop down from above and keep the sprees going.
15-4 lead in favor of your Pioneers, and we're seeing Manny started to traverse the map, getting into the face of the spawners. They recognize the spawners are coming in onto the red side quickly, and they want to apply pressure. Druck gonna get the first pick on the Despiteful. Manny takes down yet another one in Jeering, getting right behind Mortally. Where's the communication? You gotta recognize that Manny is coming in for the flank, and you cannot get backsmacked without putting any damage on. Otherwise, Pioneer's going to run over you, and oh wait, they already are.
And they will continue to, because the timing of those 2 kills is brutal, because the OS spawns, and then it's a 4v2 when the OS spawns. So the 2 remaining teammates, they don't have the resources to stay outside and contest the OS. It just freely goes to Manny. And Manny going to use that OS to keep putting damage on. And what else will he do? He'll pick up the dynamos, toss those in there, assuming he gets a nice throw on them, but it's just adding insult to injury here. 19-7. Got a players flying out front base. Manny will deal with it. You got Talik there to help him out. That's a double for Talik. Talik, I think, just picked up a triple out bottom mid, and the Rockets are spawning too.
Man, I don't want it to end like this. The best of 3 series. Recognize Us looked so good in game number 1. But man, game number 2 is literally all Pioneers. They are putting on a textbook performance on how to play Bizarre. Slayer still on board with Manny, taking that heavy damage. Jeering gonna find the kill, but Druck able to take down Mortally. Talik trying to take down the last one. Grapples up as that player is gonna go down. And Talik, without any fear whatsoever, the swagger that he's moving with, he's over-challenging gunfights, putting down shots on everybody on the map. Pioneers just look way too comfortable here in game number 2.
So much confidence in every play that they make, especially now that they're leading by so much, right? They know that they can afford to make a couple mistakes, but they're not even making mistakes. They're coming in confidently because they've all got great positioning. They got great timing on these fights, too, as Druck will pop a couple shots in. He's now in trouble. You got Manny still out bottom mid, still pestering, right? He's going to run around, make sure he's near the dynamos when he needs to be. And what do they do to break through this? As long as Druck is alive in their locker, every time they spawn and try to get back up to the wall here, Druck, look at the angle that he has to chip into any fight he wants to. Gonna come back down to the doorway. Thankfully, Jaren looking for him. Will get the kill. Despiteful with another in a big opening potentially for Recognize. The first one we've seen, they've got a road to climb, but this is where they have to do it.
Talik, the final line of defense for Pioneers. Meanwhile, Azrael was able to get away with the with the overshield. Mortally getting another big kill. Jiren gonna follow it up by taking down Talik finally, and Azrael advancing forward. He still has about half of that overshield left. They can make a comeback on this one and maybe try to eat away at this lead and maybe try to put the pressure right back on Pioneers, but Azrael will end up falling. Soul Snipe is already chucking grenades from across the map. The spawners are coming in for Recognize Us, and Pioneers are already raining down shots onto the spawning players.
And the battle of the plasma pistols there too, right? It's the use of the sandbox. Like Soul Snipe spawns up, makes sure to pick up that plasma pistol as he comes through his side of the map. So then he meets the opponent with it. By the time he gets to the opposite side here, and now that he's back for the spawners, just so much artillery to work with. He's throwing dynamos into back base. They're now forced to rotate as they rotate. Soul Snipe aware of this. Bit of a sneaky play up through center. Does get tagged up for it. He's got Talik back in lockers, his covering fire. He's got Manny down below through the alley. Just the amount of baiting and switching Pioneers put together, or he'll bait himself or play himself a little bit. Unfortunately, he'll lose his life. That was Manny down, but Druck still in position to keep the damage up.
Recognize us, saying you better recognize that we can bait and switch to clearing out the cafe as Soul Snipe ends up going down. Now Druk in the middle of the map, but somehow looks so comfortable. He has players surrounding him like the Bulls triangle offense, but he's still putting pressure on multiple players, and the slaves are coming in from the rest of the Pioneer squad. So Druk in the middle of the map really being a distraction while the rest of his teammates are clearing out house. And Manny coming in like Spider-Man. Peter Parker's in the house. Watch out.
He comes in, and look at the position that he's taken, too. If he shoots you, he draws your attention. Anybody who turns back to look at him has to face Pioneers coming from center map. So somebody does go back, does end up getting the kill. We got Mortally with a rocket kill as well, so they're doing their best. Recognize to try to find a way to narrow down the stats here, but 43 to 25. I mean, you'd have to play perfect. You can't afford to give up a trade. You can see they're huddled together in the treehouse, but Druk now aware of it. Looking to pester him on the doors, does not want to commit fully. They're always running, Pioneers. It's the biggest thing, right? Like, they're never not sprinting into a new lane. They attack, and if they realize that that attack is not safe, then they will quickly reposition and hit you from another angle before you even realize they're there.
Well, you know, some games they got the auto sprint turned on. You know, you can play like a little Apex or Call of Duty, and you can anytime you move, you're actually sprinting. And I mean, maybe that's what Pioneers have activated here, as they're always putting the pressure on. You know, you say recognize that to play perfect Halo in order to come back in this game. I think they need to play perfect Halo just to not get spectacular right now. Manny taking down the Spiteful. Soul Snipe staying alive, and now gonna go for a mean flank onto the palm tree side. Pioneers are playing so well here on the Slayer, and it's only a matter of time before they pull out the win. And my question is, will Recognize get more than 30 kills?
Will they stake 48 to 29, 2 kills to close the game here in all? Actually, Recognize need 2 to avoid the stake as well. Will they get 2 even trades, though? Soul Snipe not going to make it easy. He does get 1-to-1 shot. Does he go back for the challenge here? Opponent going to back off, try to get to double doors. He's trapped, though. Soul Snipe going all the way in for the final kill, and the kill already comes through before the fight ends. Looks like it will be a stake-tacular, Tony. That's a 50 to 29 to close not only game 2, but the series in quick work, I guess, of Recognize Us.
And I want to make it very clear for the audience that game was not indicative of the skill level Recognize Us.
Definitely not.
Recognize Us are a phenomenal squad. You're talking about Morty, you're talking about Jiren and Azrael, putting me on notice that I'm definitely going to be paying attention to this young man, because he has a bright future in this scene. It's really more of saying how good Pioneers are as a whole, and how good that chemistry and that teamwork is. When they fly at you, it feels like they're coming in from all directions. Sometimes you don't even have an opportunity to react. I think the perfect play is when Manny comes up towards Cafe, outguns one, and before anybody can even react, he's back smacking another one on bridge. Then he grapples over towards the opposing Cafe. It feels like when you're playing with them, they're everywhere on the map. It's not a 4v4. Low key, it feels like a 4v8. It really does.
I mean, like you said, I think the key here is there's not enough Korean barbecue and long walks on the beach dates, right? I think that's the answer. So a little more Korean barbecue in the routine, a few more walks on the beach. Next thing you know, the team chemistry is locked in, and they can come back. But they don't have a lot of time, right? They're going to walk down to lower bracket off of that game. They're still in the tournament, so I don't know, Tony. Maybe they can squeeze in a little Korean barbecue in the time they got off in lower bracket. We'll see. Obviously just kidding. In the meantime, though, I'm curious to see what we got coming up next, Tony. I do think that the biggest thing with that series, like you said, it's not down to individual skill, because when it comes to player skill, they clearly can match them. We saw that on Aquarius. It was the map and the game type that I think made things very brutal. Bazaar is a very teamwork, very cross-heavy map, and you've got a team like Pioneers with so many reps in the game, it can be tough to match them. More time, maybe they'll come back stronger.
And mind you, that was only winners round 2. I mean, we're going to winners round 3, and we have 4 very exciting matchups for you. You have Fnatic playing against Complexity. Again, the team that ultimately benched Jazero is now going to be playing for Complexity and playing against them right here in round number 3. Then on the other side of the bracket, you have your Pioneers going up against EXO. That was the team featuring Employee.
That's right now, by the way.
Fantasy in them. That's going to be really exciting. And then on finally, the last matchup is going to be Oxygen Esports going up against Torrent. Oxygen Esports just recently dropped Swish a while ago. Recently and a while ago, I belong the same sentence. But then they picked up Cherish, an Apex player who's absolutely lights out, and they're going up against Torrent, which, mind you, Torrent got a very big win against a very Pioneers roster that we just saw just yesterday. So again, like I said, there's so many matchups coming in. It's round number 3, and we already have all the storylines you would want in a full tournament. This is it. Esports Arena's back, baby.
Oh, they're back. This is the most stacked tournament we've had yet, Tony. It's every single week is more stacked, which is freaking awesome. It just seems like it's a matter of time before we've got more partner teams in the mix as well. Typically, we got Fnatic, who will jump into the fold, but there's so many other. Obviously, you've got C9, Optic Gaming, E United, so many big teams that could jump in here, get some reps, and we might, if not Monday, we might see them on the exhibition on Wednesday. Of course, the beauty of Series E, it's twice a week. On Wednesdays, we got our big exhibition match, and we get to see teams like ESA Blue go up against some of the top competitors in Halo currently. So maybe that's where we'll see some of those big orgs. In the meantime, Tony, you talked about storylines and matchups. We've got one coming up next. We've got Pioneers and EXO. EXO, by the way, this is Employee, Piles, Sargoth, and Fantasy. What would you like to say about this one, Tony? This is a hell of a team.
I mean, they're a strong squad. I mean, you have been there, done that players. You have players that, obviously are at the top level of amateur competition, and some might even say on the cusp of being pros themselves. It's the Pioneers, man. you know what I'm saying? Like it's the Pioneers.
It's good practice.
They play fast. They play together. They play an unselfish brand of Halo. I love watching this Pioneers roster. I'd be surprised if EXO can pull off a game. Now, mind you, I think the games are going to be contested. I think it's going to be good games. But again, to me, this is more. I'm not looking at EXO as far as expectation. I know they're a good roster, but I'm looking at your Pioneers. You got knocked out of a top 8 tournament in an open. Right. I want to see hellfire, fear. I want to see you going in and just literally clearing out this bracket. And that includes, by the way, if Torrent beat out Oxygen Esports and then Pioneers win this matchup, they match up again next round. I want to see them continue. I want to see them play angry. Sometimes they could joke around a bit and whatnot, have fun. And I'm not mad at that. But today's tournament by putting in the work and showing that you are a top competitive team that we have in our league.
I was looking at, I think it was Solstice's stream, and his title was something like, 45 days left to be the best or something, right? Because they're counting down the days to Kansas City to be the best in the world, and that's where obviously they want to take that championship. And the big one coming up, considering all the storylines for that as well. So this is where you get the reps, right? Going down, like you said, with a subpar performance on Sunday. Here's their chance for a rematch. Here's their chance to regain the dominance. And if they're going to do it, then they got to come out strong, got to come out swinging out the gate, Tony. So this is the series. This is even better matchup, I think, up against EXO. I assume these boys are have definitely got reps and they all come more so from Halo 3 than Halo 5. Halo coming into this team as well. And I wonder how that will clash, considering KCP is a very Halo 5 heavy style of roster. They come from the thruster. They come from that high-speed gameplay. We got Recharge, Stronghold, Slayer on Aquarius, and Oddball live fire for our series. Tony, anything stands out to you or any expectations other than, like you said, I think you thought it would be just a 2-0 for this one?
I don't care what the map game type is. Again, you can say I'm being hard on the Pioneers, but you know what? I'm sure they're being hard on themselves, and I'm sure they have the same exact mentality that I'm having right here for them, and the same exact expectations. Doesn't matter what the map and game type combination, they have to come out and succeed. Strongholds, Recharge, we know what both of these teams want to do. The difference maker is a shock rifle. Again, the camouflage is great. I mean, what do you got? About maybe 18 to 20 seconds with it? I mean, most of these teams are GAing the Mangler, and the sword, again, obviously from close range, you can kind of get the jump on your opponents, but unless you're combining that with the grapple, it's really tough. The shock rifle, to me, is that weapon that's going to be, if you're able to control it and put it to work, you can dominate almost the entire game with how much ammo comes with it and how frequently it comes up on the map as well. That's another weapon I would like to see maybe retooled as far as their weapon times, because I feel like once you run out and drop it, it's like a new one comes up right away. So either way, shock rifle for sure gonna play a big factor here in game number 1.
Yeah, the spawn timer on some of these weapons is ridiculous. And like you said, a big part of the reason why the Mangler has been GA'd by a lot of these teams. We'll see if they GA this time. We saw a lot of that with Esports Arena last week, so that might be the case. Of course, GA's gentleman's agreement, meaning that weapon will not be in play. Both teams have to agree to not use the weapon. I think if the other team doesn't agree, then we'll still play with it. I wonder how that will work going onwards in HCS, Tony, if we'll see the Mangler G8 even more so, considering how powerful it is. And I wonder how that'll mix up the meta, right? Which teams, will perform better than others based off whether or not these weapons are in the running. Because once you do have a Mangler on the map, I guarantee majority of the members on the team are going to prioritize it, try to take full advantage. With it not on the map, I think the sword gets a lot more of that attention. It's that close quarters weapon you want to be picking up, and then the shock, once again, like you said, the playmaking machine, always going to be a presence. Can't wait to see it. Recharge strongholds. What would generally be the key to success here apart from sandbox, Tony?
I would say, well, obviously you put 2 captures, you have to put in some points on the board if you get a trip cap. But I would say, controlling 2 bases, no matter which one it is. I mean, whether you want to control A and B, whether you want to control A and C, I don't really care which one it is. It's about recognizing where your enemy team is spawning. Because after you get that round of slays and you take over that second base, you now know where the enemy team is spawning and where they're going for. Say, for example, you're fighting out of A. You decide to go C, you decide to fight through control room, grab yourself C. Now you slay them out of C. They only have the B gold side, so that's going to focus the spawns over toward the B side. And then most likely, since they've just been slayed out of C, they're probably going to try to out-rotate you and go after Alpha. It's up to you to recognize that situation and send resources over towards A, slay out again, and then once you get that secondary round of slays, now you have to be objective efficient. You can choose to keep the double cap and try to spawn trap a little bit. However, most teams at this level are going to want to apply pressure. Once they see the wound, they want to put their thumb in it and make it bleed. So once you get that secondary round of slays, that's when they're moving into B. Now they're starting to put you on a rotational spawn. Now things are starting to snowball. And let me tell you, when you have a good team that's doing this, it not only looks very good, the scoreboard becomes absolutely a deep hole is being dug into the scoreboard. And then on top of that, it's sometimes you dig yourself into much of a hole to even come back from, even after spawning up, getting the round of slays and then put the pressure back on your opponents. Sometimes it's too little too late. We're talking like a 200 to 64 run, and you can't fight out of it.
And it's something I think that Pioneers excels at even more than most teams because of their speed of play, right? They're constantly forcing split spawns because they're rotating so quickly, right? Like you said, you force that spawn over to B side, you've already got players in A chucking pre-nades into the hallway, getting early damage and flying up into there. When they do that, they create splits. So the whole team might not spawn together. You might have 2 spawning in pipes, 2 spawning over on C side. Pioneers are typically aware of that, though. They come back for the collapse on those 2 staggered spawners with a pinch. So it's just that consistent, awareness of spawns where they will be, and then always being quick to react and to continue to apply damage the moment that they do spawn up. So they're always at a deficit. They're always flailing. And like you also said, every setup can work, right? Every cap has its strengths and weaknesses. Even with C, typically, being on the lower side of the map might not be as approachable. But if you cap C and you just hang out behind the silo in the back, people don't always check there, right? So you can come away with a sneaky kill or 2 in certain situations if you got good timing. So there's always little advantages, and I'm sure it's something we'll see Pioneers really utilize in this series coming up. I wonder if EXO can find a way to counter it and create a little setup of their own. Of course, let's let the boys go to work here, though. Our second series, Pioneers EXO Recharge Strongholds.
And SoulSnipe already clearing out the top gold side of the map, but it looks like he's going to be by himself as 3 of his teammates are going to go down. EXO showing that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best of them. And SoulSnipe, despite being 3 down, I love this play right here, goes down for B. Some might say that's a bit of a mistake, but if you recognize his teammates actually spawn gold side right behind them. So that's a beautiful play right there. If EXO would have overextended to try to go after SoulSnipe, they would have been collapsed on by the rest of the team. That's one thing that makes Pioneers so efficient when it comes to objective. They have trust in each other where they can go for that objective and trust their teammates always have their back and get the round of slays around them.
And is that trust enough to pull away in this game? Because so far, of course, still very early and still very close. We're on board with Sargoth. What can he do to stay up in this situation? You can see the man getting tagged up from behind, so he will continue to run. Not going to be able to get out of that fight. Unfortunately, SoulSnipe will chase him down, and immediately look where his reticle's placed. He's so ready to take the fight up with that player on Shock. I believe it was Fantasy. Fantasy now in trouble. He'll die on B. Druck, can he get the pinch onto Employees? Sliding up into his second. Sargoth not even ready for it. and the damage already clearly apparent here. You got spawners up and back elevator, and look at how quickly they force the collapse. If they win the fights here and get these 2 kills quickly, which you'll have Druck and Soul Snipe do that, now the spawns have flipped.
And that's exactly what we're talking about. When you have that double cap, and once you hit that secondary round of slays, objective efficient squads such as Pioneers are not going to make mistakes. They're not going to allow you to go 3 down in a secondary round of slays without moving in for that trip cap and putting you on a rotation. It's up to EXO to answer right back off the spawn and get the slays that they need, and it's not happening. EXO go 3 down. Soul Snipe still alive on the A side, and once again, another trip cap going in favor of your Pioneers.
Full map control and Soul Snipe with a shock. This is not a good precedent if you're on Team EXO here. They got to watch their faces here. They got to find a way to rotate back to a cap as well. Thankfully for them, I think Soul Snipe is out of ammo, but all he needs to do is hold his ground. You can see Druck up in the attic position. Great perimeter. Can cross them out if they choose to go to either A or B. They're at risk of a cross, and I think the hallway might be a safer route. Or maybe the camo through center will do it. Unfortunately, Piles can't even get his kill with Soul Snipe out bridge. Soul Snipe will find one.
Grapple in the hands of Soul Snipe, getting himself a shock rifle back over towards the bat ledge, but meanwhile, 2 of his teammates do end up going down. He wants to rotate over toward the A side, because that's exactly where the pressure is going from the no-scope with the shock rifle into the BR to take down Fantasy. Beautifully played, and that's going to be a killing spree. Going for the +1. Shots are starting to rain down. Ends up trying to stay alive. Goes up into down. Comes off the top rope. Taking down that player. 2 down go EXO. He's not done yet. Making the second one shot. Hopefully that can be cleaned up before he's able to steal away Alpha.
You can see how quick Druck gets in position to clean up that kill as well. Even the pre-nade that he tossed at the top of the stairs, that would have banked and done damage. If you're hiding behind that little post, you still would have got nicked by that nade. So really smart attention to detail out of Druck here. He knows exactly where to look, where to do damage. You can see he walks by the Mangler as well, so definitely GAing the Manglers this time around. And with that, the power of the cross is going to be so pivotal here. You got Druck and a teammate working together to cross him up as they rotate through pipes. 150 and counting. And the entirety of EXO just kind of trying to find a second to breathe here. They will get a kill on the Druck. Maybe that'll open something up for B, but you got Manny already hot in contention.
Manny waiting for the camouflage to come up, ends up diving for it, but is not able to pull off the burn. That camouflage now in the middle of the map for anybody to grab. Soul Snipe off the screen, able to take down Sargoth. Talik now advancing forward with some beautifully and well-placed grenades onto A, taking down Fantasy. Now working on the cross players all the way towards the gold side of the map. Man, every time I watch Talik's screen, he always impresses me. His IQ, his slaying ability, he's just one of the perfect players that we have in our league, and it is a pleasure to watch his screen.
Just gets to lock things down center map. You can tell he's thinking about how he can chip into either the A side fight or C if he's needed. That's the beauty of that central spot. Does get the big kill into Piles. Looking for a second here with the commando. My God. Almost tearing Sargoth a new one, but Sargoth will come out with that win. And do they get a moment to breathe off of it? You got Soul Snipe already in attic. He's looking for any flank. And that pre-nade will likely do the trick. A beautiful one on the Piles. Earns himself positioning here. Teammate down below collecting B as well. Now 162 on the clock. EXO, they do have A side. They got some positioning to defend that, but how can they get the map back? They need slays here. There's one.
Soul Snipe ends up going down. Love the team grenades coming out of EXO. And another one coming in onto Talik. Beautifully played by Sargoth. And EXO showing us how to make use of the explosive grenades in our game. Piles taking down Druck. Sargoth sliding into Bravo. And it looks like EXO want to make a run because they're already putting pressure onto Charlie. And they have them 2 down. They need that second round of slays. But missing the no-scopes is Sargoth. And Sargoth is going to go down as well. Alex, out of the way. Well played by EXO.
They tried to get aggressive. They tried to, play Pioneers at their game there, but it did not quite work out. Pioneers just very tenacious, very difficult to kill. Sargoth will take one. I believe that's 2 dead for Pioneers. So Manny going to back off, play defensively. Look for a couple shots into C here. He'll take the fight on the C and get the camo immediately. It's a great movement out of Manny to take nail 2 birds with 1 stone, I guess. Jeez. Soul Snipe will cap C in the meantime. It looks like EXO do have some semblance of control here. Can they lock it down, though?
Manny, the final player alive, but he does have camouflage and a sword to defend himself. So now he's just sitting on the top control room bridge, and that ledge is waiting for somebody to cross over, but looks like nobody's going to do so. EXO had the slays that they need, but decide not to push after Charlie. Didn't push after Alpha as well. And now Manny going to take advantage, taking down yet another one. Beautifully placed grenade. That's going to be a double kill coming out of the X Factor, a.k.a. Manny.
Just slipping and sliding in B, too, making himself a tough target. Easy little reset. Teammates already fighting for C in the meantime. I think they will secure it. And Manny can just guard his teammate, Talik, who's currently in trouble. He'll pick up the perfect kill and the spree, getting to A with no lag time between. And that'll force the spawns likely over on C and maybe split to Pipes. He's got a teammate right beside him. No splits over to Pipes. Looks like the rotation will come into Pipes through long haul. Manny already in position to meet it, though.
Nades start to fly, but they're coming right back onto Manny. Manny now going to be forced to back down right into the arms of Soul Snipe. Now they're going to run a little 1-2 combo, maybe a little bait and switch, or he just whipped out the energy sword. I wanted to come with that exact same energy every game. That's a beautiful double kill coming out of Manny. Now going to grab himself a shock rifle as well. Let's not forget the grapple, make it a nice little triple threat that we have here coming out of Manny. The most important player on the map at the moment, having the entire game within his hands, because 240 points almost being collected by Pioneers. This can be the final run. EXO have to make something happen, and they're going down, Alex.
Yeah, this is it for EXO. It's make or break. Unfortunately, they are all dying. 48 as the final 2 seconds go in, and Pioneers, they will lock out game one in dominant fashion, 250 to 91. Tony, they just had control of the map and the weapons the whole way through. It just seemed like there was no opportunity for EXO to breathe, and before you know it, it's over. There's really the snowball effect, I think, is the reality of Halo Infinite sometimes.
And also on top of that, you have this slaying power coming out of Soul Snipe and Manny. You know, Manny, a bit inconsistent when it comes to the slays department, but let me tell you, when he goes off, the young man really goes off, and you saw it right then and there. And Soul Snipe, the same thing. Soul Snipe, when I think of Mikey, I think of a player that does the dirty work. Is a very unselfish player, always going in for that early flag cap and early flag pulls and allowing his teammates to slay around them, and that always nets them some really great caps coming in seemingly out of nowhere. But now when it looks like he stepped up when it mattered most here, because he was right below Manny in the slays. I think he ended up with 16. Manny had 18 on the board, and it was just too much for EXO to handle. They were seemingly never on the map because they were always being slayed out either by Soul Snipe or Manny.
Interestingly, it's not super lopsided, though. I just got to peek at the stats because obviously there's a 1 minute delay to work with here. There were double-digit slays out of the entire team, though, on EXO, despite how lopsided it looked, right? It was still relatively close in that category, but in the end of the day, objective efficiency, right? The moments they got slays, how quickly did that translate to map control, to good positioning? Because that seemed to be the answer for Pioneers every single time. They get their kills, and then everyone would be perfectly set up, right? You'd have a player in Attic, you'd have a player in A, and you'd have players in middle position. So many situations we'd see, you know, either Druck or Soul Snipe trading out the shock and having shock in Whirlpool and just watching angles, right? Watching C, watching long haul. I mean, when you've always got that type of setup off a single kill, not too much you can do to flip the game. Maybe EXO can make the plays here, Tony. They'll have to do it. Game 2, Slayer on Aqua.
Starting on board now with Piles coming out of EXO, and they got to make something happen. Otherwise, they might just be swept. Luckily, the heat wave able to keep Piles alive to take down Druck, but the cleanup kill is going to come in favor of your Pioneers. Only a 1-kill game. Manny looking to put some separation in there as he grabs the camouflage and utilizes the pole for cover, but didn't realize that the nades coming out of Fantasy bringing Manny back to reality.
Yeah, nice little bank nade out of Fantasy, though, just to delete camo there. They get a couple kills to go with it, so 6 all. Employee going to make his way up car side, already tagging up a player as he does it. Does he look to get to center map? You can see he's lost Piles here. Can do a ton of damage from this position, but also could it be risky if he's in trouble? Ends up getting caught in the hallway, taken down. He's got his 2 teammates in blue base. In the meantime, at the very least, they will bait and switch to get the trade on this Soul Snipe. That's leaving Taulik with less teammates as he makes his way through car. Actually, a bit of a 3-1 opportunity. You can see his teammates together in blue side. Maybe he can pinch.
Soul Snipe off a screen, pulls out the double kill, taking down Sargoth and Fantasy. Talik now going in for the challenge onto top mid, doing a great job of playing his life. And while he's backing down, ends up finding shots onto Piles. But man, Piles is the real deal, pulling off that double kill, not having the height advantage whatsoever. Just like that, we are tied up at 11 apiece. But Soul Snipe having the equalizer, the heat wave, not able to put it to work. Piles gonna go down courtesy of Druk, and the sidekick, triple kill out of Druk, earning himself a heat wave and a 2-kill lead for your Pioneers.
The heat wave might not have worked out for Soul Snipe there, but Druk was so quick to pick up the pieces. Look at this, not only a triple, but an opportunity for a whole other spree of kills. We'll see if he does it. Gonna slide up from behind this one player on top pink. Druk can pick it up. That's employed, now down for the count, and the thrust to immediately escape from the fight. His 3 teammates up car side, going to draw some attention. Druk going to fly out center, pick up more thrust to work with. It's something we see with Pioneers all the time. They're always thrusting. They always got full advantage with the equipment, though thankfully the team shot will delete them.
Manny already advanced forward. Soul Snipe going in for the challenge onto the utility side, not able to win that gunfight. Piles having the car side control, putting down shots, raining down shots, in fact, onto the utility side. Nades are starting to go past him, but he's still applying pressure. Fantasy gets a clutch kill onto the kill feed. Piles able to get the perfect kill onto Talik. They're starting to make a run. They already have a 2-kill lead, but they also have numbers on top of that. So if they can take advantage of the spawning players, they can put some separation between them and the scoreboard.
Nice use of numbers there, too, to just pinch and collapse, make sure they come away with that kill unanswered. Now they're going to push up in 2s on both sides of the map. You got Piles going to help out with that right-hand side and come back with the heat wave for a double to delete Druk. The teamwork at EXO, they're finally unifying here. And you can see the team fire as they all contribute to the same targets together. Unfortunately, Piles will die. And now Druk with the thrust. Maybe he has an opportunity to flip things around.
Another kill come out of Druk. Fantasy able to take down Manny off of screen here, but he earns himself some shock grenades. This is really going to come in handy as he's looking to clear out the utility. Ends up getting the chain reaction to take down Sargoth. Beautifully played by Druk here. And now he has his teammate Talik onto the car side with them. 2 players on the yellow base. Employee able to take down Talik. That's going to leave Druk by himself, but Druk taking an immediate, center angle to get towards his teammates. Sadly, he's going to get towards the black screen as well. That's going to be a 31-25 lead coming out of Team EXO.
At 3 dead, at EXO is convenient, though, too, right? Because it forced all 4 spawners in blue base, and EXO have a chance to collapse on spawn. Piles, unfortunately, get tagged. Well, he tries to do it, but Sargoth with a kill. The remaining 3 of Pioneers, looks like they all push through utility side. -1. Piles will get rid of him. That Soul Snipe down for the count. 33 now. He just needs to stay up. That pickup of the thrust going to be clutch here. Unfortunately, doesn't have any more to work with. But if he keeps his presence low, looks like he might find himself another cheeky little flank. And his teammates are spawning up, too, to help out with this.
They start to go down. Piles actually down to 1 shot. Ends up getting the challenge onto Talik, and now working a little 1-2 combo with Fantasy in the middle of courtyard, but somehow it's working for them to actually scratch that. Soul Snipe ends up finding the kill onto Fantasy. Piles not having to take this challenge to 1v1. Doesn't care that the player has a heat wave because Employee out of New Jersey simply coming out of nowhere, getting the kills. Sargoth dropping a couple of dynamo grenades, and while all this is happening, EXO have a 6-kill lead and are moving toward the 4th quarter of this game.
Comfy lead to work with in the end zone. Can they maintain it, though? You know the team fire is going to come out of Druk and Pioneers. You got Soul Snipe up on his left-hand side as they all push together. Dynamo's coming in. Druk getting aggressive. Manny Soul Snipe dropped 2. Druk going to come in to take the 3rd. The trade does come out, and that's big that Piles managed to trade and stagger them just a little bit. But can they deal with the onslaught on the spawns? Pioneers very quick to get to back base. The heat wave's not enough. Sargoth, can he get a trade here? The nade goes in. The nade's good. Sargoth will take it. That'll bring him to 41. It was once a 6-kill advantage. Not quite so anymore. They're 43-39. Now Pile's going to get away with heat wave and thrust.
There is no way EXO can afford to choke this game right here. They have to clutch up. They have to put the nail in the coffin, even against a squad as strong as your Pioneers. 5-kill lead right now, fighting for the winner's bracket lives. Heat wave in the hands of Piles, but Druk off a screen ends up getting a double kill. Tries to put the heat wave to it, and that's going to be yet another triple kill coming out of Druk. Employee gets the shots on the Soul Snipe, but he's quickly going to be hunted down. It's only a 2-kill game, Alex.
Anyone's game at this point. Pioneers have evened it up. 2 straight kills is all they need to tie things, but Druk, the team fire right there at EXO to bring it to 47. Sargoth has to stay alive here. He's getting tagged up from bottom card too. And everything he's doing to just stay up is huge, man. He does take one into fantasy, 47 to 46. Sargoth not quite ready. We'll take a trade to bring it to 48. Just needs 2 more with his team to take this. Can they do it?
And literally, EXO can simply play for trades at the moment here. They only needed 1 more kill. They have to play in unison. It looks like they're going to fly in. Fantasy trades out that kill. That'll put the 50th on the board. Hey, play for trades when you have the lead, especially when it's only a 1-kill game to take the win. EXO now tying up the series and sending us into a game number 3, oddball on Livewire.
It's very close, but a good answer back in the end, right? They still won the game. They still had a couple great opportunities to collapse on 2, right? We saw a few rounds of slays that led to Pioneers spawning up in the base together, and then that's where you form the perimeter, you pinch, try to get, ideally get the full round dead and continue, rinse and repeat. And in the end, they do tend to have a favorable advantage that they take from that, and then they end up getting the heat wave or the thrust or the dynamos off of that opportunity, which you can then use to snowball things a little further. So enough of a lead to ensure that they come out with the win there, but man, did it get very close towards the end. The worry here, Tony, is if they have the coordination when it comes to Livefire Oddball. Livefire, very fast-paced map as well. Oddball, you're going to have that teamwork to hold the setup and hold off a team like KCP.
Well, that's one thing about EXO. These are tournament-winning players that we have. These are players that have been there, done that. They've scrimmed against some of the best of the best, and they've been at the best of the best in their respective fields. So a team like EXO, they don't fear Pioneers. They know if they're playing at their best, they can beat any team, including Pioneers. The question is, can they do it consistently? Right. I would say 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna bring Pioneers to the table here. However, it's that one time the EXO was like, hey, we're playing at our best, and maybe they were playing at a notch below theirs, and we caught them off guard. They just did it on Aquarius Slayer. And now we're going to see they could do it on Oddball. We know how objective, efficient Pioneers can be. Let's see if they can close out a series here.
Right, they got an answer by winning game 2. KCP does bleed, right? They can be beaten, and I think that's the exact answer they need to just go all the way, go the full distance. They're going to need to come out with confidence off the rip to do this, though, because Pioneers like to move quick. They're going to be fighting for that sniper top mid as well, so if they can keep that out of the hands of somebody like Talik, some of the plays we've seen with Talik and Sniper, always deadly, then maybe they can, offset things and create a hold of their own. Of course, so many different ways you can lock down the oddball in this map, Tony. Everything can work. What would be the optimal or the best case scenario?
In my opinion, I think the C-side control is still amazing. Having that ball over towards tower side is absolutely incredible. You have the option to play it, you have height advantage, and you simply just lock down all 3 lanes, one being for the power street, one being towards mid, and then one being towards nest. If you do happen to rotate the ball onto the A side because the round of slays happen to lead you that way, I would say at some point in time, before dying, obviously, make sure you get that ball towards the B side so you have the opportunity to play it, because the last thing you want to do is die with the ball on the map and allow your enemy team to get that momentum from the round of slays and then put points on the board on top. When you play the ball, they had that momentum from the round of slays, but if they're not putting objective time with the ball, that's, it's really not for anything. And Druk utilizing the heat wave, that's going to be my MVP of this game right here. The sniper is strong, but the heat wave and the close quarters combat that it can create is going to be absolutely lights out in your game number 3.
And unfortunately, that game number 3 will come to a close briefly. We're going to come right back into it. I think somebody did drop out. I do like that opening strat that they made, though, right? That play at a Druk, he only got 1 kill, but he did a ton of damage. He went for the heat wave. Obviously, you don't want to bother with the ball in the first opening. You need those slays. You need to make sure you got the numbers and then go for the setup immediately after. So Druk, he flies past the ball, gets into a flank position, right? Picks up a kill, and not only snaps onto one, but 2 other players. He hits one player out on the C-plat, and then I think he tags one up in top tower as well. So in dying, he's left 2 other players weak, and then those players get cleaned up. And it also gives Soul Snipe, who's on, I believe, the camo or the OS, of course, there's a 30-second delay, but it gives him space to work with to continue to aggressively cross or hold the angle, hold that space on the map. So Soul Snipe, when he puts the shots in, his teammates come in, clean up the rest of the players. He already recognizes he's got that freedom, that availability to get to the ball. So he doesn't go to his team. He goes for the ball, for the setup. And that's kind of the beauty of an opening strat in live fire is if you do get that round of slays and your teammates have that awareness, then you should already have, a good 10 seconds immediately, right? Just off of how they played it, basically.
It's funny you say that that they wouldn't go after the ball, but like I can see the Pioneers actually doing the exact opposite. I can see the Pioneers on any other map going straight for the ball off the rip and like almost ignoring a power weapon or maybe getting the heat wave and grabbing the ball and going immediately toward their setup. How many times have we seen Soul Snipe overextend on like Fathom CTF and going for that early pull, or even Aquarius or capture the flag as well? I can almost see Pioneers going for that strat, trusting their teammates to get the slays around them, and then either turning that flag into an amazing run with the timing or maybe a distraction. However, you did mention one key, the camouflage coming up. You really can't do a play like that when the camouflage comes up on a delay. You have to make sure that you're in position for that. And as of right now, Pioneer's not in position for anything. They've just gone 3 down, and Manny, the final player alive with the heat wave, and it's EXO getting their first hands on ball.
And it's the same type of strat, though, where they secure the kills first. They do it with the heat wave, and in doing so, that opens up an opportunity for a good hold here. Though, like you said, the ball did get picked up by EXO. EXO do, I believe, play that ball off on B side, so they'll take 4 seconds with it and take the best of the exchange and the starting strat here. And, Tony, I do agree with you. I think, in flag, we could see players overextend, pick up that flag, and use that as a distraction. Oddball, a little bit different, though, right? Ball spawning center map. You might not want them to know that you're picking it up. Instead, get the guaranteed kills. Oh, my God, that would have been dirty if you lined that up. And then once you've got the kills, you got a ball set up.
Well, we know Pioneers definitely are not afraid to define the meta with their objective efficiency. We're going to find out what they can do against, red hot EXO. Let me tell you, EXO coming in real hot in that game number 2, and even a great starting strat coming out of them to really put the pressure onto Pioneers. But now it's Soul Snipe back with the heat wave in hands. Again, that's why I said this is my MVP of this game right here. Manny having the sniper as well. That's always going to be dominant. Ends up using the heat wave to steal away 1 kill. Now going to try to clear out for a Druk. There's going to be 2 players coming from scoreboards. Ends up throwing a dangerous nade onto Druk. He knew Druk was going down. Gets the slay. Ends up getting the double kill. Denial grenade over toward the A side. Employee takes down Taulik, but somehow Soul Snipe emerges unscathed.
Dude, that was dirty. I think he tagged him with the nade, and then did he, because obviously EXO, who was an employee, must have known that Soul Snipe was nearby. He could probably sound cue it, but Soul Snipe to just sit there and hide, get that backspack. I mean, beautiful. He's still going for more here. Pull out the AR, do some damage. He left that player alive, I believe. Went for the snipe instead, didn't tag him on the body, and just trusting that the teammate will clean up the damage here. And that's Manny, who's in perfect position to do it.
Manny having all the responsibility to slay out and watch this angle coming from Garage. Ends up taking down Piles, but not able to get the second one. Soul Snipe advancing forward, going in for the challenge, but he was one shot. He's going to lose his life. 3 down for your Pioneers. Talent doing a great job of controlling sandbags, but then sent flying by Fantasy up in the air. Ends up getting the slay. Beautiful repulsor play coming out of young Fantasy.
Fantasy has no choice but to pull out all the stops here. They got to get a hold. They got to bring things back to even. Looks like they will. Fantasy going to bring the repulsor back into play once again. Unfortunately, can't quite get a quick kill with it this time. That snipe, I believe, went to the hands of Taulik as well. They get these kills. Ball back in their hands. Likely Taulik going to set up with this. And things might snowball in their favor if this man finds the angle he needs. And do they risk challenging him when he starts hitting shots?
I wouldn't do it. The first one gonna go down. Talik looking for the second one, just barely gonna miss the nose so quickly to his BR. Back to the snipe to take down Sargoth, then goes in for the second one onto Piles. Not able to get the double kill. Piles gonna get his own double kill, but luckily Manny shutting down Employee. Manny gonna go down once again. It's Fantasy this time, and Exo have the ball in hands.
Exo's so quick to get back to A. They don't give Pioneers an opportunity to get comfy in the back of A, especially with that snipe and Talik, right? He's already getting tagged up. He does get a couple kills, but immediately going to drop with it. That ball in the hands of Exo. Druck going to do what he can just to make sure it doesn't stay there. Pile's now dead. Try to lock things down, back B. Pressure still coming in. Exo still finding opportunities to get their hands on the ball. They'll toss it off and maybe toss a couple players on Pioneers off with it. Manny did die. Druck does stay up, though. And he'll take Sargoth with him. And maybe his presence can continue to do some damage here for Exo. And he can get the ball as well.
Druck grabbing himself the ball and the heat wave. Shots starting to rain in coming from Fantasy. Sargoth going down to one shot, but able to take down Talik. And he's here on the sandbag side, but they don't have the ball in hand. So slowly Exo have to push up. The first play is going to go down onto Soul Snipe. The second one tried to come in for the cleanup. I love that nade for the player who might be chasing towards bottom mid. It doesn't exactly go into play, but 3 quickly go down for your Pioneers. Exo having the ball in hands and are chasing down Talik. Somehow Soul Snipe getting the God spawn over toward the power. So Talik and Soul Snipe going to quickly push up over toward the C side of the map.
You see how quickly, emphasis on quickly, right? Talik immediately going to get that angle with the slide. He's going to get right back to bottom mid here, repulsing a couple nades away as he does it. And that gives his teammates space to get to the ball out center. Can they grab it, though? I think there is a fight still going down bottom mid. Fantasy will die to Manny. Talik going to lock down this perimeter. Druck already has the ball over to tower, so this is the setup time they were looking for. Now it's just a matter of playing defense. Talik in a great position to do so. What can Fantasy and Exo do to break down the doors? Maybe center map will be the play. You can see they're all getting aggressive. Sargoth with an opening kill, and the moment Druck dies, he'll play that ball off and make things a little bit easier for Pioneers to get back to center.
You say that, but the Pioneers just go 3 down once again. Soul's not gonna hit the black screen. Piles goes in for the melee, repulses him back, and then finishes the job with the heat wave. My gosh, yeeting Pioneers to the blast. I said it before. Exo, do not fear your Pioneers, and they're going to make them work for every single win. Piles using the heat wave to try to eat away at the overshield. He looks like he's able to do so, not quite getting the kill, but Employee takes down one, going in for the second one. Ball still in the hands of Exo, and they refuse to play it. They're trying to milk every last second. A 75-60 run coming out of Exo.
Employee living way longer than you'd expect him to in that situation, too. You just see him bobbing and just dodging nades in the bottom of tower, almost picking up a kill because he did it. Now Talik alive with the snipe. Maybe he could put something together here. He's got 6 shots to work with as well. Sargoth picking up 2 in the feed, though. And an opening maybe for Exo to get some scrappy time. Once again, you can see they got 75 so far. Going to take the ball out through bottom mid. Talik just needs a pick. And that pick might come a little earlier than intended. He'll snap on. He's got Druck with the help. Soul Snipe with the kill as well. And that should get them to the ball. They're going to need to rotate it to a setup here. Talik just going to try to find his way into the fray. He's got a couple targets out bottom mid. And can he take them all? He cannot.
And that was the problem. He had a couple of targets in front of him. Like you said, I mean, it's a 1v2 scenario. And Exo just taking advantage. Another 3 down for your Pioneers. Exo doing a great job of simply playing unselfish Halo, playing for each other, and getting that bait and switch action going. And that's letting them some good ball time. They're now 11 seconds away from coming out with the game. And mind you, there's a little under 30 seconds on the clock. So they can elect to eat away at the ball time or keep that ball in a baitable position and slay around it as another 3 down go Pioneers. Fantasy breaking out with the ball. 5 seconds left for them to take round number 1. Will Exo pull off the upset against your Pioneers, Alex? Because they're only 1 round away from doing just that.
Tony, coming into the series, what did we say Pioneers need to do? They needed to 2-0 sweep and do it confidently to put themselves in a good position later on in the bracket. Instead, they are at threat of an upset. Exo, they are not backing down without a fight. They currently lead in this series. They take this round, it's game over. And Pioneers not going to make that easy. Looks like they will take the opening strat. They'll take the ball, and this time, a setup in their favor.
But notice how Pioneers actually moving that ball toward the seaside. They didn't have the slays exactly that they wanted to. Both teams were 2 down. Piles now netting himself a heat wave and a sniper. So Pioneers cheeking away at ball time right now, but they're not getting the slays just yet. Now we're going to see if they can do so. However, Soulsnipe's going to be the first one to go down. It looks like Sargon was able to take down Piles, so it's EXO that are winning the slays battle, but still 24-0 run out of your Pioneers without slaying out is pretty damn good. But now Sargon's going to show them what a real setup is about. Overshield, ball into tower, and going for a swim.
And that's a good point, though, right? 24 seconds without slaying the whole team is pretty efficient if you can get that much time. I think it's something we saw at EXO as well. They didn't always have the full team dead. They would just find little openings to rotate the ball and get it near a play position. And worst case scenario, they die, they drop the ball off the map. And that's a little bit extra time to pad the stats and a couple snipes to do so as well. Druck, of course, currently holding it. He's already got 1 kill. He's got a teammate maybe to pick up that ball and a line of sight to cover it. You do not want to be the one coming around these corners. Druck already going to tag 1. Looking for a couple more here. Tries to swing and hit the player behind him. Unfortunately, he will drop, and Manny going to send that ball right off the edge as they take a few more scrappy seconds. So Pioneers now starting to play EXO's game that we saw in round 1.
But they did just go 3 down, and now EXO rotating the ball onto the A side of the map. Pile's actually taking an interesting angle to cut over the top mid, applying pressure onto the spawning Talik, but there are multiple players that are pushing forward. He's trusting his teammates to get the slays. Sargon taking down Druck. Pile's now going to put some supportive fire. It looks like Sargon's going to take down Manny as well. So EXO once again winning the slays battle, going right into their A side setup. And it's Pioneers on the ropes. They're knocked down, but definitely not knocked out just yet.
Starting to lose a couple fights here, though. Pile's getting tagged up from behind, though. That does end up being a trade, so Pioneers will even the odds on this push. And that forces EXO to drop the ball, and Druck going to drop down from above on the scoreboard. Look at this quick recognition as well. Teammates spawning up outside. Immediately rotates that ball out to the tower. You know he wants that side of the map for a setup. Does get cut off by EXO. Can Soulsnipe pick up the pieces, though? That's employee down. Looking for a second, but a heat wave going to ruin his day. And Fantasy, he'll drop. So left and right we go, right? Scrappy battles here. And just a matter of time till somebody breaks away with that ball.
You said that EXO dropped the ball towards the middle of the map, and I'm worried they might drop the ball on this round here. Pioneers are cheeking away way too much time on the board, and now you have the heat wave coming into play once again in the hands of Talik. And I said it before, the sniper's been in play. We saw a couple of smooth snipes, but man, the heat wave is really the weapon that's dominating here on a live fire. You're seeing it left and right as another 3 down, this time going in favor of your Pioneers, and Talik looking to take advantage, rotating that ball over, but nades are starting to fly. Which passes the ball towards his teammate. And now Piles and EXO are going to have to pull off the break.
I think, like you said earlier, I think the heat wave is the biggest game changer here. Of course, Snipe, you can lock down a setup with Snipe and get some big kills, but the heat wave is the entry fragger type weapon, right? You fly into a ton of damage with it. It's a big part of the reason why Pioneers have been ruling this second round. The Piles, maybe he could be the one to put a stop to it. He's got to win the fights for the OS, though. That's a big kill on this Soulsnipe. Got a teammate to push up as well. Should be able to pick up OS for free here. And then he can use the shields to take these kills. There's the heat wave once again, right? It's Talik who picks up a double with it. Thankfully, Piles will take it this time. And they're going to need it if they want to continue to answer here.
Heat wave now in the back pockets of Piles. Ends up finding one, whips into the front pocket, but sadly, Soulsnipe gonna put him down. Talik onto the challenge here on the garage side, having a play on sandbags as well. Ends up putting the shots, almost gets the reversal, but sadly he is gonna be put down. It looks like Druck gonna join him on the black screen as well. Multiple going down for your Pioneers. EXO are starting to push forward, but they're currently down in points.
Down by quite a deficit, right? 28 for all the work they've done so far, and just in part due to all the slays we're seeing out of Pioneers. They're so quick to get to that ball. If it ever is picked up by EXO, no catch on that one, though. That will go off the map, and EXO maybe with a moment to breathe here. You got Sargoth, who's got all the weapons to work with. Better keep them in his hands, though. Only does get 1 kill for it. Talik going to pick him up immediately, and now that he has him, can he find that shot onto the ball? So quick rotation at EXO. They'll get a couple more seconds. Bring it to 40. Gonna try to hold on, but Talik looking for bodies here. He already kills one. We'll bring the nade in for the second. That's Employee who goes down. And their entire team now on A side to defend this ball.
I mean, we said the heat wave was the entry frag weapon, but man, the sniper looking like one right there. But here we go. Shotgun, the Promethean shotgun in the hands of Talik. Ends up getting the melee kill onto Piles. Now going to work on the second one as well. Repulsing the grenade back that should have put him down. Then the denial grenade to come in so they don't push forward while he's one shot. Beautifully played by Talik, putting down maximum damage, earning himself a killing spree. While all that is happening, Pioneers steal away 91 points and are now 9 points away from tying up the rounds here in game number 3.
This might be it right here. If they get the, I think they just did. Got the 2 kills onto OS. They got the OS as well. That's a pickup on the ball. There is no way EXO is going to get back to this ball in time. So round 2, Pioneers, they found their footing in round 2. Tony, that was lopsided. And if they still have that momentum coming into the third, maybe they close it out here.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen at home. One round takes it all. EXO can pull off the upset, and Pioneers still trying to show their top dog in the league. We're starting on board with Sarga coming out of EXO. Piles off the screen, takes down one, and Fantasy goes after the other. So the initial slays going in favor of EXO. Pioneers starting to strike back here, not allowing EXO to get into their seaside setup, and Talik gets away with the sniper. You know that he knows what to do with it.
Just gonna try to get himself one kill. Yeah, the body shot's coming in. Piles made him work harder for that kill than I think he wanted to, so you can tell Talik wanted to make sure that man was dead. No zombies coming back on that one. Talik, what else can he do, though? Of course, he hits that shot. He's gonna have to hit another, though. Piles will kill him. That snipe will go down, but you immediately got a member of KCP in position to make sure that kill is picked up. That was Druck who gets it. Ball out center now. Only 8 seconds for EXO so far in Fantasy. Can't quite stay alive in that fight. That's Manny and Druck who will win and then take the ball back out for themselves.
Let me tell you, not only are the players working right now, but I know both of these coaches are working too. You know, Jam probably in the ears of Pioneers, trying to place the pieces. I would telling the team when to push, how many numbers they have. Let me tell you, everybody is working in this series right here, right now. But it looks like it's EXO that are outworking Pioneers. They get a full squad wipe, all 4 members down. And EXO going to get some good ball time out of this. They should be able to net, you know, an extra 15 to 25 seconds worth of ball time. Fantasy even gets up another kill. Druck now going to try to advance forward onto Sandbags, but he has 2 members down. He's going to have to pull off multiple slays before he can even touch the ball. And the shots are starting to rain out. Druck going to have to back down, play his life, and ball. Now in the hands of Pioneer. How did they get the ball away?
Oh, I mean...
What?
I think that, what, did they rotate the ball? I think they must
have
played
it. They literally stole it. They stole it, and they walked the ball away with, okay. I don't even know.
I mean, in the end, it did get played, though, right? Nope, not much time went over to Pioneers here. EXO still gathering time, still gathering resources as well, right? We got Piles with not only the OS, sorry, but a kill, maybe a second. He'll come out with a trade. That ball still sits down beside scoreboard. Talik not going to be able to stay up as well. So he'll drop, man. He's going to do what he can just to get out of the fight. We can see how scrappy it is here. EXO, they want this badly. They'll pick up that ball once again. Pioneer's going to do everything they can to slow it down, but the pressure right now, Sargoth wants nothing, or wants none of that fight. We'll get a couple more scrappy seconds.
You gotta love when anybody's one shot in this game here, and nades start to fly. Like a quick repulsor bounces that nade away, and it just ends up living. I love the high IQ play. The repulsor plays coming in are so beautiful. Sometimes you bounce that nade back to your opponent and does damage on the original thrower, which is absolutely insane. As Sargoth and Employee gonna hit the black screen, Soul Snipe and Talik getting back-to-back kills as the sniper rifle's coming up. Ball forced to be played, but you see that Manny knows that his teammates are continuing getting kills. They know that EXO are right off a spawn, so quickly goes for the ball, but doubles the wrong way. He actually almost brought it towards EXO spawning. A momentary lapse of judgment ends up with his life. Pile's going to take advantage, leaving a pile of bodies behind him, pulls off the double kill, now advancing over towards tower and chasing the ball player down.
Well, this is beautiful out of Pioneers. Look at the milk right there with the... He's still not dead. He didn't even die. We had to jump off the edge and die. Was that Druck? I think that was Druck who was just milking the hell out of the ball. And like you said, there was a momentary, there was a moment of hesitation out of Manny there with the ball. Wasn't sure if he wanted to take it, back to A side or to C. And because of it, that setup didn't take form. But I mean, to take 27 seconds despite that, though, I think is wild out of Druck, and just goes to show the efficiency that these players have. And a little bit more efficiency, I'm sure Soul Snipe will have with the OS as well. They got to move quick, though. 58 and counting here. Exo still gathering time. Heatwave coming in. Cavalry coming in. That'll delete the ball. And that ball not going to be played. And this is the moment the Pioneers were waiting for. They need to get a setup off of this.
Always love watching Soul Snipe screen. He's one of the players that really embraces the movement and throwing off your opponent's timing by always applying pressure, as you saw right there, putting damage on multiple players and now taking down one, makes one half shield. Talik rotates the ball all the way over towards the B side of the map. 2 down for Exo. And now Talik's starting to take some damage. So what does he do? Hops on, gets ready to play. Doesn't play quite yet, but the moment that pressure starts to become too much, that ball will find its way off the map as Pioneers take the lead in the game, and both teams are already past the halfway point.
Pioneers have pulled it all the way back. They'll drop that ball off the map, too. Piles does get a double, so maybe an opening here for Sargoth to get to that early pickup, and great awareness. Can he get the kill, though? I don't think so. He had a teammate, I think, come in to at least get the trade, but unfortunate there. Piles will come and pick up the pieces. Should be able to get the ball. Does he have an escort? Heatwave, I think, just about to spawn as well. You can see that bar was almost full on the panel there, and Piles just going to be worried about getting scrappy time. He might have called it out to Employee, too. You can see Employee already has that no, he doesn't have the respawn Heatwave. And maybe a missed opportunity because Pioneers, they are about to hammer the gates with quite a bit of artillery here.
Druck already advancing forward. He will be shut down by Fantasy, but Fantasy running into 2 Pioneers. 4 down for Team Exo. Not a single player in position to stop the ball from rotating over, but Piles coming right off of the B-side spawn. Recognize there's an angle to nade all the way from bottom nest into the dummy side of the map. A beautiful place, Gary. That's how you know that Piles has been putting in the work. He's been grinding. Only a grinder will know that angle right off the spawn and be able to get the kill despite them just being wiped. Beautifully played by Exo. My gosh.
It was so good till the early jump in that fight, though, as well, right? If he picked up Snipe, maybe played it patiently by the entrance into the hallway down bottom mid, maybe he could have stayed up a little longer. Despite it, though, it looks like the Pioneers are going to get away with the Snipe, the Heatwave. Not the OS, though. Talik going to have to respect that. You can see he's getting himself close to the edge. If he needs to play it, it looks like he will. Does put some damage in before he does it, though. Druck going to get some scrappy time all while it happens. The man does need to drop the ball, though, doing what he can to stay up. Ball going to sit out by scoreboard. And Exo in position to get to it, but they need Slays to get out safely. Thankfully, there's an escort right beside him.
Ball now being rotated over by Employee, only needing 15 more seconds to come out with the win. Doesn't have any idea where to go. He's getting shot for left, right, and center. Piles having an angle from the dummy's door, but he knows he needs at least 1, maybe 2 slays coming in, and the Heatwave gonna shut that down. Trades go in for Manny and Piles. Nade starting to come in out of Druck as well. Both of these teams fighting for those slays, but 3 down go your Pioneers. Exo able to grab the ball in hands. Fantasy now watching the crossfire, able to take down Druck. There's 2 more Pioneers players that are starting to advance forward, but there's only 4 more seconds needed. Sargoth able to rotate the ball all the way to North Beach, and that's gonna be it. Exo pulling off the upset and sending Pioneers down to the elimination bracket. Alex, Tony, what did we just see here?
You said you wanted storylines today. We didn't expect to get storylines this early in the tournament, but we already got them. It looks like we got an upset early on here. Exo, they're looking damn good. And my God, what a close to that game as well, right? The movement, the plays that we saw out of Fantasy, out of Piles in the end to make sure at the very least they got trades or even a couple different kills, right? Fantasy, he hit that, and I know I'm always nerding out about slides, but Fantasy hit that very nicely timed slide back into the fight, and it threw off, I think it was Druck who had a heat wave, right? It was either Druck or Soul Snipe coming in with a heat wave, could have completely disrupted the setup. Had he got that kill onto Fantasy, he would have had time to get to the ball, but because of that tricky movement out of Fantasy, he got behind him, and it was like a tussle. I think it ended in a trade. I'm seeing it right now, actually. I think it didn't end in a trade, but it slowed him down long enough for Sargoth to still get the time that he needed to close out that game. Either way, it shouldn't even have gotten to that point. EXO were just playing too well. They're playing too efficiently. And Pioneers, not only from Sunday, but today as well, Tony, they got to go back to the drawing board. Something's not quite clicking here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just comes down to it, like you kind of said, EXO were playing well. They were playing lights out, and they were winning their pivotal battles. And Pioneers did a great job of utilizing their objective efficiency to scrape away some really good ball time. But when EXO had the ball in hands, it was after a clean round of slays. They were getting into their setups and watching their cross and watching it early and stopping Pioneers from applying pressure, which those were the seconds that were starting to turn into minutes out of EXO, where Pioneers were kind of utilizing their objective efficiency and out rotating EXO. But to me, I wasn't seeing the clean slays that I wanted to see out of your Pioneers in that game. EXO simply played better. They earned that win. Big ups to them. And right. Pioneers, they're a top team in the league, but as of right now, it's getting a little tough for them. Yesterday, ESA Blue getting the win on them, Torrent getting the win, and now Team EXO as well. At first it's like, okay, well, maybe it's one lucky win here and there, but now there's seemingly one common denominator, and it's that Pioneers are not winning in the best of threes. And I think you have to be able to win in best of threes or best of fives. I don't think there's any excuses, to be honest with you.
Right. And we're best of three the whole way through. So if you're not winning best of threes, you're not winning this tournament. So in the meantime, EXO, they're looking great, right? Like you said, well-deserved win. They're going to move on in the winner side bracket. It's not going to get easier by any means. We got plenty of stacked competitors still waiting in winner side. In the lower bracket sits Pioneers. Pioneers, I still believe, Tony, I still believe they can come back, and hopefully they do. Hopefully we get a bit of a story and maybe a rematch later in the tournament. Either way, some interesting stories to start the show. I'm curious to hear what Tyler and T-Squared have to say about it.
Thanks so much. We were talking to you guys a little earlier, and we were talking Shy Not. So thanks so much, Shy Not. I think I like that name for the both of you guys. I think that's going to stick, probably just with me. But at any rate, you're watching Esports Arena. It is Series E. That is, what a way to start off the night already. That was insane. I've been in the production room. We were screaming, hooting, and hollering because that was a total reversal. That was absolutely a total reversal of games that we just watched. I'm going to break down some certain pivotal moments that I think, and I might just start calling them like my own little segment, Tyler's pivotal moments. All right, let's coin that. Tyler's pivotal moments of the reason why that stream or why that set turned in EXO's favor. Right? Pioneers had that. They felt a little comfortable, but it turned. And I'm going to bring Tom in here. We're going to both dissect this as we go on. We got Visio week, but Tom, T-Squared, my man, it's you and me on the couch. How we doing? This is a bit of a first, I think. Yeah.
Hey, if we're on the couch, I'm just going to kick my feet up.
Dude, you should.
Is that cool?
Oh, you should. I don't care. Let's do it, dude. That was some fun Halo right there. That was actually a ton of fun Halo we just saw. I guess in all reality, if you watched a little bit of it, if you didn't watch a little bit of it, what was your initial take on as to how Pioneers let that one slip through their fingertips?
Yeah, I was gaming while watching it at the same time because Tony and Shyway do such a great job of casting. You can really
just listen to it. Yeah.
Yeah, you can yeah, I mean, really, when we look at all of the different pivotal moments, there's a million of them. But when you look at, if you said, okay, with a minute left, 2 minutes left, who's going to win the game? It was Piles with the nade when all four were dead, and they're rotating the ball coming out, and Pioneers look like they have a full setup going over towards the tower side. But Piles is able to get that kill, and next thing you know, everyone starts scrambling because everyone went to go spread out and watch the spawns. Nobody was counting on having to get the ball, play the ball again, and then next thing you know, all things go to hell. So, 50-49 in game number 2, that's the momentum changer right there.
That's the one I actually want to... I'm going to break that down. I want you and I, because I had actually told production, I want to take this clip. So Eddie's going to pull this clip up for us. So you'll see right here, we're at 48-47, right? So it's anybody's game at this point. And Pioneers, I mean, they felt like they should have won this game, right? They feel like they're in control. Now, what do you see? So slow it down right here, Eddie.
You see a big melee coming in from Fantasy over here. He's one shot. You can see shot in the back right there. Ends up almost like killing his teammate. But the melee right there stops it from this guy potentially getting assassinated as he comes around the corner, as you can see. So the fact that Fantasy crouches right there, gets the melee, stops that from potentially being a 2-0, and this guy eventually coming around and just getting the final kill. I'm not sure who that was flanking around the corner right there, but someone from Pioneers was coming to clean up and try to get that win right there.
So I think
it was just a really big crouch by Fantasy, and 2 plays at the tail end of the game ended up kind of determining this whole series between that right there. Obviously, a million plays line up to this, but if you really look at the end of the game, who's going to clutch it up? Who's going to pull the Brady out here because he's back? Who's going to clutch it? Right now, it was EXO, and it was Piles in the ball game, and it was Fantasy right there with the melee.
Well, here's what I would say, too. I would almost say that you had Pioneers. Who is it at the end there that Pioneers is pushing? Because in my opinion, and I'm a victim of this all the time when it comes to Halo, I'm chasing the kill as opposed to chasing control. And so right here, it looks like they've got, because he goes down right there. So boom. Now Pioneers player feels that he's got confidence. He's going to take that room, but not necessarily control the map. And I think that's when you get a little too kill hungry, that's the problem in the game. That's why Pioneers lost this game, and they deflated the entire series after his push right there, in my opinion.
I don't really think so. I think that the push is pretty good because if you look at it, if he goes another route, he's going to get double teamed. And look how close he was to being able to come around for that assassination.
That's true.
He's literally about a half second away. Plus, he had thrust. You could see right there towards the tail end. So if he knows his teammate's going to die, he could thrust into the assassination depending on where that last guy is.
But do you not know that the spawn points are back in that corner? So you're pushing across the map. Does he not believe that there's another EXO player back there that could push it? Because it's 49-49, you're just trying to go for that last kill and you're pushing it as hard as possible, right?
You just got to move as fast as possible, right? So he was maybe a half second late. Maybe he should have thrusted earlier.
Oh, you're talking the player that could have gotten the assassination.
Yeah, really, it's not. There's no mistakes here, and that's why watching this series was so damn good because everyone was playing out of their minds. If you watch this series, it looked like a finals because you see every single little thing that you need to do in Halo Infinite between your YYing and your nading, all the little mechanics that you need to do, all the slides that Shyway's nerding out over, all that stuff really adds up, and it was happening from the very first game here, not just in the series but in the previous series. So everybody is coming to play today, and everyone's playing out of their minds. If everyone's playing up to that caliber, I mean, we didn't see any crazy snipes. The BR shots could have been a lot better, but the movement, the mechanics, all that stuff I thought was extremely strong. All these players looking extremely good. The teamwork was there. There were hardly any mistakes, and we were only in round 2 and round 3, the very first 2 rounds that we've watched, and we're already seeing very high caliber Halo.
Exactly, because I was like, look at this, like, damn, this is only round 1 of the night for us. Like, we got ourselves a pretty busy night. Hopefully we got a replay of that. I want to show that one last clip, Eddie, of the one that Connie pointed out in the production room. This is sort of, again, what separates a casual player like myself versus a more of a pro player, where in that last game right there, we had a sniper in the hands of, let's see, who is this that's holding the sniper? So he's just unloading shots. He just unloaded a bunch of shots right there. Tom, I guess what we talked about in the production room, is that because he knows he's expecting to probably die or something to get rid of so that the opposing team doesn't have the sniper?
That's always a play, and plus the heat wave is just so dominant on this map too. He's just trying to get rid of that, and I don't think that sniper heat wave is the play. You want to have heat wave BR because it's just going to be a little bit more safe for your team. And if you need to, do some sort of cleanups, you can go and do that. But look how he was able to get a killing spree with that. He has one shot here. He knows the heat wave's there. He has the heat wave in his back pocket. He wants the BR. So between having one shot and not having to worry about it, he just picks up that extra BR ammo. And really, you need to be able to hold people off depending on wherever they're going. But just look how valuable the heat wave is in all these different scenarios, and all these players understand exactly how much damage they need to do to go and get the trade. And you see the repulsor off the nade right there. You see the YY nade off of the ground right there to bounce in front just in case they were to challenge. So many really different things that they're doing mechanically all within a short span, and that's why it was so impressive to watch these first 2 series, is because when you looked at every single player, for the most part, they were playing to that level, and there wasn't any standouts of any weak players. There was some really strong performances, but did you see anybody really dragging their team down? And all the teams that played and lost, they lost as a team.
Yeah, it is hard to break down, I guess, the actual pivotal moment. I will say, though, 49-49, especially after coming off of a good victory in Game 1, and you're ahead, and then you end up just losing that last game or that that last kill, I think that just sort of deflates you as a player, and so then it kind of maybe carried over into Game 3 and what we saw. I think Pioneers comes back. I think they give themselves a little bit of break right here, start getting into a little lower of the level competitors, get their confidence back. How do you think they finish tonight?
I mean, if you're right and they're deflated, then technically they would continue to deflate after the loss and just self-implode, and the balloon just pops and the sky collapses. So,
okay, all right, slow down. All right, that's your take. All right, fine. I think they take a break, they take a breather, they bounce back, and then they end up, I'd say somewhere in the top for sure. I mean, the competition's strong in Halo for sure, but these guys, they're pros. They know what they're doing. Take a break, take a breather, bounce back, get yourself back in the game, play some lower level competitors, and get that confidence back again. So
I hope so. I'm looking forward to seeing what the rest of the bracket looks like.
Yeah.
What the lower part of the bracket looks like. And one thing's for sure, we don't have any people that are coming in stinking it up right here in the first two rounds. Everyone's coming in and bringing their A game, which
the
I think is
phenomenal.
exciting.
Indeed it is. Well, Tom, I'll see you in the next segment. We've got Shy Not on ready for us. I believe we've got a pretty big matchup next, so we'll let Shyway and Why Not throw it to them and then let them tell us who's up next. Thanks so much, Tom.
Shy Nut is on mute, apparently. We're back. Tony, what do you think of Shy Nut? Thank you, Tyler, by the way, and T-Square. Great work, guys. You don't like it.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. That's the CEO. I'm not gonna purposely go against Tyler.
Tony.
Exactly. I'm just saying. I like Y-Way.
You like
I don't know. I like
Y-Way.
Yeah.
You like Y-Way, though. No.
It's better than Shy Not. I don't know. First of all, I should be first. I'm the big deal here. I go first.
Relax. I thought it was a team effort, buddy. See, Shy Not. Because we're not shy. Oh God, this is so bad. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, T-Squared. By the way, you guys asked about the bracket, and convenient, because that's exactly what I'd love to talk about. Tony, let's take a look at the bracket a little bit, at least on our own monitors here, because every single matchup is incredibly high level. So even with Pioneers dropping down to lower bracket, I do expect them to continue to fight and maybe find their way back, but it's not going to be an easy road, because even in the lower bracket, you've got complexity there as well, right? That's one of the highest caliber teams in this tournament. They're already in lower bracket. You got Need and Org, who were a grand finalist last week, who are also in the lower bracket. Torrent is in the lower bracket. Timber, Esports, every single team is a high-caliber team. Tony, this is ridiculous. In the winner side, we still got Fnatic, and we still got Incognito, and that is coming up next. We'll talk about the series layout in a sec, and we still have EXO, and EXO still have to face Oxygen Esports. So every single matchup we are about to witness, Tony, is top 16 teams, at least. I think these are teams that were at Anaheim. These are teams that have reps in the highest caliber of play. We're spoiled, essentially, and I can't wait to see it. And I don't know what to expect either, especially off that series with EXO. I think anything can happen. But our series ahead of us, Tony, of course, Fnatic, Incognito. We get Strongholds on Streets, Slayer on Livefire, and Oddball on Recharge. Should be a hell of a series.
Oh, absolutely. And just a round before here, just to kind of remind you guys at home, Fnatic did bench Jazero and are now running with a secret fourth player. And that player, Jazero, was actually on Complexity, which they just 2-0'd them. So clearly it's working with their secret fourth, beating the player they literally just benched in 2-0 fashion to get here. And now we're going to see that secret fourth in action here with Fnatic, and they're going to go against Incognito. This is going to be no easy feat for them. You're talking about, Psycho and the boys, and then stealing away Neuronical from Esports Arena Red. We talked about it before. Our Esports Arena squads had to qualify to get sponsored, but that's what we want from them. We want them to grow. We want them to use Esports Arena as a next step. So you saw what Collect and Rami go into Space Station Gaming. They got a huge win against E United yesterday, by the way. Big ups to SSG. You're seeing Neuronical find a home here, and Bohm is playing with Built by Gamers. So again, you guys, if you guys want to use us as a stepping stone, want to join a semi-professional league, get signed, get paid to play, and maybe get recognized by top level talent within 2 weeks of being signed, literally, hey, jump in. Esports Arena, these are open nights every single Monday. We're here, baby. The question is, who are you?
The question is Neuronical. He was standing still, getting melted by the BR. But Tony, I love that you said that. Just a massive opportunity, and already ESA players are getting poached. They're ending up on some of these top teams. Looks like somebody did disconnect from the lobby in that game, so we will get that reset the moment it is. We're going to jump back in. I assume it's just going to be a complete reset of the game. It was still very early. But so many great points that you raised, Tony. And just even going back into the storylines here in that Jazero, like you said, is benched, apparently. I'm not sure if he'll come back on the team or not. But he is currently playing in this tournament with Complexity. Like you said, Complexity already played Fnatic. They lost to Fnatic in an 0-2, so that's why they're sitting in lower bracket. We don't know who this fourth is on Fnatic, Tony. He's on a Smurf account, apparently. He's on a secret alt account. So whoever this fourth is, they're not ready to reveal yet. I think they're still kind of figuring it out. But I'm very curious to see how this mystery fourth plays.
And you guys don't have to worry at home. So the admins did force Fnatic to divulge who the actual player is, but under confidentiality, they have not told neither myself nor Shyway nor anybody else. So we know it's not going to be a banned player from HCS. We know it's not going to be a hacker. It's apparently a well-known player, a reputable player that we have in our leagues. Just for competitive integrity, I want to put you guys at ease. It's not going to be some random. It is a reputable player that is being run as their fourth. And maybe they're permanent. I mean, this is the first tournament that we are seeing Fnatic running with this mystery fourth. And let me tell you, if they pull off a big win against the likes of Incognito, maybe even Pioneers, some of these other top studs, maybe this might be a permanent spot for this mystery fourth player.
Yeah, it definitely says something about their potential. So this is a great opportunity for us to witness as well. But so far, Complexity, their biggest competitor that they've taken down, Tony. The previous teams they fought don't quite recognize the roster, so Complexity, a big deal. In the meantime, Incognito had to beat Need an Org. They're called Still Need an Org now, by the way. They were Need an Org last week. They are called Still Need an Org this week. So somebody please sign these boys. Though they are currently in the lower bracket. They lost to Incognito just like they did last week, I believe, as well in our grand final. So a little rematch there. Now for the big league match. Of course, Tony jumping back into winter semis. Fnatic Incognito, strongholds on streets. And now we are right into the action this time, too.
Psycho gets the big kill, though, and like we talked about before, this is going to be no easy task for Fnatic plus Mystery Fourth. Incognito are been there, done that squad. They've been playing together for quite some time. Before Veronico actually played with Esports Arena Red, he was running with these boys back in Halo 5 as well, so this is going to be a well-earned fight for Fnatic, or a big proving ground for Incognito, because they're still trying to pick up a top-level org. They're still trying to prove that they can hang with the big boys. Here's your chance, Incognito.
Further Rhyme 117. All right. I don't know. That's one of those randomly... Oh, it can't be randomly generated because the 117 had to have been on purpose, right? Either way, we'll see what Further Rhyme is capable of today. Cycle going to pick up a double, make sure that he doesn't pick up any early kills. He or she, which is also the beauty of it. But Cycle going to continue to lock down the perimeter in the meantime. That's 33 points and counting for Incognito. So Fnatic, we've talked them up quite a bit, but to start the game, they are coming out under a little bit of pressure.
We got some rumors coming in the chat. Some people saying Ola.
I see that in the chat. That's a big deal name.
Oh, man, I don't know. As of right now, 0-3, but with 3 assists, though. So I like the fact that he's the teamwork is already coming in out of this newly formed Fnatic. However, it's Incognito that are out rotating them and already taking a 40-3 lead. Luckily, Fnatic are working on A. Psycho and Piggy now going to try to break this setup. If they can break the setup, they can steal away A, but that's going to be easier said than done when the Bulldog is barking and biting.
And the perfect way to do it is a little bait and switch. So Piggy and Cycle working together. He'll get the thrust as well. Piggy can use this, get aggressive with it. And I like that. He cuts the angle, going to force a fight instead. Veronico picks up one in the feed. Piggy's still on the chase here. And he's got all of his teammates to help him make sure he gets it. That's presence onto A. Spawner's likely going to be either... Wait, PD with a rocket launcher. I wasn't expecting that, and it looks like Cycle wasn't either, or Piggy wasn't either. Either way, Cycle picks up the pieces, and he's going to continue to defend A in the meantime. They need to get a capture here. You can see they both have A and B accounted for.
Cycle able to steal away Alpha, and now just gonna, I think it's his shot really to watch this purple streak because he has multiple players onto the B side. That's exactly what Psycho does. Rotate towards the back gate, make sure that there's no pressure coming in from the weak side flank, but Piggy ends up going down on the B side. Drop wall comes in, tries to back up towards the BD, somehow not able to avoid that grenade. Septify pulling off the double kill and might be able to steal away Alpha as well. A beautiful break coming out of Fnatic. And is that a trip? Alex,
that's a holdout.
Is that a trip cap?
That is a trip cap. Everyone's spawning up on C as well, so the pinch coming in. Look at, they're all flying in from all directions. You got Super CC coming in with the flank to pick up one. Carmea does get the kill on two further. It's a pain to have to say that as a name, Tony, I gotta say, but we'll call it, or maybe we call it, do we call him Rhyme? I don't know. FR117, either way. Let's see him make plays, whoever he is. Cycle going to get dropped by Envor. They're back into C once again, and the snowball really started to take shape here. 91 and counting as they've now taken the lead, and you could still see Incognito on the ropes.
Super CC chasing the player out of the subway, still having the Bulldog in the back pocket, holding on to the CB setup, and they were able to slay out over towards Alpha, so Incognito still haven't been able to steal it away. In fact, the reset comes in, and now Super CC coming up right with the spawners, but further Rhyme 117 on the kill feed, pulling off a triple kill. You notice that Super CC was making his way over towards Purple Street to help his teammates on the A side, but further Rhyme was able to pull off a triple kill, clearing out A by himself, ends out taking out Carmea off the spawn. Beautifully played. He started off the game, I'm not even joking, literally 1-6. Now he's 6-7, 5 assists, and starting to heat up in this game number 1.
All it takes sometimes is one good opening, and it looks like that's all he needed. Still hitting shots here, back C. Gonna leave that player one shot, and look at that Super CC like clockwork. He's ready to get in and pounce. That player still running, by the way, though. It does make it to B stairs. Further Rhyme here to help. He'll put shots into B, gets the melee in. They down, but can't quite get the kill. Cycle will bounce out. Cycle's got to do a little bit more than that, though. You can see their team currently scrambling. They'll try to get to C, but 222 and counting, and Fnatic still on the aggressive here. Super CC looking for a target. He's got 2 in the hallway. Likely 2 kills, make that a double as his teammate picks up the slack on the C. And Tony, I think this game is already a wrap.
Man, Incognito started off hot. I think at one point it was like a 40-0 run for them, and they were able to approach that 51-point mark. But eventually, someone must have reminded Fnatic that the game started. They end up coming out with a beautiful run, and that's going to be a 250-51-point game going in favor of Fnatic.
I mean, like you said, Tony, we saw Incognito start with some momentum, but very quickly that changed. Very quickly, they were suffocated, right? We had a full round of slays. Everyone spawned into C. They collapsed on them in C. While they collapsed on them in C, they flipped the spawns over to B side because they still had coverage over on A. I think they had a player sitting back on A, still with a line of sight onto C to keep the damage up. That flipped the spawns over to B side, and then they pitched from A and C at the same time to collapse on B, right? So something that we had seen back in Strongholds on Recharge is just the consistent timing and collapses on these split spawns. They're suffocated. They try to get to a hill. The moment they get to a hill, there's somebody always in position with a Bulldog or with a stalker ready to kill them, ready to keep the pressure up, and they just could not quite find their footing because of it. Hopefully things change here in Slayer. Tony, we got Slayer on Live Fire coming up next, but this is their last chance to make a dent. One thing for sure, though, Fnatic, they've started with a hell of a lot of energy in this series.
Yeah, the one thing I felt like that was maybe missing for Fnatic to take that next step within their competitive career was just a little bit more firepower. And whoever this fourth is, further Rhyme 117, there was a play that he made that specifically told me that maybe he's the firepower that they ultimately need. There was a play where Super CC was rotating from Subway towards Purple Street. He knew there was pressure coming at A. There was only 3 players that spawned Cafe while they were holding the trip cap and were going in A. Super CC stops and turns around and goes Subway. That's because that 4th player pulled off a triple kill and then eventually took down the 4th player as well. He squad wiped Incognito by himself over towards the back base. So that just tells me that, man, he's a strong Slayer. I mean, he started the game off 3-0 in Team Slayer, repulsing up and Adam waiting for the overshield to come up.
And that combo mechanic is something we don't see too often just yet. I wonder if it's going to take over the metal a little bit more in the future. Of course, repulsing up in the air out of a curb slide like that is going to draw a lot of attention, and you're maybe an easy target, but the types of rotations you can get. I mean, we just saw one. He almost landed on the camo platform off that little connection. And we'll see what else they can put together. 7-6 to start, though. Incognito with a 1-kill advantage. Cycle just looking for a player. Everyone spawned up on B, so Cycle in a good spot here. Got Carmea to help with the kills, too. Continue to tag them up in back B. That's a double for Cycle. And still one player back there, but now they're looking for splits.
10-7 lead in favor of Incognito, able to bounce back here. There is one more player that's sitting over toward the B side, and Cycle wasn't aware of him, so further Rhyme, 117, able to pull off the big kill. And looks like Carmea still having the sniper rifle in hand, so maybe, just maybe, he can make a play. Not sure if he hit the quickscope. Happened so fast, but no more ammo within the rifle. Nothing but some grenades in the BR, and the dead screen will be Carmea's destiny.
What was the impact in the last game, Tony? It was not the sniper, but the heat wave. And I'm curious to know where that went, because I guarantee is going to be the source of a lot of kills in this game. Further Rhyme instead just get... Yeah, what do you... That's... I feel like that's not the greatest game plan to hide behind that drop wall. It can work for, maybe 1 to 2 shots in the middle of a fight, but sitting back there crouched just gets deleted in an instant. Either way, looks like Carmea will get to the OS unscathed. Got coverage in the tower as well. Cycle with a great vantage point here. Neuronical opposite side map. So once again, they got them spawning up B. And how do they pinch? Piggy already in position on Nest. Cycle going to come in, get aggressive here. He can help out Piggy. Put shots into multiple as well. Can't quite get a single kill for it, though. Carmea is going to come in with the OS, though, and here's his chance.
Carmea with a bit of overshield left. Beautiful shots coming in, but Neuronical did go down. Looks like Carmea has to whip out the heat wave and looks instead going to get yeeted himself right off the map. Back to further Rhyme, the player of the evening, but Neuronical is going to take him down with a beautifully placed nade, taking down one, even able to go after Envoy as well. And it's only a 1-kill game here, Alex.
Only 1 kill, but now it's tied, and things are still very early, though. Anything can happen. It's all going to come down to that sniper spawning up right now as well. You can see, I think, Super CC in position for it. They got a couple slays to work with, too. Incognito on the ropes for a second here. Super CC going to watch things from up top A. There's that sniper out beside him. Kind of curious to see what kind of play we'll get on screen with it. In the meantime, Super CC with a beautiful little connection there, right? Repulses the damage back at his opponent. Sends the nade down for the kill. 23 now. Cycle will pick up one. The heat wave back in the hands of Super CC.
23-20 lead in favor of Fnatic. Further Rhyme, 117. Having the sniper in hands. Quickscope going to come in, and that's going to be the assist. 2 more players to deal with. One on the tower side. Pokes left. Ends up poking right, and looks like he's not able to connect with the shot, but it's all right. Still have the sniper in hands. I want to see some play. Show me that you belong on this Fnatic roster. Further Rhyme, 117.
I mean, not only belong, but to give this player the sniper is, a lot of trust, a lot of faith you put into that player, a lot of responsibility. Further Rhyme going to take all of that on his shoulders, though. Snipe, OS, Repulsor to work with as well. Quite an opportunity here. 4-kill advantage. All spawners up in A, so Further Rhyme going to put the damage in. Toss a couple nades as he does it, and here comes the cavalry as well. Can he start to tag him up here?
Further Rhyme ends up pulling off the double kill here. 2 quickly go down for Fnatic, but getting another one does Further Rhyme. Ends up getting the triple. Now going to work in for the overkill. He has to go for the challenge and almost able to do it, putting Psycho down to 1 shot, but almost putting him on a highlight reel. 30-27 in our mystery fourth, leading all slays right now, 12-6.
Well, no wonder they gave him all that responsibility, right? Because hitting just about every single shot with the snipe there, pulling out a triple, almost an over. A hell of a way to convert because of an advantage on their side. Cycle going to sneak in, though, grab a double of his own. That's now 30 all on the board. Spawns now flip, too, and now Incognito can hammer in the exact same way they just received it seconds ago. How did they play this, though? You got Cycle up on left-hand side. You can see Fnatic playing slow with their lives here. Carmea with an opening pick. 2 going down through bottom center. They're going to look to overwhelm Cycle, and they'll do just that. And as they all push together outside map, they can stay away from Incognito. Also here, so you got to love the teamwork and the chemistry out of Fnatic. We're at a deficit, spawning up in A, but they found a way to turn that into an advantage.
Heat wave now in the hands of Further Rhyme, advancing forward. He does have a teammate that's pushing up the beach side with him. already putting pressure on the B side, but that's not the angle that he wants to take just yet. He feels some pressure coming in from top mid, and with overshield and sniper rifle coming up, that's going to be the priority. Even over slaying out to B side, they need one, if not both, of this power-up and this weapon.
Locking things down, making sure that power-up does not go to the hands of Incognito easily. Further, Rhyme cannot live with the OS, though. Couple trades going to come in. A triple out of Cycle, more like a team wipe, as Cycle knocks them all down. Spawned Snipe now up in center map as well. Cycle still looking for picks. Will rotate very quickly down through bottom mid. Not sure if they got away with that sniper. A 37-35, a 2-kill advantage. OS on the body. Neuronical, I think, has the heat wave as well. So all the artillery here in the favor of Incognito, and an opportunity to swing the series.
Yeah, love the unselfish play out of Psycho to drop the heat wave for Neuronical when he saw Neuronical pick up that overshield. Well played, and Neuronical going to put it to work by getting the triple kill. 3 down for Fnatic, working on the overkill. Not going to quite get it, but the pressure is looking good out of Incognito. They have a 2-kill lead, and Neuronical trying to put it in, ends up getting the stick on Deceptify. Who is this guy? Formerly of Esports Arena, Red has found a new home with Incognito. And he already comfortable. He putting up his feet and everything.
I mean, what a way to answer back, right? Further, Rhyme gets a triple to start the game, almost and over. And then Incognito answer with 2 different players getting triple kills. It was Cycle once, and then Neuronical for the second one. And because of it, they now have a 2-kill advantage. They got the map in their hands again, and it's up to Fnatic to find a way to break through. Looks like a flank came through bottom mid. Carmea aware of it. He's got to play carefully here, though. Super CC has a snipe. He's already picked off a player, and Carmea going to try to get out of the fight, but he can't quite do it. Fnatic now working together. They take a 1-kill lead. They flip the map as well. Deceptify already getting aggressive, though. Oh, wait, I like this play.
The definition of Incognito is having one's true identity concealed. And it's actually Fnatic that have somebody that's Incognito right now. And we have our Incognito squad that are trying to make their presence known right here, right now. The overshield is up, but Super CC is baiting it, and that player not going for the overshield lets me know that he actually knew Super CC was there. He wasn't able to get the headshot. Neuronical takes down Envor off screen. Piggy gonna get the kill as well. 2 quickly go down for Fnatic, and that's gonna leave Super CC in a vulnerable position. Takes down Carmea, but not able to take down the second one. Incognito have taken control of the game.
It was a massive kill that he just got when he got the snipe beatdown, but that might not be enough. The fact that he didn't kill Cycle with that snipe, Cycle lived with the OS, I think that might have been all Incognito needed to win this game. 48-45, 3-kill advantage. Definitely still doable for Fnatic. They pick up 2 now, 47-48. Cycle and Piggy need to stay up on their side of the map, and they can fight for snipe as well. Do we wait out the sniper and get the final 2 kills with snipe here? Cycle, Incognito have a favorable position on the map. They don't need to give it up. Piggy, you can see sitting center. Piggy has had a rough game so far, Tony. 7-14. He could be the one to close out this game if he makes a big play with this snipe. Does he go for it, though?
It looks like instead he's using it as a bit of bait first. He wants to draw the players out towards sandbags and force the team shot coming in. It looks like the shots are coming in. Able to get the sniper into the hands towards his teammate. Beautifully played, but Neuronical finds a flanker. Not able to trade out the kill with Septify. Carmea having sniper in hands right towards the tower. Only 1 more kill needed. Carmea might be able to find the pick. Meanwhile, Piggy, once again, back in that baiting position towards top mid, waiting for anybody to make the cross.
Very selfless play at a Piggy, though, right? To hide top mid, pick up the snipe, and then pass it to Carmea. Have faith that Carmea could be the one to hit the final shot to win the game, and he hasn't hit it yet. 2 close shaves back-to-back. Now he's in trouble. 48 minutes, no shields. Pressure comes in, but so does a trade, and Incognito will take the 50th kill. And we've got yet another 50-49, Tony, every single series going down to the wire today.
That was that was a lot to handle. You know, Piggy was actually, like you said, unselfishly getting the sniper over towards his teammates, and then going right over toward that top mid angle, just sitting in the corner waiting for anybody to cross. If anybody would have crossed over towards top mid from sandbags or cuts, they most likely would have received the back smack coming out of Piggy. Well played by Incognito, and apparently they were able to take game number 2, and now we're going to a game 3 oddball recharge.
Fnatic brought that so close, though, right? They're in a rough spot. They don't have that high ground positioning, but they do need to be a presence for the OS. If they're not near that OS, the OS is giving up. That's free shields to work with and a good reason for the team to just get aggressive and just fly and play for a trade, play for that final kill. So they had to contest it. The fact that they were able to do that, avoid snipes, and still get a kill to trade at the end, I mean, is admirable. But in the end, like you said, I want to say inconceivable. Incognito win that game. They bring us to a game 3. Tony, oddball recharge. What do you expect to see here?
I expect to see the shock rifle come into play. Number one, I don't know if we're gonna see the mangler. I'm gonna assume that both of these squads most likely would have GA'd the mangler, but I mean, you still have the sword for that close quarters combat. So shock rifle for long range, the sword for close range here, and you know, I have a feeling one of these players is gonna pick up that disruptor. Eh? We still underutilize the disruptor, which is one of the most interesting weapons that we have in Halo Infinite. I want to see somebody put it to play in high level tournament play.
I was talking to Garrett earlier, Tony, and he was saying that he thinks at some point in the meta, players might drop weapons as like booby traps to shoot them later with the disrupt. It just seems way too nerdy to me that you would ever purposefully drop a weapon in this, let's say like around the door in a hallway. You like drop one of your weapons, and then as they come to challenge you, you just spam shoot the weapon and try to do extra damage around the wall. I'm not sure. But like you said, there are some extra strategic uses for some of these guns, and maybe they'll take form at some point today, maybe some point in the next tournament. Either way, what does matter is the shock in the hands of Further Rhyme. He will wake us all up with that shot.
Let me tell you, man, let me tell you, Envoy putting in that work. 2 kills coming in. Super CC dropping his fourth on the... And Further Rhyme 117 rounding it off with 3 kills here. Nirvana able to find the kill on to Septify, and the ball wasn't played.
It was not, and because of it, Incognito with a little hold of their own. Can they get much time off of this, though? 52 already on the board for Fnatic, so very efficient opening start here. Carmea got quite a dilemma to work with, but he'll do so admirably. Still up, gonna put that, what? Still gonna stay alive with Cycle there to help and kill Further Rhyme, and the fact that he's lived is massive. More time on the board here for Incognito. You can see Piggy did die. They will continue to milk this, and Fnatic, they've got a double dilemma of the camo spawning out bottom center and the ball that they want to play for as well. Carmea just going to worry about taking yet another fight. Mark spent metal for it. He's got Piggy to help him. They'll bait and switch their way out through C, and I think the camo up on the map as well.
I was still trying to figure out who this fourth is. You know, I've heard Swish in the chat. I've heard Ola. I've heard one of the Suddits actually. Could be one of the Suddit twins. I'm hearing a lot of rumors in the chat right now. I want to know who it is. As Carmea, it doesn't matter who it is. Carmea is looking to make quick work with the sword. Envoy though, getting the big nade to shut him down and steal away that sword, but not able to get it back towards the gold side. Meanwhile, Neronical continuing to apply pressure, somehow able to find a mystery fourth and gets the kill. Neronical really knowing how to up the tempo, and the sword player almost chokes the kill onto Neronical, but luckily Super CC was able to clutch up.
Neronical looking so slippery in that life, though, right? Almost dodging the sword, staying alive. The first kill as well, the way he entered the fight, made himself such a tricky target, killed the camo for it. Fnatic, they still hang on, though. Ball still in their hands, 75 and counting. Super CC in a very frustrating position for Incognito. The moment somebody clambers, they are meat. Free, easy kill right here. Carmea now dead. Ball still in session, and Super CC going to get right back into the fray here. Looks like that kill does go through, thanks to Further Rhyme. And this might be the setup to take the round here as well. Final 10 seconds. Incognito, they got to move quick.
Love the fact that Super CC has the sword over toward the gold side of the map. Anybody that tries to take an immediate cross is going to get sliced and diced, especially when you combine it with the grapple. Finds one, able to take down the second one. Beautiful double kill coming out of Super CC, and he's evading all of the damage right now as Incognito go 3 down, and Fnatic are going to take round number 1 in game 3.
Super CC with that like NBA level of arm reach right there with the sword, though, right? When I use the sword, it does not swipe that far. I don't know how the hell he managed to get that guy up on the platform, but either way, damage done. He just tossed it. It definitely worked. even if he didn't get the kill, the pressure, the dominance was clear from Fnatic in that first round. They locked it out quick. They're looking to do the same in round 2, though maybe not off this opening strat. Cycle going to walk away with a camo in that situation, maybe an opportunity.
Definitely not shooting bricks right now. Piggy hitting all of his shots. Nades are starting to deny access towards the whirlpool as multiple players trying to get in. Finds the first one, goes in for the second one. Love the isolation with this 1v1, but Septify putting an end to that immediately. Nobody able to get the ball in hands just yet, but Nades are starting to fly. Neurotica goes in for the challenge. Further, Rhyme 117 gonna win that one, and Envor chasing a player off a top goal. Get off my lawn, says Envor.
We're going to keep that pressure up as well. He's not even worried about that player on the left. He knows his teammates got that fight. Instead, he takes Piggy, and that's 2 now dead because of it. Ball in their hands. They're getting early seconds off of this, and the respawned players looking to find a way to get back to it. Envor, he's in a great spot, though. If he wins this fight, which he does on the Carmea, what a disruption. They got to respect him. And once he comes back into the fray here, too, he's got a great vantage point. Looks like Spawner's going to be back up in both A and C. Apparently, we got splits. And this is exactly what Fnatic want. They can just collapse on split-spawned players who aren't ready for the challenge. Looks like Incognito are still finding ways to get some kills despite it, though. Envor making himself a very tough target. Is he? He's still alive. Off of all of that. The man's just the boy who lived.
Love the plays coming out of Envor with the repulsor, getting real creative. But it looks like there was a disconnect coming in. Back to our beautiful faces on camera. Fnatic having a 1-round lead. I believe that was like a 27-1 lead as far as oddball time in round number 2. So Fnatic really having a firm grip on that game number 3. And we're poised to really take a lead. And we're still wondering who our mystery man is. So someone brought a good, someone by the name of Tylenol of SSG brings up a good name and who our fourth can be. So we heard Pistola, we heard Swish, we heard the Suds, and he brought up Ali. Formerly known as Commonly. Now, if you remember back
that
in the
makes
day,
so much sense. I think if it's anyone now I'm wondering if it's Commonly. You shouldn't have said that. That's a big one.
If you remember back in the day, Commonly actually played with this very roster, Envor and Septify, and they were lights out. I remember in the Sentinels tournament, they were able to beat out Sentinels themselves in their own Halo 5 tournament towards the end of Halo 5, and they were really started to make a run. So I think that's a really good guess on that part. I still think, again, Pistola, Swish, Ali, formerly known as Commonly, or one of the Suds. It has to be one of them. I can't think of anybody else that could be possibly filling this roster role.
I think Commonly is a good guess. I did not consider him, but that's an amazing point that you brought up. This team used to play together as, what was it, Flyers, I think is what they were called, right? So they were a top 5 team in Halo 5 towards the end when they played. They were always kind of peaking. One of the teams that were in position to kind of, I think, break through the doors, enter top 3 at any moment, but Halo 5 ended, Infinite started. Ali kind of disappeared for a bit, right? I think he did retire, I believe, at one point. Now, with the hype with Infinite, all of the, opportunities in Infinite, understandable that he comes back, especially considering how talented he is. So sky's the limit. If it's him, I don't even know I wouldn't know what to expect from his level of play as well, because we haven't seen much of Ali play since he's come back. And when we saw him back in Halo 5, he was a massive component to every team that he was a part of. So, Tony, that's very interesting, and I wonder if it is him. And if it's not, then I have no idea who it could be. I've been racking my brain on some of the players that, like, what about Vetra, for example? Like some of these younger players who we know are good that have kind of been bouncing around. I know Vetra, is he currently on Complexity?
He was playing with Complexity, so unless he's playing with 2 different teams, and I don't think that was it. And also losing to himself because Fnatic beat Complexity earlier, so if somehow he was playing for both teams, that'd be quite impressive. At that point, like 2 controllers, 1 in each hand, I'm down for that.
I'm down for the rest of the series, Tony, whoever it is, whatever, this ends up being. Fnatic so far, they've been playing incredibly. There is clear chemistry right off the bat, right? Like some dominance against Incognito, who are no slouch. Incognito won, I believe, last week. They won the tournament, dominated through the winner's side of the bracket. So for Fnatic to come in, despite the very close Slayer that we witnessed, Oddball looking very different. They lock out round 1. When we jump back into this game, I guarantee, round 1 is done and dusted We've got one more round to go. I think it's just a question of whether or not we add time to Fnatic's score, because even in the second round, Fnatic was ahead by, I think, at least 20 or so points once the DC happened.
Yeah, I want to say, I think it was 27-1, and I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that, but I believe that was the scoreline before the game ended. Either way, it looks like Fnatic do have firm control of the game so far, and I think if this fourth has any chance of being permanent on a star-studded squad like Fnatic, they're going to have to beat the likes of Incognito, because those are the expectations that are given to you when you're on a partner's roster like Fnatic. I mean, this is a squad that has multiple championships across multiple esports and are usually synonymous with excellence when it comes to gaming. So you got, not the Incognito are bad in any way. They're a fantastic roster, but the expectations are on you. And whoever you are, you might be a young talent in the scene, and maybe people are looking at you like, oh yeah, he deserves a shot on one of these squads. But there's a big difference between a young talent who should get a shot on a squad between, okay, now expectations are here. You're here. You beat out other players for this roster spot. Now there's expectations on you, and you must come out with the win right here, right now, in my opinion.
Let's see it happen, Tony. What's clear is there is some early chemistry out of this Fnatic team with that fourth, whoever it is. Maybe a bit of a honeymoon. Maybe they have some reps together already. Either way, Karmea not worried about it. He just deleted further rhyme cross map. He's got the camo to work with as well. And look at these shots as he takes Envor. A second victim to his BR here. Super CC going to trade out with Neuronical, but this high ground position favorable for Karmea. They just need to get to the ball. Multiple dying here as the man picks up a spree for himself. He'll look for spawners over in C. Finally, the ball is collected. They'll rotate it back to pipes. And a setup opportunity here for Incognito.
Early ball time for Incognito, already in their gold side setup, and I want to say they want to rotate that ball towards A side, but it looks like Septify breaking through the front door, taking down Karmea, has Envor with them as well. Septify on the feed finds yet another one as all four members momentarily going down for Incognito. That should be some ball time in favor of Septify, but Septify having the shock rifle and also having the grapple as well. Would love to see the grapple in the hands of someone else who was able to grapple that ball to safety. But either way, I know Septify will make plays with the shock rifle. It's only a matter of time.
I mean, right as you say it, Tony, he's going to snap onto a head, earn a perfect kill, though he is shut down by Cycle. That'll put the shock back down. Actually, not by Cycle. Must have been one of the teammates. Either way, Cycle going to get more kills here. That's further rhyme down for the count. 18 on board here for Incognito. A couple more slays they'll need to get back to the ball. And there go the slays in the feed. Still got a weak player up in long haul, but Neuronical in position to deal with that. And I'd like to see somebody get the ball and start to collect some of that time, right? When you pick up 2 dead, all spawning at A, none of this is ball time somehow. Which is making me think there's a bit of a missed opportunity here for Incognito. They will finally collect the ball. Shock in the hands of Karmea as he picks up one in the feed, but here comes the pressure out of Fnatic with the sword. So no time translates in the end. The ball, I think, reset as well. So still only 18 for Incognito, despite all the work they just put in. And Karmea, I mean, 10 kills to his name. The camo, the shock, he can't even get it with his grapple here. So they got to find grapple. Exactly. They got to find their timings together here.
Well, the ball is in the hands of Incognito. And, I think it's actually good because Karmea does have the shock rifle, so why would he have the ball in hands? I'm glad that somebody else in Piggy unselfishly grabbing the ball from him. However, Karmea does end up going down, so that shock rifle over toward the battery side. Neuronical trying to put down damage. Just to make you all aware, Fnatic are up 1-0 in rounds and only need 75 points to come out with the win. Incognito will have to pull the full 100 out. It looks like they're very comfortable with doing just that because they're not only putting points on the board, they're shooting bodies as well. Neuronical trying to get into the head of Fnatic.
And he will do just that. I mean, did you say it was 1-0? Because you wouldn't believe it was 1-0 Fnatic coming into this round. When you look at the dominance out of Incognito, they're still going, still getting slays. Neuronical can spin, land a melee on Deceptify. Looks like he will drop. And with the numbers, Fnatic can finally start to get back some vantage points on the map here. Septify with a shock in hand as well. You got 3 members of Incognito just waiting up in attic to deal with him, though. So Septify will play it slow. Envor will push up. Already a kill on the cycle. Ball out center. That's 2 dead. And here's another opportunity to get to that ball. And I love... Oh, no. I was going to say I love the awareness and the use of the grapple. Unfortunately, he missed it. A teammate will get the ball, and Envor with a sneaky overkill on the feed. The man's doing all the work himself while Septify and rest of the team do what they can to control the weapon. Super CC has him.
And not only was Envor able to get an overkill on the feed, but Super CC then gets away with the camouflage and the shock rifle. But Piggy pulls down the double kill. Beautifully played. And once again, Incognito breaking the setup of Fnatic, and that's going to convert to some ball time in the hands of the boys in blue eventually, because somehow they still haven't found the... Okay, there we go. We found it. It's over there. There's an indicator on it. Don't worry. We got it.
They got to it eventually, right? The ball's been kind of like elusive this game, though, right? We've had a couple opportunities, one from Incognito earlier, where they couldn't quite get to it to get a setup. Then Fnatic, despite the slays, only 20 seconds to their name so far. They're still getting kills here. Envor looking for a pinch on to spawn, but does get turned on and dropped in the feet. Now up to Septify. He locked things down from this angle. You've got the ball still yet to be picked up here. You can see Super CC in trouble. Septify comes back to help. He'll keep CC alive only for a second, though. Septify still work to do, as you've got members of Incognito coming in left and right here. Piggy gonna barely survive. Double at a Septify before he drops. Maybe Piggy can do some damage here.
Both of these teams really not want to commit to that ball time setup unless they know they get around the slays that makes them comfortable. Finally, Karmia finds the rotation with the help of the grapple. Nades are flying in left and right as that ball makes it towards the seaside, but they've already lost Cycle and Piggy as well. So now Karmia and Ironical, the last two alive here for Incognito. 75 points and counting for Incognito. Karmia putting down the shots. That ball's going to make it off the map. Everybody slayed out for Incognito, and Fnatic get ball in hands.
Fnatic finally got the ball transferred to a good spot here up on top. Attic. Cycle going to try to get a cheeky stick cross map. Instead, he should take the fight right up front. But further, Rhyme will get the best of it. Quick little pickup, though, from the Ronicle to answer back. He's got the camo. Karmia with 2. So Incognito, once again, they flipped the setup. Something they could not quite do efficiently in the first round, but second round looking very different. And with everyone spawning up A, you can see they're all trying to get the pipes here. The Ronicle, maybe he can pick off a sneaky kill. Looks like he's alone for this, though. I love the teamwork out of Fnatic. They decided to send all their numbers through pipes and one down bottom center. It didn't work, though.
Ronicle putting down shots, not able to get the win. However, the fourth member of Fnatic's going to go down, and that's going to be it. Incognito able to steal away what looks like round number 1, but this is a version 2. So we're tied up now, each team having 1 round apiece. Both of them will have to put the full 100 points to take the win. We already seen one upset, and in my opinion, if Incognito able to pull out the win against Fnatic, that will be another upset, as further Rhyme 117 winning out his slays to get the camouflage in hands. Doesn't net to early ball time just yet, but another round of slays, and most likely that ball will find the hands of Fnatic.
Unless they die first, though, right? With the camo there, picks up grapple, couldn't quite live, and now Incognito on the aggressive cycle with a double. My God, he'll take a triple, too. You see how quickly he snaps. He's looking for it over here. Oh, not quite going to land it. But the reticle placement, the attention to detail, you know he heard that call for top control. He was so ready. We'll pick up a wingman as well, and his team already going to answer with a setup that's 12 seconds and counting. Incognito in that time where Fnatic had a member drop out, Tony, they got a second to regain and come back with way more energy.
Yeah, I mean, icing the kicker, and Incognito, Fnatic were on a roll, so, maybe a tactical lag out coming in, and now Incognito looking so good in this secondary round. A double kill now being earned by Psycho. That's going to net to a killing spree, going in for the third one. And look at Psycho putting that man on a cycle, staying alive, working the boxes, working the angles, and now that he's full shields, wants to go back into the fight. Shots go in, and somehow Cycle is still alive. Despite multiple Fnatic players funneling in, they're finally able to shut him down. And that's the first death of his round here for Cycle. That was literally his first death.
The amount of attention he draws to himself as he stays alive, right? 3 members of Fnatic had to come up and deal with him to finally kill him. Further Rhyme going to live over on Seaside in the meantime, though. Great vantage point to get a few shots in from behind. Looks like a second player's not going to spot him as well, so should be a couple clean pickups here out of Fnatic, and more ball time as well. They already got presence for the camo. They could start to snowball this. You can see Piggy did pick up a kill in the feed. Still got a flanker coming in. Remote detonation off of Carmeo. So Incognito, despite what looked like an advantage there for Fnatic, they're still finding ways to play tricky. Further Rhyme tries to get up with the grapple. Can't quite get anything he wanted there. That ball still in play. Fnatic not able to get a setup. Now Incognito getting the best of these trades.
Carmere finds ball in hands, gonna quickly rotate it over towards Psycho while he plays the middle angle, but Neronical goes down into the pit. Carmere not able to save him nor get the cleanup kill. Is able to get away with his life, but his teammates are falling left and right, and that ball is played towards the middle of the map in a baitable position as 2 go down for each of the teams fighting for map control.
Tony, this Incognito team, no joke, right? Winning ESA last week. Dropping, did they take Fnatic out of the running last week as well? I think they might have. Either way, Fnatic, right, had a lower placing than expected. All of a sudden, Incognito this week coming with a fire here, looking to lock out the series once again. 54 points to work with. Cycle's been the demon on the map to just be a nuisance for him. That's another kill on the Further Rhyme. Spawner's up on A side. Cycle just going to watch for any overextension here. He's got shots into one. Teammates likely will collapse. That's Neronical with the kill. Numbers advantage once again. Neronical with a double ball out center. Another setup coming in for Incognito off of this one.
And that's a good memory you have. Incognito 2-1 Fnatic in the winners semifinals. And then Fnatic were knocked out by Torrent, who also were in this tournament as well. So Torrent not only getting big wins yesterday against KCP, but also got a big win against Fnatic. We're going to see if Fnatic can bounce back here. They're currently down in points. Incognito have control of the map. Cycle now going to slide over towards top gold. But luckily, Super CC getting the first kill. Septify taking down Piggy. Cycle's going to go down as well. So 3 down for Incognito. This needs to be ball time. Fnatic are able to rotate it over towards their gold side setup. The question is, can they hold it?
Fnatic need to play perfectly to swing this back. They got to start winning their 1v1s to do it. Envor might be able to get this kill in the bottom mid. He will. It's Cycle now dead. That's going to alleviate some pressure off of Super CC to get back to that ball. They still only have 25-29 to their name. Carmea, I think, got a backspec. I think he snuck into bottom mid. Managed to pick up a kill there with a backspec. Neronical now with a hell of an angle to continue to suppress players. He'll drop a couple nades into C2. Pick up Further Rhyme. Some beautiful shots at Neronical. The ball's still going to be held by Fnatic, but they are down in a 3v3 actually now. Neronical doesn't want to push it immediately, though. Carmeo with the opening kill. This is their chance to break the setup.
But it looks like Fnatic are decided to rotate the ball over. Look at that rotation coming in all the way through gold. Makes it over towards the long haul. And it looks like he's going to pass it over to another teammate. So the ball movement coming out of Fnatic, quite impressive. But they're not getting slays. They need to quickly go down for Fnatic. Neronico's going to drop, though. Beautifully played by Envor. And that ball still towards the middle. They need the slays. Carmere says, I don't need the slays. I just need to grab the ball. He drops in, tries to cheek away a little bit of ball time. Not sure how far he's going to be able to make it. Doesn't even, I don't think he's able to get the play. No, excuse me, I'm sorry. He is able to play the ball off the map before going down. So well played by Carmere.
And is that enough to allow his teams to get back to it, though? You can see the fights are still scrappy here. Further Rhyme does get away alive. They got a numbers. But they have numbers to push up through the hallway here. Envor with a kill on the Piggy as well. Ball still out center. And Fnatic looking to make the attack for it. What target does he select, right? Tries to jump over one enemy to shoot the other. Unfortunately, he will die. Septify here to pick up the pieces, though. He'll cover things up for Fnatic. 2 now dead as well. Should be a chance to get the ball here. So Septify going to come out and risk it, getting tagged up from C. He could get some scrappy time with this. He needs some team fire help, though, to give him a chance to get out. Instead, Envor will get out with the ball. So nice quick collection. Immediately transfers over to Envor. We got 1:11 on the board here, Tony. Very close game. And a little bit of time to work with as well. Things going to get down to the wire here for sure.
And as another reminder, Fnatic do have a round win, not according to the scoreboard, but according to the last game. Yeah. So again, both teams only needing 1 round to come out with the win, and it's Incognito still coming out on top as far as the points, but not coming out on top of the slays. They quickly go 2 down. That ball finds its way towards the middle of the map in an debatable position for Incognito. Psycho coming right off the spawn, taking down Super CC, and Fnatic taking a long rotation to get towards the C side. Will it pay off?
Well, it looks like it's a bit of a food chain, right? He's got players behind him as well. Envor has to turn and try to take the fight here. Looks like that player did back off. Ball out center as they want to get to it. 30 seconds on the clock. Somebody's going to have to touch that ball on the side of Fnatic to at least stop the timer here and give themselves a chance. Envoy's just trying to take fights in the meantime, though. He will die. 19 seconds to go here. Septify, his position and his life here is so important. Needs this kill out. He'll take it. Picks up the ball with 12 seconds to go. Tony, they can do this, but he has to live to make it happen. Trade comes out top attic. Envoy, 8 seconds to get the ball. Okay, he's got a teammate with it. I'm freaking out here for a second. Ball in hand and back attic. They can even the odds here. Look how close they are.
As long as Fnatic have the ball in hands, that timer will stop. But if they can take the lead, they can then bait the ball and force it into a position where Incognito will have to make a play. And that's exactly what Fnatic do. They drop the ball and are now 3 seconds away. There's one more play that comes in, but he gets repulsed back towards long haul. And Fnatic coming out with the win. The player tries to sneak in and grab the ball to make one last-ditch effort, but it looks like it's repulsed back. Fnatic come out with the win. That's going to be a 2-1, getting their rematch against Incognito and knocking them down into the elimination bracket.
And the advantage, I guess, of having the disconnect is we go into that second round, at least according to that game, and they get to do a celebratory teabag to each other or whatever as well. They get to touch and pop off. Fnatic, they come away with the win. That was a rematch as well, like we talked about earlier. Tony, Incognito beat Fnatic last week in the winner's bracket. They set them back in winner semis, I think, as well. So it was this exact timing that the matchup took place. This time, Fnatic, they move on the victors. And what a beautiful way to do it, too. Get the ball, to 74, just a 1 second advantage, and then bleed out the timer and the use of the repulsor, too, just to make sure there's no chance they get that ball. There's no chance they get the time. Fnatic, they seal it out. Tony, another close series. Every single freaking series going the distance today. It's winter semis, but once we drop down to lower bracket, I mean, I don't expect anything to be any different. Every single team is high caliber.
Yeah, now we're just waiting for the other side of the bracket. I think we have EXO going up against Oxygen Esports, and it looks like we're actually going to get that on screen. So we're going to watch both of the semifinals matchup here. Now, EXO just previously got a 2-1 win over Pioneers earlier in round 3. That was a big win for EXO, and Oxygen Esports were able to 2-1 Torrent, which, by the way, Torrent, I mean, they're like, you know, they're the upset kings, in my opinion. They were able to take down Fnatic last week, able to take down KCP just yesterday. So they're a team you have to respect. And Oxygen Esports, with their new fourth Cherish, were able to come out with a 2-1 win. So both of those rounds, well fought and hard to actually get here. Now we're going to see who's going to come out on top and make it to the winners finals to go up against Fnatic. Will it be EXO or will it be Oxygen Esports?
Just a couple bracket updates in the meantime as well. Tony, Torrent are out of the tournament, so no more upset kings in this tournament this time. Looks like Timber Esports were the upset kings today. They took Torrent out in the 2-1 series. So very close series took place in the lower bracket. Timber are now waiting for a competitor. We got still need an org. They're going to be going up against Recognize Us in their next series. Recognize Us beat Complexity? Am I reading that for real? There's no score. Like, it says 0-0, but it says that Recognize Us have moved on in the bracket. I'm just reading what I see on front of me. So it does look like they beat Complexity, which also seems like an upset. We didn't get to see them today. And then still need an org. Of course, that was a grand finalist from last week coming through the lower bracket, comprised of both Gears and COD players. That's a hell of a team as well. So we might get to see a little bit more of them if they don't get beat by Recognize Us, who are apparently upset kings today, too. Tony, this has been a hell of a tournament so far. Like you said, EXO, Oxygen Esports coming up next. I don't know what to expect from any of these series. I can't give you a prediction. Could you predict any of this?
Well, I definitely could have predicted all of this happening. I mean, a Fnatic over Incognito, I would have. Going to game 3 and Incognito being just moments away from coming out with the win, definitely couldn't have predicted that. Pioneers losing to EXO would have lost my bet. And I would even say, you know, Oxygen Esports are very good, but I would have said, I probably would have picked Torrent over them in that matchup, and I would have been wrong. So let me say, luckily, there's no esports gambling here in Georgia, because I'd be out a lot of money here. Meanwhile, I mean, we also got to talk about not only did Torrent lose to Oxygen Esports, which to me is a little bit less of an upset, than Timbers, not even playing with their full roster.
Really?
The number 2 team coming out of Latin America, able to take down a top 16 team, even maybe I believe even top 12 in Anaheim. Now that's a big win coming out of Timbers, and I mean, a win for them is like a win for all of Latin American esports, because we're going to see them all showing up hopefully at Kansas City. Oh, I can't wait.
Right. I can't wait to see all the talent we have coming in from, like you said, from Latin America coming up in Kansas City. And we're getting a bit of a taste of what that might be like in our Esports Arena tournaments. Every single week, we've got either it's PK or it's Timber Esports coming in and doing something surprising. And Tony, like you said, it's not their full team. It's Magico, Noble, Nasty Bullet, and Luor instead. Not sure who that would be. Is that Pelu that they would normally have, I think?
Mm-hmm.
Instead,
yeah,
so Luor,
Pelu. Oh,
Mhm.
sorry.
Go for it.
Pelu is a Colombian player, so he wasn't able to compete when it came to the Latin American series because you were only allowed to have Mexican players. So Pelu ultimately was replaced on PK. He was actually on PK for quite some time. Then Pelu actually moves out to Mexico for this super, the $50,000 super, and jumps on Timber Esports. And let me tell you, he made his presence known immediately because they actually beat out PK in our tournament in the winners bracket, which was absolutely incredible for Timber Esports. I'm wondering if, I don't know if it was a temporary move, if he moved out to Mexico only for the actual super that was $50,000, or if they will be continuing to play as a full roster on that bill. But either way, Timber Esports definitely having a big step up, adding Pelu, formerly of your Pittsburgh Knights.
Right. So not only with Timber do you have a bit of a mix-up in the roster today and still some excellent potential despite it, you also, even with Oxygen Esports, we've got a recent change in that roster as well. What was previously with Swish on the team, you've now got Cherished, Common, Haynes, and Dame. So Cherished taking the place of Swish now for what, I want to say at least 2 to 3 weeks in a row at this point. And so far, so good, according to the bracket. Who did they upset already? It was Torrent earlier in the bracket. Would be the biggest one so far. This would be their next tell. If they beat EXO, they beat the team that beat, what was it? Who did we witness just previously?
Pioneers. If Oxygen beat EXO, EXO just beat Pioneers.
Wait, and Pioneers are they still in the tournament? Oh, they have Cinta Negra they're going up against in their series. So that has yet to play. So Pioneer's still in lower bracket. Jeez.
Jesus, right. I mean, the bracket has been absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had incredible teams show up with amazing storylines, but I don't want to be done. I don't want this to be over. You know, I see Neighbor in the chat right now. Neighbor, I want you to have a squad and come on in and compete. I want to see SSG. Tylenol was in here earlier. I want to see even more teams coming in and making a name and making a name for yourself, or at least getting some good, valuable practice as we move forward into these tournaments. Kansas City's around the corner. We saw SSG upset E United. We're seeing Pioneers, you know, getting upset 3 times in just 2 days. You know, the meta is still being defined. Teams are still starting to take shape. So get in that practice grind, because there's big money on the line here in Kansas City. And I promise you, if North America's not grinding, you know who are? EU. You know who are? Latin America. Even ANZ have a couple of respectable squads that can make some noise. So if we're not grinding here, we might just get caught up by some of the other regions.
Right. It's hard to say. Like, there's no clear leaderboard outside of maybe like top 5 or top 6. Everything else is just in flux, right? It's all volatile. And I can't wait to see who can not only surprise us, but breaks through into that upper echelon as well, because it's so early with Infinite, because rosters are always changing. We don't know the meta to a T yet, or it's still evolving as well, right? Some of the plays that I'm seeing now in comparison to months ago, Tony, like these, some of these nerdier slides and angles, there's been a lot of, and I know I love to freak out about the slides, but there's a few different ones and specific angles that I've been hitting for a while in my training mode, just when I'm playing on my own, and wondering when I would see pros start to use it optimally in game. And I'm seeing them use it all the time. Like, they're starting to hit every single slide that they go for, every single like advanced tech or repulsor play or thrust or whatever it is. It's all consistent now. And now that it's consistent, it's necessary. Now everybody has to know how to do this stuff to kind of to keep up with some of the plays in the meta. So it's crazy to see how these things evolve. And then, I mean, once you go down to raw accuracy, especially with the boys on EXO, that was a perfect example. I think in our last series, EXO their ability to take down a team like Pioneers, who, despite having all the mechanics, you know, EXO just icing up, hitting the shots they needed to.
Yeah, I think EXO played really well against Pioneers, and I wouldn't be surprised if they bring that same exact energy against Oxygen Esports. I mean, EXO are a very good team, but I don't know if before today I was going to put them on the same level as Pioneers. I don't know if I was even going to put them on the same level as Oxygen Esports, right. But EXO putting myself and everybody on notice, letting them know that, you know, they're here to stay.
We'll see how much longer they stay, Tony. This is a hell of a matchup coming up. I can't wait to get into it. Of course, guys, as soon as it's ready, we're going to jump in. We're not just talking to talk. We're waiting for this one to get set up in the lobby. We got Strongholds on Streets, Slayer on Live Fire, Oddball on Recharge coming up. Considering what we've seen from EXO so far, I mean, sky's the limit. If they can take out Pioneers, then why not Oxygen as well? But Oxygen, they've already beat Torrent today. So both teams with, you know, quite a lot of accolades, we'll say, under their belts so far. Can't wait to see where this goes, Tony. Any thoughts coming into this series with the layout we see?
Yeah, you know, Stronghold Streets, I think Oxygen Esports really want to play a very fast brand of Halo. So in my opinion, they should be able to come out with the win. But I will say, Pioneers tried to outspeed EXO to begin with, and EXO just simply kind of, you know, set their feet and made sure they won their individual battles and made it very hard for any speed to come in, because they ultimately they weren't on the field to begin with. So I would imagine they're going to try to play that same brand of Halo here in game number 1 against Oxygen Esports. I believe you had something.
No, they're definitely. I mean, they're definitely pulling out the nerdy plays as well, right? There's no lack of discipline on any of these teams. You know, even with a team that you would say, okay, so here's a team that comes from Halo 5. You know, the guys from Halo 5 they're gonna hit their slides. They're gonna be moving around quick and be very mechanical. But even the teams that come from Halo 3, I'm seeing are incredibly advanced in their mechanics, are putting everything together and have the accuracy on top of it. So there's no slacking here, which I think is sick, and there's no lack of puppies on the broadcast as well. Tony, you want to introduce whoever you got with you? Wait,
she got something to say.
You can't reveal the 4th member of Fnatic. How?
No,
wait,
baby,
don't let her do it.
No, don't say it. Don't say it. What she was saying is that she thinks Oxygen Esports are gonna take this 2-1. Is that the case? Let me tell you, Zoe, she's what, like 18-0 in predictions?
Really?
And she says Oxygen Esports are gonna take this 2-1. All right, you think so?
2-1. And then what's the final score in Oddball Recharge?
What's the final score? Okay, all right. Again, another 2-1. So it's gonna go all 3 rounds, and it's gonna go 2-1 in favor of Oxygen Esports. Well played, baby. Well played. Now go. No.
And
you gotta go.
If she's correct, which one of us loses our job after? And then she has to take our job, right? Because there's no way we still deserve our jobs if she beats our prediction. Anyway, we'll have to find out, Tony. 2-1, like you said, and even 2-1 in the oddball. Either way, we got a ways to go before we get there. Our series finally underway. Oxygen going to kick things off with a fast start here.
Yeah, she pressed the start button. Finally, finally somebody did it. 2 down. Go Oxygen Esports. And EXO once again taking early control. Haynes going in for the challenge though, taking down Fantasy, but Piles comes back in for the cleanup. A double cap in favor of EXO, but it's a AC hold. One of the hardest setups to control. Actually, the hardest setup to control here on the streets.
So far, looks like EXO have managed to bounce back a little bit, but Cherished could change that. He's got the Stalker in hand, Common dead out in C. Haynes with 2 kills, though. That'll bring him back to high ground here. Just let them spawn out. Maybe you can cut somebody off. Looks like Driveway will be the play here. And can't quite get the kill, though. Sargon's going to come out with that. And that gives Fantasy and team maybe a chance to get to B. You can see Fantasy now fighting for B. Common going to do what he can to contest it. Haynes going to try to get here in time. Looks like the nade does do the trick. So they'll immediately bounce back into it, and something we see so often in this game. Of course, coverage of B going to be so massive. You get access to both A and C. You get sight lines across the map, so the fight going to continue for B as they look to lock this side of the map down.
36-9 lead in favor of Team EXO. Well, coming out with that early lead, but it's Oxygen Esports that are getting a second wind. Common goes down, though. Powell's able to get the kill onto the B side as 3 down. Go Oxygen Esports, leaving Haynes by himself, timing the Bulldog, able to get it, the off-the-rack kill, but there were still 3 down, and it looks like he's going to join them on the Blackfeet as EXO taking firm control of the map.
EXO going to bring things right back into their control and in time for the Rockets as well. Can they get to them? Fantasy with a nice little flank. Looks like he didn't even need to be there in time. Now he's got positioning right out for the right out center. Doesn't hit a single shot, though. Unfortunately, he's going to get juked just a little bit. I think those Rockets might have gone over to Oxygen Esports in the meantime. Can't quite see where they are. Looks like they are on B stairs. Sargoth doing everything he can to avoid them. Thrust going to go in the hands of Haynes, though, and Haynes going to try to put this second rocket to use, and doesn't look like he got any dice off that.
Haynes goes in for the challenge onto the tire. Sadly, the Bulldog too strong coming out of Piles, who's looking to leave a pile of bodies behind the Cherish, though. The perfect kill onto Employee. Piles going to come in with another one, able to get the cleanup, but finally Name shutting him down. Another 54-40 lead in favor of EXO. And once again, Oxygen Esports fighting back, looking to put a trip cap on the board. It's going to go in, but EXO are working on Charlie.
Very aggressive play. How is he? He got a kill, though. He just went up against two different players. For some reason, one of them backed off. Didn't help with the fight there. Haynes getting away with a kill. You figured he would have got melted. Instead, he's going to get back to C. He's got team help to help make sure he secures it. Common now up through center. Cherish and Name will die, though. Got a numbers disadvantage. That might give EXO some time to get back to B and control that side of the map. You can see Haynes does want to find an opportunity to stop things from the center. He's got to be so careful with this push. All the nades about to be dropped into B stairs. Such a risky place to push when they've got coverage on the B. He does walk away with a trade, but Sargoth still here to defend it.
And luckily, Sargoth had the thrust to get out of that situation, going down to one shot, but it looks like Cherish will end up shutting him down. The Stalker Rifle making an appearance in the game. Fantasy, once again, having the Bulldog looking to shut some players down as the Rockets are coming up, but he's not able to do so. A quick 3 down for EXO is going to net Oxygen Esports. The Rockets, but it looks like Common goes down. The Rockets end up in the hands of Piles somehow. Piles going to use the Rockets immediately. Multiple going down for Oxygen Esports, and once again, they're able to get control. The triple kill is in. The overkill goes down. Piles is starting to heat up and gets himself a Stalker Rifle. He's going off.
Piles and EXO have locked down the map as well. Look at this. They're forced to get to C. They got to stop the bleeding here. Piles going to likely keep the damage up. Does he just go straight for the fight, or he takes his time? Lets them draw some attention from center. I like this out of Piles. Cherish and Name do get 2 kills, so Piles going to snap back for the killing spree on the Common. It is down numbers, though, and is going to go down to hit this black screen as well. Looks like Oxygen will get the best of him, but 138 on the board off of that play from EXO, so Oxygen fighting from the back foot. Here, Name will collect C. He's got Stalker. Oh, he just jumped right over the Stalker. He's not even going to use it.
Nah, Name is looking to make a play with the BR. That's all he needs. The trusty battle rifle in hands, and he can make something happen. Pre-nading the tire side as he gets the call-outs that if someone's in PD snitching, he's going to get rid of them. Haynes ends up taking down Sargoth, and they're already working on A. Oxygen Esports out rotating EXO at the moment and are looking to eat away at this lead. And of course, you have the leading man, nice. Haynes 16 and 10. Name getting a beautiful shot, ends up earning himself that assist. And now we're having the control and the collapse coming in out of Oxygen Esports. They are slaying out and taking control.
Ooh, they got them staggered for sure. Now spawning back A as well. And look at the pressure already coming from all sides here. Nades in. He does die, but now Sargoth actually going to get a sweet little flank opportunity. Likely a split spawn from behind. The fact that he got here in time, managed to disrupt things, maybe give EXO a chance to break out of what could have been a setup. They'll take B from it. What else can Sargoth do? You got spawners coming out from C here. 2 different angles on him. He's got to back off. He's playing this angle so carefully. Still doing so much damage. Common does come in, gets the kill. And look at the point total now. Oxygen Esports, they found a way to bring things back. They've taken the lead, and Haynes with another kill. Looking for a double as well here. Almost taking it. Name will get the kill. A 160 and counting as they have a numbers advantage coming up onto A now.
And Ace quickly is going to be trying to be taken by Sargoth, but Common hops right on it with the cleanup kill, but looks like they dedicated some of their resources stealing away Bravo as well. So B goes in the hands of EXO, but they go 3 down. Piles tries to equalize the situation, but it's not going to be enough. Another trip cap going in favor of Oxygen Esports.
And a nice rotation out of Haynes too. Look how he wraps wide. He's already got coverage on that right-hand side onto A, so the fact that he came in from Cafe side, gives him an easy flank to pinch, make sure he gets the reset, and then spawners up in C, and they're all going to fly at it. This will flip the spawns, but if they get the kills and get the cap, and if they have teammates in position to watch the new spawners, they get to keep them staggered. 198 on the board here. He caps C. They can get points in their favor again, but you can see A and B looking to be turned by EXO. Common and name with kills. Fantasy with the shotgun in the feed. Fantasy is going to have to go huge with that shotty. Unfortunately, he did die to his stick, though, and you can see once again, EXO kind of on their back foot here. They're staggered.
Yeah, I feel like Oxygen Esports are just playing too fast for EXO. They're getting in the face of EXO and making them really uncomfortable, throwing off their timing, and they're also winning the pivotal gunfights. That obviously helps. Haynes having name back like an undershirt. Beautifully played. The reset coming in on B, and it looks like Cherish ends up taking down Pals all the way towards the Charlie side. So another reset coming in.
Wow,
EXO
GG.
are diving into bases, but they're getting slain out. The resets are coming in. Shyways throwing up the GGs. That's exactly what we're seeing here for game number 1. Oxygen Esports 250 to 138, and once again, Zoe undefeated when it comes to predictions.
I mean, there's no doubting Oxygen are quick on the map. EXO had an early opportunity for control, right? Piles hit a sick over. We only got to catch the last 2 kills in it, but it created an opening and a chance for map control. They couldn't lock it down. I think one thing that Oxygen did way more efficiently was quickly create a perimeter around every single spawn and pinch and get kills, and then create a new perimeter on the new spawn, right? They always had somebody who was so quick, whether it was, you know, a fast slide to get to the opposite lane or just awareness of his position relative to his teammates. They're flexible on the map, and because of it, they're always pinching, right? They're always collapsing, and the snowball was just in session because of it. They ran away with the second half of the game, and it makes me wonder what this might mean for Slayer coming up, because the same kind of recipe could happen here in Slayer, or we could see a team set up. Of course, it's Live Fire coming up next, Tony.
Yeah, and in my opinion, although Live Fire is definitely not the biggest map that we have, it's definitely bigger than Streets, and it plays a whole lot differently. So maybe this is exactly what EXO need to gain some momentum. First to 50 kills takes to win 12 minutes on the clock. We talked about it all the time, how the sniper rifle is it's so strong, and you put it in the right player's hands, you can really go off. But in my opinion, the sniper rifle takes a lot of skill and also takes a certain type of play style. Maybe you got to slow things down, maybe go towards the tower, where in my opinion, I think the heat wave, you can slow things down with the heat wave for sure, but you can definitely up the tempo. So I think it's, in my opinion, the heat wave is a little bit more versatile on a map like Live Fire. So that's always going to be my MVP on this map.
I think like the heat wave, definitely in those close quarter situations, you're going to dominate for sure. You can take some easy kills with it, but the snipe is flexible though, right? I think that no scoping with the snipe, a little underrated sometimes. Some of these players, especially at a high level, watch somebody like Renegade play with the snipe. He plays aggressive as hell. Like, he doesn't tend to set up. He goes in, he just flick no scopes, and he gets kills. Even if you tag the body, you switch to BR, you pick up the easy, the easy kill with the BR. So great opportunity you can get from the snipe, depending on how you choose to play it. Of course, it's a high risk, high reward play style to go aggressive with snipe. You can drop it, give it up to the enemy. But if you're cracked, if you're hitting your shots, Tony, things could definitely snowball that way too. So we'll see. In the end of the day, I think what matters most is that the team is aware of it. Whatever the decision is, they're making that decision together, whether it's be aggressive or hold a setup. Either of them can definitely work in this series. Can't wait to see it though, Tony. The heat wave, the snipe, going to be the main points of control. What else do we have on the map to really lock things down here?
You know, I love watching the top competitors with the repulsor. I think the creative plays they make, both with the movement and offensively, you know, I've seen you talk about in one of your videos where if you're stuck in an animation, that repulsor can come out instantly and break the animation and create some kind of action on the field. So say you're in the middle of a melee cooldown, that repulsor comes in, throws your opponent off, slams them against the wall like their whole time. I get flying, I get tossed around like a rag doll, and while all that's happening, you're able to gain back and catch up within a gunfight. And of course, repulsing someone off the map is absolutely incredible. Yeah. But as you're running away one shot, you know, repulsing up, throwing off your opponent and getting that height advantage from a non-advantageous position can be really good as well. So I love watching the repulsor in the hands of top competition. Put it in the hands of myself, and maybe you're not going to see much action, but put it in the hands of somebody like, for example, Name or Common, and they can definitely make some plays happen.
It's so flexible, right? Like you said, you can cancel animations like melee repulse, but I find that high-level players can even anticipate moments when their opponent will throw a nade. And the moment they throw a nade, they're already ready to send the nade right back at them. So little, awareness cues like that, or even just using it for general movement. Like something I find myself doing a lot more, Tony, is when you sprint slide 360 repulse, like you 180, but you do a full 360 with it. That actually is very quick. If you've got no area to curb slide, you got open space, especially with live fire, a lot of little open space areas where you can just very quickly hit the 360 launch, join up with your team, get that angle, get that timing just a little bit earlier, and to keep the pressure up. Maybe we'll see that in this game. Sargoth, no doubt the man's got pressure coming in. He gets a perfect to start. Pyle's going to look to answer as well. There's the heat wave that we've talked about. And he'll die, get the bank shot kill. Big pickup still to get the trade there. 3-2 to start here.
On board with Fantasy of Team EXO at the moment, trying to defend this camouflage, using it as a bit of bait, watching the choke, but it looks like he's going to take some heavy damage, going down to one shot, earns himself the assist because Employee coming out of nowhere, putting in the work, allows Fantasy to go full camo. It's a 5-4 lead in favor of Oxygen Esports, but this camouflage could net them a few kills.
Full camo and awareness as well, going to come in with the melee. Probably not the timing he had intended. He's now one shot, and the nades will finish him as well. So Fantasy not coming away with as much as he had hoped for with that camo, and maybe that means that Oxygen have a chance to reverse things. You can see now 8-5 on the board. Name's going to come up center. He's got Comet on his right-hand side. There's that repulsor once again on the floor. He'll pick that up. Shots into center. Going to help out Cherish. Big pickup on the Sargoth. Does walk away to bring that with a 9-7. And a close start once again. They got to watch out for that heat wave. Bottom mid, though, right? Oxygen right in time to grab it off a spawn. Now they have it as well.
On board now with Employee having a big bounce back game from that game number 1. Already 3-1. Oh, and beautiful outshot onto Common. Working on the double kill. Almost able to get it, but a kill and a half as he earns himself the assist. Cherish gonna now try to catch an angle towards Haynes as Haynes takes down one, and that camouflage coming up. Oxygen Esports having full control of the map, already applying pressure onto the mid, taking down Fantasy. There's one more towards the bottom tower. I guess not, because he's gonna go down, but they didn't leave somebody behind to grab the camouflage, and EXO were able to get their hands on it.
Oxygen trying to get aggressive together there. And I like the attempt. Doesn't quite allow them to pull away just yet. They do have 18-14, though, so still a comfy lead for me. There's the 3 dead they were looking for. That'll likely flip things. You got spawners out in B. Bit of a split, though. Look how they split across the map here. Out behind tower. Name got a little bit 1v1 to take, though. Piles will take that fight instead. Now 17-18 as they even the odds here. Sargoth still alive with that camo. Not for long, though. Common with the double to reverse things. Piles coming up from behind. He'll trade it. And they'll keep things close. It's scrappy so far here, Tony.
And that's exactly what Piles needs to do. They need to find a way to slow down the offense coming out of Oxygen Esports. In game number 1, Oxygen Esports were allowed to dictate the pace of the game, and they chose fast, and more fast. And now EXO needs to find a way to slow them down, get those pivotal kills, put them in a 3v4 situation, and that's going to force Oxygen to slow the whole entire game down. Haynes takes that grenade like a champ, decides to run over towards bottom mid, ends up being caught by Employee, but able to get the kill. Fantasy pulling off the double, tied up at 23 apiece. The sniper coming into play, not for long, as Piles stealing it away from Common.
Piles just stares down Common with that snipe, too. Just no shame or no, they're not threatened by it, as they're literally meters apart from each other. Maybe it's Piles' turn to hit a no-scope of his own. BR out, should be able to get the kill. Worked a little longer for it, doesn't quite hit the shot in the second. Now he's got to get out of the fight, and just barely he'll do it, but you can see his teammates are now dead here too. Cherish with 2, Haynes with another. That snipe going to transfer hands. Oxygen not only with snipe, but with a slight advantage here too. I take it back. Fantasy will even the odds. Maybe Name can put a change to that, though. Camo now coming up as well, so they want this outside map control.
Name putting in the work, not able to get the kill, but luckily Cherish comes in for the cleanup, and Haynes just getting right by Fantasy, having no idea where he came from, ends up getting the double kill, and that's going to net him a sniper rifle. He knows that the players are spawning over toward the B side. The body shot coming in, just barely missing out on the head, but Common flies for the double kill, and Oxygen Esports have come to play.
Oxygen very quickly collapse on those two spawners, make splits there. End up walking away with 2 kills without any answer. It looks like off of this next spawn, Exo will get aggressive as well. Haynes not worried about it, though. He'll drop a spree. That's Sargoth now dead. 34 on the board for it. Waiting on the heat wave, too. The awareness, that's where the coach comes in as well, right? The fact that they're always calling out and always aware of where that heat wave is, whether or not it's spawned on the map. And they're ready the moment that it comes up, too, so they can do damage with it right away. Now 37 to 32. 5 kills to work with. Haynes just going to continue to stay alive here.
He's going to try to make way with the heat wave. Common takes down Fantasy. And Haynes going to take that middle angle with the heat wave, but sadly not in close enough range to really put it to work. So instead, he's going to take this right angle over towards the power street. Try to get a little bit closer here. Cherish taking down Fantasy. And looks like Haynes going to find 2, so he's going to be taken down. Piles pulls off the double kill, but 3 down go Exo. That's still a net positive coming out of Oxygen Esports because they have a 5-kill lead and they're 9 kills away from taking the game in the series.
Exo can still turn this around, though, and it might be down to Employee to do it. Doesn't quite get the kill. The enemy's going to know where he is now, though, but he's got Sargoth with him to help with the pinch here. So Sargoth picking up 2 big kills. Employee, unfortunately, does drop. Common going to take 2 as well. And a big answer out of Oxygen to extend their lead. It is only by 3, though. Piles can get to this snipe. Maybe Piles can be the one to change the game. Tony, he did this in the first game of the series, picking up an overkill. Maybe he can do it again. He'll snap on the body. He's got to live, though. And this is all down to whether or not they can allow Piles to make a play. Fantasy with a big pick, too. Oh. He doesn't get the kill. Name somehow lives despite the no-scope. Name gets 2 kills. He should not have gotten 2 kills in that situation.
Should have gotten 1.
Fantasy at least has the camo. But what? What is going on?
I don't understand. I don't really understand how Name got 1 kill, let alone 2, and then the Melee is just simply going in favor of Oxygen Esports. They're ready for a fight, and they came for just that. Knockout punches left and right. Exo had the game in their hands. They slowed the game down exactly what they wanted to do, but Oxygen Esports find the way to break the A-side setup and, in my opinion, steal that game away. I think Oxygen Esports played very well throughout most of the game, but Exo started to eat away at the lead. I think it was 41 to 36, and then before I knew it, it was like 44 to 43 at some point, and Exo looked like they might have been able to steal it when they're able to steal away the sniper, but Oxygen Esports coming out clutch when it matters most.
Tony, we got that minute delay, so I'm just watching it again. There's the double out of Name. Had no business getting that double, right? We had a slide in, no scope. Somehow doesn't get the melee on Name. Name walks away with 2. Fantasy hits a point-blank heat wave. He hits 2, and then he whiffs the melee, and he dies as well. He had a camo and a heat wave. That should have been a guaranteed kill for Exo. 2 guaranteed kills. I don't know what happened at the end of that game, but unfortunate blunder. And they might have turned it around if that didn't happen, Tony. I mean, either way, that's Halo. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But once again, very close game. Unfortunate. It ends up being a 2-0 series. I think our first 2-0 of the day, every single game or every single series has been so damn close. But sometimes that's just how it goes. Exo are still in the tournament. They're in the lower bracket. They've got quite, a few competitors to fight through, I'm sure. But in the meantime, Exo will have to face against... Oxygen will have to face against Fnatic coming up in Winners Finals.
Yeah, I mean, well played by Oxygen Esports, and mind, they've had a tough road to get here. They had to go through Torrent, and I said that I thought Oxygen Esports pulled off the upset against Torrent, but my stats man came in and kind of corrected me. He said that Oxygen Esports are 5-0 against Torrent when it comes to tournament play. So even though Torrent have been able to pull off big upsets against many teams, they haven't been able to take down Oxygen Esports when it comes to tournament play. Then Oxygen Esports take down Exo, who just got a big 2-1 win against your Pioneers and have earned the right to play against Fnatic in the Winners Finals. This is guaranteed top 3, but more importantly, the winner of this gets that advantage in the Grand Finals against anybody who comes out in the elimination. I want to send it over to Tyler, the CEO, to kind of break down some of the action because, man, let me tell you, it's been absolutely incredible.
It's been absolutely incredible. Did you not just hear those words? Are you telling your friends? Are you telling your families? Are you telling your enemies to all watch Esports Arena Series E. Guys, Halo needs this, okay? We're showing competitive Halo play. We need more viewers to be tuning in for this because honestly, it is incredibly fun to watch. There's this highest caliber of Halo play you could possibly watch on a Monday night, of all things. So please, tune in. It's insane, and it's Vizio week. I don't know if you all heard, Vizio is a sponsor of Series E. You can actually buy their products at walmart.com/esports arena. If you like tuning in to us, if you need a new TV, go there and buy it. Support Esports Arena, support Vizio, support all the brands that support Series E to help this wonderful ecosystem continue to thrive. Because then we'll have a lot more Halo content and even more games as well that we can start supporting and doing more content with. Okay, so I got a new little segment coming up because I'll be honest, the last set was actually a lot tighter. We had way more action that we were about ready to watch. So Eddie is going to basically throw Eddie from production. I've got Tom waiting right here, and we're going to break down a segment together. Now, Tom is going to give us his insight. Again, T-Squared, are you down for this? You're going to give us this pro insight because we're going to go with random segments. Eddie's going to throw it to us, and I need your expertise to break it down, and I'm going to ask some questions like I did last time.
I'm ready. Tyler, what do you think I'm here for, bro? Let's do this.
Well, I know, but I'm saying, well, how expert is T-Squared, okay, at Halo? We're going to find this out because you obviously...
Never played it before.
Never played it before until 30 seconds ago?
I spell it. It's on that keyboard right there. Okay, H-A-L-O, Halo, got
it. Eddie, let's see some cool clips that you had from that last set, and then Tom and I will break it down. Okay, all right. It looks
so this is a really good series.
49-48, yeah, Slayer, right?
I was excited about this because this is when it reminded me of how you were talking about the team that loses this 50-49 potentially could shut down, and fortunately for Fnatic, they didn't shut down and they bounced back in the next game right here. But this is a pretty scary moment because you can see the player outlines and exactly what's going on, and then there goes the trade coming in from behind. So it was definitely a little bit sketchy coming in. You weren't really sure how that one was going to go, and it could have really went any way. But live fire is all about really mobbing together, and that's what you're going to notice. If you go by yourself in this map, you're absolutely done for, and that's what I thought was really interesting for how Oxygen was playing that last game. That was, the smart plays that we saw throughout this game was never, here's the rule, never jump for the overshield right when it comes up. And if you're going to sit there behind there, bait it out and be annoying, and as annoying as possible. But this is, just really smart plays from everybody around. Again, we saw some really impressive stuff. Envor, with the 4 and 14, that's not really going to cut it in Slayer. But overall, Fnatic ended up bouncing back right here, and Incognito couldn't close it out. No matter what happens in here, they still lose the series. I mean, it's nice plays, it's good trades coming all around. We don't really catch what happens with the last kill. That's the thing. It's just like that guy dies, boom, someone must have died off screen.
So, Tom, if I'm Carmilla and I've got the sniper in my hand and I've got the clear shot, I had the victory shot in my sights. I mean, he literally did and missed his shot. How much is he thinking about that with that game they lost? I mean, we could have had a very different outcome had Incognito won that game and Carmilla had the game with that sniper rifle. How much of this impacts you as a player?
The thing is, from my understanding, is Incognito does win that game right there. So he doesn't really cost the game. Yeah, so he doesn't cost the game. He ends up just, they drop down and they get the trade right there. Smooth. It happens so fast that's the thing. It doesn't really matter what happened right there because they stuck together, right? And live fire, yeah, you want to take your angles with the sniper rifle, but even Shyway's talking about is the meta, even with the sniper rifle, is to push, and that's what in the last series Haynes was doing so well, and he single-handedly won that game for Oxygen, but that is something that I really want to look at is that killing spree that he had, and if we don't look at it, go back and rewatch that. Click on the bottom, go rewatch how he just kind of ran around, mobbed around, was able to play really well with the sniper rifle.
Well,
stuck
do we
with
have
his
it,
team.
Eddie?
He's charging in, and he's got multiple players all around him, and they're collapsing on the spawns. And what happens is if you go and you take a wrong route, then and if you try to push out and you're the team that just spawned, which is what you're supposed to do anyway, if you end up leaving your team, you're leaving them into a 3v2 or whatever, and it's just constant spawn trapping over and over again. And that's what you saw Oxygen do so well in that last game. But there was, again, really well Halo being played from basically everybody. We're seeing so many great plays, very small and minimal mistakes that are happening. Everyone's really mechanically sound, and I feel like the competition from last week has picked up even more. And we're seeing players and teams continue to put in work for Halo and evolve their game day after day, week after week, and it's happening at a pretty rapid pace for how long the game's been out. It's about 5 months now. So everyone's playing a really high level.
We need more maps. We need more competitive play. I mean, the guys are getting really good practice in on this stuff right now, and ideally more maps.
But Tyler, that's what you got to admire.
What's that?
You got to admire that about these guys. Halo hasn't had the most content coming through, and this has happened through Halo throughout numerous times in Halo, where the players that grind through these dry spells and just
fair enough.
kind of boring moments, those are the players that really want it and thrive. And a lot of these players you've seen come from previous Halo games, so they've been waiting for this opportunity to go and play for these type of salaries for 5, maybe even 10 years. And some of them are newer, right? And maybe they haven't been playing that long, right? Like the Husses out there that we're about to see coming out for Torrent. He's kind of new to it, but they've been playing other games like COD, et cetera, et cetera. You're seeing a lot of really high-level competition right now, and you're seeing teams competing, here at Series E, in my opinion. It's so unpredictable in what's going to happen.
Exactly. So what you're saying is, you heard it here first, folks, T-Squared, the grind is real. I mean, it truly is real. It's like, me starting this company, I've been in ruts with this company, like so many times, to where it's just like it's somewhat a lot of the same things over and over and over again. And it's the people that succeed during like these dry spells or during like these ruts are the ones that ultimately succeed in the end. So if you are tired of Halo, but you believe that Halo is going to be massive, around the corner here soon, keep at the grind, right? I mean, that's ultimately what makes sense, and ultimately what brings you success down the road is during these challenging times. How you act during these challenging times and how you continue to grind will determine your success when it's easier. So if it's easier, there's a lot more content, a lot more tournaments to be played. Then all this time competing and practicing, you are 3 steps ahead of the entire competition that's been, now when it's popular again, are getting back into Halo. So I 100% agree with that. You're right. The grind right now is probably the more important grind than Halo's ever really seen.
And keep in mind that, we've heard rumors of Halo Infinite has this 5 to 10 year plan. And I'm a firm believer of, look at the people that have, switched back and have gone over, instead of and transitioned from games. Look at Snipedown going from Apex. Look at people going from Call of Duty to this. The ecosystem is there. You have Series E there for the people that are trying to get in on their ground level and make their way up to the pro level. And even beyond that, we've seen Esports Arena teams placing inside the top 8. Heck, we're seeing the Esports Arena teams from Apex take first place and set records that are going on, right?
Tom, mate, don't make me blush, man.
So there's a huge ecosystem that's coming for the game, and I think that Halo, of course, is really, if you're really involved in the community, it's definitely stale. It's definitely disappointing that we haven't seen a lot of things. For me personally, I stopped playing, because the ranking system was buns, and I just didn't find it really rewarding. Lagging out every, couple times. I'm trying to stream. Next thing you know, I'm banned for 20 minutes. Got to switch accounts. Just not my vibe, man. I'm 34 years old. Maybe that was my vibe when I was 21, but I don't have time to sit around and get cheated in a game and then sit there and not see something get put into that. So I really hope that things do change going around, but keep in mind there's a 5 to 10 year plan supposedly. So maybe it takes a while to get that plan going. And again, these 2 months have been probably the hardest for Halo fans in quite some time because they're really expecting a lot. But that's that little window and that grind time that you just got to push through, right? And nothing's going to be easy. So these players, you got to respect what they're doing. It all comes back to what these guys are doing today. You got to respect how good they've gotten in such a short amount of time and how well they're playing. Like, this is the best I've seen Piles play any Halo ever, and I've known Piles for a long time, going back to Halo 3, right? Would have loved to see him drop some more assists in Game 1. In the series, he got 0 assists, he got an overkill, but it's like, these are players that have been grinding it out for a really long time and are starting to prove themselves.
That's an incredible point. I mean, it's during this low point, obviously throwing in the grind, looking at Series E, even looking at other tournaments that are out there as well, and just trying to keep it and spice it up. Obviously you can only practice with your teammates for so often that at that point it just like it can become redundant. But like you're saying right there, find out Series E, go to other competitions, realize that it's a 5 to 10 year plan. It's a 5 to 10 year investment, and if you're willing to make that investment, then ideally, it turns out to be in your favor in the end. And esports in general, we're back now, I think, on a 5 to 10 year trajectory in general, given the fact of the pandemic and how it slowed down the in-person events and all that good stuff. We're seeing it here at Esports Arena as far as what we're doing with our stores, and we're starting to see foot traffic back up. We're starting to see more people come out and compete. compete, more people actually play with their friends. And so it's going to be good. I think around this corner, I'd say we're rounding third base out of this, I'd say the comfortability of this pandemic to get more people out.
If you don't mind me asking, how's that been for you since we got some time? We know that there's an extended break. I mean, you guys had, all these stores open up and then boom, the pandemic hits. That has to be that spell that we're talking about, those tough times.
Oh, yeah.
How did you get through it as a guy that, runs this thing?
I'd say we were very fortunate enough because of Series E. And we had planned on having Series E be a Super Smash Brothers and Fortnite tournament that was going to be in person. And in fact, we had all these plans that we're going to fly players to and from the different arenas, and they were going to be that arena's representative as well as the brand representative. And we did sign, thankfully, a lot of brands pre-pandemic. So once the pandemic hit, now of course not knowing how long it was going to last, not knowing if it was 2 months, was it 6 months, and now here we are 2 years later. For us, it was one of those things, once we had realized that this wasn't going to end anytime soon, transfer everything to digital. We were running a lot of digital tournaments, but that's what everyone else was doing. And there's not that much money to support a staff of, 50 people in digital tournaments and online tournaments. So thankfully, all the brands originally in first ever Series E, which Tom, you were part of, stayed on board with us. And they elected to keep, the funds that they had committed to us and go with an all online digital format. And that saved us because we had less overhead, we had no store revenue, which is big for us. Going out to an esports arena and competing and hanging out with friends and all that sort of stuff, because look, I love to drink, right? I do. I love, having a beer or whatever, but
having fun, yeah.
When you're going to a bar with friends, that's a much better environment. And so for gaming, I only like gaming when I have my buddies on, when friends are on, because it's a better environment for me. And if we could all go somewhere and compete and play and have fun, that to me is that's life for me. And so the fact that was taken away from us now, but we're starting to see it all come back. It has been a long, grueling road, but thankfully, first season with Apex Legends was a success. We had new brands come in. We had some brands leave, but the new brands that came in and the same brands that came in are supporting us here today. And now the store revenue is coming back up. So we were very fortunate enough to have those brands support us during that time and support Series E. And thanks to guys like you and all the audience that were part of this that tuned in, and we realized that Series E is something that can be self-stabilizing. And now with that, now we're putting all the focus back on the stores again, getting those back up, getting foot traffic back up. So yeah, that's been the challenge for us moving forward. But we were pretty thankful that we were able to have Series E be what it was.
Yeah, rock on. And, congrats on pivoting. And I think that, I'm fortunate to have the two games that I love, Apex and Halo, have Series E. And it's really cool, seeing, again, all these names pop up. I think we have a great thing going on. I'm excited to get back and, maybe be in the studio. Maybe we could get all of us and cast and do all that stuff like we did for back. I'm in St. Louis, but, remember how I was going out in Santa Ana and we were doing the stuff for Overwatch?
Yeah, dude.
And how fun that was. So maybe we get a Halo thing, in the studio in person when this is
100%, man. I'm so tired of talking heads on a screen. I really, no offense, because you are a talking head currently on a screen right now, but I legitimately.
On the couch.
Yeah, come on the couch. It's a Wayfair special, man. It's super comfortable, dude. Yeah, we're set. Shit, no, I should say a Walmart special. Oh, damn it. All right, I'm getting yelled at to throw to break apparently because we're not entertaining enough T-Squared. So we're gonna throw to break, and I think we got some more. I obviously know we have more Halo action coming in after this, but Tom, let's catch up on the next one, dude, and keep grinding, dude.
For sure.
All right, thanks.
I'm fading!
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Excedrin, game over for headache.
Refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top, fresh flavored splash.
It's fruit fresh.
Finals. This is Fnatic up against Oxygen Esports, and no preamble, Tony. We're getting right into this. Bizarre CTF.
Yeah, I love me some action, so let's get right into it. There's no reason for any breaks. No more breaks. Fnatic going up against Oxygen Esports, Septify with the Rockets in hand, needing to make a play. And Fnatic, I mean, I think they're probably coming in as your #1 seed and probably one of the favorites to come out on top and come with this tournament. Septify quickly trading out that empty rocket launcher, getting himself a Bulldog, and getting right behind enemy lines. Oxygen Esports are pulling one flag, and they might end up countering with a pull of their own.
Oxygen gonna get that flag pretty damn far, though. They do have it at the double doors. Cherished still putting damage in, too. You got Common with the pickup on the kill. Flag still out. Common needs to get back, though. So Fnatic, not only can they get in position to get the return, you can see they got a pull of their own. So Common now has to switch to defense here. Name does pick up a kill on the feet to try to help with the situation. I believe that flag was returned, so it's still down to whether or not Oxygen can get to this flag, get a return of their own. It's going to be up to Common to do it. Super CC and Further Rhyme, they got 2 kills. Common doing everything he can to stay alive and keep that flag in play. And was that delay enough? Especially with Septify guarding the doorway. I don't think that'll stop him. I think that first flag is going in.
Eagle flag captured.
Tony, you're muted, my man.
Oxygen Esports might have been the first one to get the flag out of the base, but Fnatic coming in with the return, and the counter pull comes in, and that's going to be a 1-0 lead in favor of Fnatic. As we're on board with Haynes of Oxygen Esports, I mean, they're a very aggressive team. They like to get into the face of their opponents, like to even get early pulls, and maybe as an early pull comes in out of them, they get the slays. They just have that, and that beautiful synergy comes in for a cap, because there's plenty of time on the board.
The difficulty here is going to be getting those kills to make sure they can get that flag through the double doors. Once they're there, they're likely safe. It's always the tricky part, though, is whether or not you can win the fights in center. You can see they're currently still going down here. Fnatic and Further Rhyme going to do what they can to further their lead. Of course, we still don't know who this man is. He's the mystery fourth on Fnatic. So far, Fnatic have been playing like quite a unit today. They look like they got the chemistry already with this fourth. We've heard some speculation on who it might be. Whoever he is, he's cracked, Tony. Almost hit the triple there.
Almost, but looks like Name will end up shutting him down over towards the cafe. Name going in for the challenge. That's actually going to be a perfect kill on to Septify. Name going in for the double, not quite able to get it, but 2 down go Fnatic. And Oxygen Esports want to make a run, or Name wants to nade himself. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, man, gonna hit himself with that nade. Thankfully, there's no enemy nearby to kill him off, so he will get back into the fight with full health. That's a kill on Deceptify because of it. Dynamo's in. This is perfect. What do you do in that situation, right? That's a perfect example of why the Dynamos are so strong. And a triple, he's gonna get off of it, too, making it over. That's an overkill. Oh. My God, onto the shotgun player as well. He's still going. And that's the type of breathing room you'd like to see Oxygen pick up. Off of these kills, they should be able to get the flag off, you would think. We'll see.
Well, if anybody can create some breathing room, it's definitely Oxygen Esports coming out. The big overkill coming out of Name, making them say his name. Super CC catching a little bit of a stray grenade coming in, but Further Rhyme off the screen ends up getting the double kill to equalize the situation a bit, and somehow the overshield finds the hands of Oxygen Esports, and now you're seeing the boys in blue start to push forward and apply pressure toward the 50% portion of the map. Common finds one, Haynes looking to find the second one, but Envoy gets the win. Further Rhyme takes down another, and that's going to be a full squad wipe in favor of Fnatic, despite Oxygen Esports getting away with the OS.
Despite Oxygen getting the OS, getting an overkill in center map is just still not enough. And that's the difficulty with Bizarre is all you did is you killed 4 and you set the spawns to the back of the base. So they spawn up and they can immediately shoot you on defense in the back of the base if you're not quick enough to block those spawns and force them somewhere else. So despite the kills we've seen out of Oxygen, they've been fighting hard. They've been going toe-to-toe with him in the stats. It's just not quite enough to get the flags. Fnatic, their game plan just a little better. Further Rhyme going to further this flag into the capture for a 2-0 start to this game.
No rhyme or reason for it. Still having the Bulldog in hands, and now is going to combine it with a thrust. So if he needs to close the distance and the gap, he's going to be able to do so as the nades start to fly. Trades out the thrust for the grapple, but there's a player onto his pillars. It's going to be Haynes able to shut him down. Super CC now going in for the challenge, but he doesn't have the exact support behind him. So he's going to back down towards Bulldog, try to catch his shield, try to get his life. Oxygen, the Fnatic is starting to push forward here, but so are Oxygen Esports and Haynes having the flag in hands.
Oxygen Esports with another attempt at this flight. They got it out bottom mid. Further Rhyme once again here to ruin their day, though. He's sitting on the return. Common does die. I don't see anyone close enough to do anything about it. So Oxygen, they're gonna have to give up the flag. Looks like they were playing for Rockets instead, but they lose their player at Rocks. Cherished gonna die as well, and Fnatic just dropping them all over the place. They're dying left and right here. Haynes does get a trade, but Septify going to fly in the nick of time to get the kill. Look at across the map. You got Super CC with a rocket launcher as well. To add insult to injury, they're going to pick up kills on spawners here. CC with 2. Septify still has yet to use the OS. There it is. And the cavalry is here. Tony, how do they survive this?
Love the play coming out of Septify in previous Halo games. Once you pick up the Overshield, it's an instant grab, but Halo Infinite adding it as an equipment. So if you want, if you have the round of slays and there's nobody in chance of getting a kill on you, you can pocket that OS and use it as you start to get a push in the perfect timing. And with the OS not lasting as long as it normally would, it's a really interesting play come out of Septify. Sadly, the slays are going to go in and that flag stuck in the middle of the map, but Septify actually going to get the ball on the flag with the grapple and advancing it forward onto the rocket alley, putting more pressure on Oxygen Esports.
Did that help though, right? He sent it to the alley, but 2 players lying in wait to put a stop to it immediately. That return's going to come in, and so is the pressure. Name tosses a few nades in. Looks like a couple shots might have come from behind him as well. Haynes going to drop 2. Further Ryan not going to waste any time getting out to center map. You can see he's looking for a weak player. Looks like he will take it. That's Cherish down for the count. And no more opportunity for Oxygen Esports to come away with that flag instead. Now they have to play defense. That's a spree out of Further. He's going to stay up a little longer here, too. And the fact that he survives gives him a chance to get back to the fight, though thankfully Common did not forget about him. Common going to drop Super CC down to stay alive as well. And Oxygen still fighting hard to get back to that flag.
Super CC putting shots on multiple players, finally gonna be able to shut him down, but still, the damage that he was able to create. Further Rhyme looking to take advantage of whiffed melee, and the nades are starting to come in. Further Rhyme ends up getting the slay onto Name, staring him down as he backs away, now going in for the Overshield and Shock Grenade combo. Love this play. Instead of going right for the Overshield, the baitable position, goes right for the Shock Grenades, takes down Haynes, and is able to grab Overshield. Beautifully played by Further Rhyme. High IQ play, and when you combine that with the shots, this man definitely a problem on the map, but Cherished able to take that one.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, Further Rhyme, it's one thing to call him a mystery player, but another to have him come into the team and put the team in the backpack, right? The man's got 21 kills to 13 deaths as he's just dropping them no matter who he goes up against. Seems to be winning his 1v1s here, so clearly a lot of firepower Fnatic have added to their team, and Oxygen are going to have to do something to counter it. Still have yet to get 2 flags. They got 3 minutes to do that, and somehow Haynes did not get that kill on Vor. I don't know how he lived. But a survival like that gives Fnatic another chance to keep doing damage here.
Envor now able to get into the opponent's cafe here. A grapple flare coming in out of nowhere. Scared the heck out of me. Might have scared Envor too. Rockets are coming up. Right back to the cafe. Envor goes Super CC, not winning his gunfight against Haynes. And the nades are starting to come in. Envor now going to have to win a disadvantageous fight. Luckily having the thrust, almost able to steal away with that kill, but he's able to get away with his life. Look at out one door, there's a one player, out the other is another. Somehow Envor finding the exit and makes his way towards his opponent's palms.
The dude is just so damn difficult to kill, and because he survives, look at what he's gained from it. Haynes now dead. He's still sitting in the back of their base here. They do have to respect him. Cherish does come back and picks him up. So at least Oxygen don't have to worry about the presence of that flank. Then they still have to worry about Further Rhyme. He's got himself up waiting for OS, Septify opposite side map. You got to love this perimeter. They're so quick to get rockets, so quick to get these power positions. If he needs to, he can jump to locker. And such a frustrating angle to get pestered from. Look at this. The moment you think you're safe and you're avoiding gunfire, you're walking into a perfect kill from Further. Further snapping onto the opposite BR. There's no hesitation in his reticle movements here. He's so accurate, so quick to do it. And the moment he spots his opportunity to get to back base, he's there too.
Fnatic recently benched one of their players to make room to run games with multiple players, and one of them being Further Rhyme 117. And there was questions whether he could fill some big shoes being left by Jazero. And 26 kills, 15 deaths, but also 11 assists to go along with it, and multiple plays, by the way. Definitely tell me that this is a big pickup potentially for Fnatic. And if they can come out with the win in this tournament, I say make it permanent. I think they're playing phenomenal right now. They're up 2-0 against a very strong Oxygen Esports, and I think they've been playing lights out, and so has he individually. He is definitely skilled, high IQ, probably looks good, probably smells immaculate. Let me tell you, Further Rhyme has it all.
I know, right? Like, you're coming in saying, okay, he's got big shoes to fill, which is Jazero. I mean, conveniently, this guy's got size 15 feet, too, or something. The dude's, he's killing everything. 28 to 15 deaths and 11 assists on the board. Shotgun in hand, going to continue to do damage. That flag is definitely getting returned. And it's just a matter of whether or not they pull one of their own. 3-0 at this point as they dominate on the board. Killing spree out of Further as he looks to add to the stats, but Name will get the kill. Name likely going to grab that shotgun as well. But it looks like they are all dying, regardless of what they pick up.
I mean, with a 3-0 lead in less than 30 seconds on the clock, I mean, Fnatic, pad your stats, add those kills in, add insult to injury, because let me tell you, you're taking this game number 1, and you're going to be 1 game away from making it to the grand finals with that wonderful advantage. Again, only having to win 1 series over the opponents coming out of the elimination is a big advantage to have over your opponents, and maybe Fnatic will have that.
Especially with the best history format that we work with in Esports Arena. If you've got that advantage, you're on winner's side. I mean, sure, that means that the bracket could be reset more quickly, but the series could also end in a flash. You got an objective and a Slayer, and that's it. That's a wrap. And that's what we're facing right now for Oxygen Esports. Tony, that was a very quick game of I mean, it went to time, but it was very lopsided. There was a clear advantage to Fnatic the whole way through. Big part of the reason was Further going off in the slays, but of course it's the entire team and their ability to coordinate around him and grab the flag and make those plays with it. Tony, that puts us in Recharge Slayer. Based off of what you've seen, do you have any hope that Oxygen Esports bounce back here?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think Oxygen Esports are a phenomenal team. I think they're really good, and obviously take the objective out of the equation. I think they went toe-to-toe with them as far as the slays go. So I wouldn't be surprised if they can make something happen here on Recharge. But if you're asking me to put my chips on the table and who's going to be the favorites, I'm sorry. I got to go with Fnatic. I think Fnatic are just a tick above where Oxygen Esports are at the moment, but not to say that Oxygen Esports' ceiling isn't extremely high. But Oxygen Esports can literally go toe-to-toe with any team that we have in our league and pull off a good win on any given Sunday. And I mean, who's to say, and that includes Fnatic. Who's to say not Fnatic right here, right now in game number 2?
Will it be Fnatic here in game number 2? Tony poses the question. I don't see why I would disagree. Based off of what we've seen so far, Tony, they've been dominating. Oxygen can't put a stop to it, though, and they'll have to do that here on Slayer. Up to Common with the camo. Maybe he can make a play. An even start in Slays, but Common walking away with camo. That could change things very quickly.
A rare play coming out of Common, going in for the double. Sadly, Envoy is going to shut him down, and you see the denial grenades come immediately after a big play. You see that players don't want anybody to try to slide in and react to that call out, so they immediately throw grenades towards the nearest entrance to try to play their life. But Common breaking through the gold entrance, stealing away Envoy's life, and looking to push forward for Oxygen Esports, only down by 1 kill, fighting for their winners bracket lives.
Common just playing it slow here. Oh, I was going to say worried about the threat of a flank. I just didn't expect the flank to be so quick and so powerful. Either way, the man going to die in an instant. And Envor immediately taking control of Attic. You can see the power of this vantage point. The shots he can put in cross map, and then his teammate's going to push up in that left-hand perimeter. Envor aware of the flank potential as well. Nice little distraction to get the back smack onto Name. He's lost 2 of his teammates in the process, though. It's a nice live to back out 9-11 on the board here, Fnatic. At a slight deficit. And what will they do to counter?
Nades are starting to come in, but somehow Envoy able to stay alive despite being one shot. Common does take down his duo Super CC over toward the pit side, ends up getting the double kill. Does Common, and Haynes is not only raining down shots from across the map, but pinging exactly where that opponent is. Cherish is going to pick up the kill. That's going to give him the assist, and Oxygen Esports are starting to collapse onto Fnatic. They have a 5-kill lead, and Haynes is trying to defend the camouflage.
And I wonder if he should have just kind of backed off and made sure he got that camo on his body and got the safety, because instead he decided to stay there, try to take the fight, ended up dying. I mean, as I say, at Oxygen, they're coming in, they're slaying left and right. They're still putting damage on, so they'll likely walk away with a camo in this situation. Cherish going to walk away with the repulsor and a sword. And he's looking to get aggressive with it, too. I'm surprised Envor got so close to the man. Cherish going to walk away with a red bar. And great positioning off this, too.
Name taking down Septify, also getting the double kill, finding Super CC. Cherish putting cross-map shots onto the long haul player. Common not able to get in position to take down that player, but I love the flank coming in out of Cherish. Runs into one, slice and dice for Septify. That's a part of your balanced breakfast, if you will. 25 to 12 lead for Oxygen Esports. Wait, hold on. What happened? This game was like a 1-kill game, left and right. And what happened to the scoreboard, Alex?
He says part of a balanced breakfast. They made a meal out of Fnatic. They're nom. They're eating them currently. I don't know. It's 26 to 13. They doubled their score. Cherish gonna fly in with the sword. No F's given. The dude gonna get the kill. That's 3 dead. A killing spree as well. That'll set the spawns over to long haul, and they already got a perimeter. This is perfect for Oxygen. Look at the snowball here. Haynes coming in left-hand side. He's got his teammate out on the right in the attic just to make sure nobody flanks through that long haul unscathed. And the pinch, the collapse coming in as well. Common not going to get the best of that exchange. Cherish will come in for the trade. 31 to 15 at this point. With a lead like this, you wonder if there's any chance that Fnatic bounce back.
They say you shouldn't bring a knife to a gunfight, but Cherished putting it to work, backstabbing everybody in sight. 33 to 16, and they're still going. Cherish, the newest member of Oxygen Esports, showing why he belongs here with a 12-4 stat line. And even giving us a little dipsy doodle action, playing his life, allowing his teammates to come in for the kill, earning himself an assist. Cherish literally doing it all right now, and it is a large part of this double-digit lead coming out of Fnatic.
Fnatic would need to slow the game down to a crawl, and I'm not sure they can do that anymore. They just can't afford to breathe at this point. They're getting collapsed on left and right. Envor going to spawn up back in the elevator. Maybe a chance to disrupt things and keep them off of his team. Oxygen trying to fly in and be aggressive, so Haynes will drop to Envor. Nice little nade that he dropped, too, for the early damage there. Can he do more with this? He's going all in for it, too. Does get the kill. He'll die to the nades, and trades aren't good enough at this point. 41 on the board for Oxygen. They will take any trade they can get.
Name catching the backside of Super CC, ends up getting the kill. Haynes getting one on the board as well. And at this point, Oxygen Esports can just hold hands and run in tandem, play for trades, because it'd be crazy to think that Fnatic are gonna come back, especially when you have Name outplaying the sword player with the repulsor, really making things happen. Only 4 more kills needed for Oxygen Esports to tie up this series and send us into an elimination game 3 here in your winners finals.
Can Name end it in style? He'll answer my Oh, did he get them both? I don't know. I think he got the damage for the second. Either way, I'm freaking out because Name, what a way to close that game. What an answer from Oxygen Esports for game 2. Tony, off of game 1, we thought that was going to be it. We thought with Bizarre as dominant as it was, it would have been a 2-0 sweep. But apparently, they just swept the Steaktacular for game 2, and I think anything goes in game 3 now.
Well, you know, I think one thing that Fnatic has been missing, you know, is a bit of consistency. We know what the ceiling is for both of these squads, but specifically Fnatic. I mean, they have the ability to take Cloud9 to a game 5, which not many have done. They've actually taken many teams to game 5, but we need to see them come out with big wins. And when I'm looking for a player to add consistency to a roster that doesn't have it, in my opinion, at least not to my level of liking, I got to point out the mystery fourth, 2-11. as that's not going to cut the mustard. Again, you've done some amazing plays. I've seen you put up some amazing plays. I've seen you absolutely. You dominated in game number 1. It was all you. I need to see consistency come out of you. I'm going to chalk it up to new squad. You're in the honeymoon phase, so you're not sure exactly how to play every single map, and maybe recharge you guys at the drawing board. I know that Coach Strobe is in the chat right now. Maybe you could take them there, but I want to see consistency out of you, because I think that's what Fnatic is missing right now. A little bit of firepower and that consistency, and we can be talking about a top 4 team making runs for championships for years to come.
Right. So I got a peek at that final score. Tony was 3-14 at a further. So obviously not ideal.
Much better.
Not better. His whole team got slayed pretty hard though, right? Like I think he might have been the most neg, but everybody was negative on that team. I'm pretty sure. Okay. I think the most kills I think was 7 out of one of them. I mean 27 was the total in the end. So they're all just getting slayed left and right. Lack of control of the map, lack of control of the weapons. We saw that point of spawn control where they just wiped them out and they had the whole map in their favor. The sword as well. I think the sword was one of the biggest, impacting, impacting tools of destruction, in the game. Cherished, anyone who held it was finding ways to close the distance and get massive kills with it. And that sends us into game 3 on a clean slate here. Tony Oddball on live fire and further rhyme off of a 3-14. He's coming in with aggression. He wants to change things real quick.
I mean, we saw him absolutely dominate in game number 1, and we've actually seen him put up some impressive stats throughout this tournament. So, I'm not going to kill him over one bad game. I'm just going to say, don't make it 2. How about that? Further rhyme, getting the ball in hands, playing that ball over towards the tower side, letting the team that actually already has the chemistry to run their setup actually run house right now. Meanwhile, they do end up going 2 down. Super CC still having board with the camo, also having the heat wave as well. Big kill come at him. Somehow doesn't get the one-shot melee, and Haynes is gonna let him know about it, offering him a cup of tea. Very, very kind of Haynes as he grinds forward.
He really wants you to have that tea, though, Tony. Like, I don't know if you saw the speed.
It's an insult in England not to take tea from a house.
I don't remember the last time I've been offered tea in that forum, Tony. But anyway, you know what? The biggest thing is, will he offer some tea back in response later on? We'll have to see, right? Fnatic still have a chance to go huge, and Septify could be the one to do it.
25-0 run still in favor of Fnatic. Septify with the sniper in hands. Misses the first no-scope, but using this jump to get really creative, jumping over that doorway. If that player would have poked out, he probably would have looked left instead of right. But Septify still alive. No-scoping. Ends up getting the body shot onto Name, finishes him off with the BR. He feels the pressure come in, turns around, goes right in for the challenge onto Cherish. Love the shots coming in, love the damage applied, but eventually Fnatic do end up going 4 down, and Oxygen Esports are going to have a turn with their A-side setup.
Despite some of the plays we saw at Oxygen early on, they still are at a deficit. They do have that time, like you said, but Super CC in hot pursuit here with the heat wave. We'll pick up a kill. He's going to skate out of the action for a second. He's got Envor to replace him. That ball down. So no more setup in play for Oxygen. They'll lose 2 as well. And Super CC can clean up a 3rd here. Going to have to work for it a little bit, but this is the opportunity that Fnatic were looking for. CC won't be the one to pick up the ball. Looks like Further's going to be the one to hold the setup, and now it's up to his team to form a perimeter around them.
Fnatic playing this really well in round number 1. Again, this is game 3. No more chances for either one of these rosters. The first to put 2 rounds on the board here, and Oddball is going to come out alive. Super CC getting creative with the repulsor, able to bounce that nade away, and because of it, utilizing the heat wave to take down Common. Beautifully played by Super CC, evades, and with Sniper Rifle coming up, Fnatic are in complete control of the map, but a player coming out of nowhere, it looks like Super CC is gonna go down. Envor baiting the sniper, misses the melee, repulses him back, tries to get the kill, hasn't got it yet, and the bait and switch is gonna come in. Envor goes down. How unfortunate for Fnatic, but amazing for Oxygen Esports.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Did he miss that melee, or did Halo Infinite just say, nope, this one's not happening? Oxygen Esports going to get away with this one. And because of it, the playmaking potential, right? Cherish going to snap. He does end in a trade, so that snipe going to drop like a hot potato. Still got a lot of work to do on the side of Oxygen, though. 26 for them. And its name looking to wrap on the opposite side a ball here, maybe catch someone slipping. Got the camo about to spawn up as well. Name should be able to clean up one, so there's further rhyme down for the count. No hesitation to get back to ball. Couple nades in. That was such beautiful recognition, right? He slides in, one nade to left door, one nade to the right hallway, and then the timing of this next slide, though, yeah, there's nothing he can do to live, unfortunately. And because of that, maybe Septify will be the one to make a play here.
It's so crazy when we talk about some of the strongest slayers that were top 16 over at Anaheim. You know, nobody ever mentions Name, and let me tell you, Name is absolutely incredible and has been so for a while. He can put stats on the board against almost anyone, and we're gonna see if we can do it against Fnatic here. Super CC not able to get away with the camouflage. Septify gonna trade out kills, 2 down for each of these teams. So a crucial battle coming in. Haynes goes down to 1 shot, whips out the heat wave, but that player not falling for the bait, and it looks like Envoy going to come out the best of Haynes and Fnatic get their first touch on the board. What is Name going to do to cut them off?
Their first touch. They're about to close the game if they can lock this one down. Tony, 76 and counting here. Yeah, I mean, it might be their last touch of the round. We'll see. It's Name and team. They need to find an opening, but 2 dead already. Common does get a trade. Name might be able to pick something up off a weak player. Look at that positioning. Is it Septify? Septify going to turn to Super CC, who turns the trade, and that might be enough to close out the game. You can see 85 and counting. Oxygen, they have one more shot to push for this ball. Ball down bottom tower. Septify in a perfect cutoff position. He's got to live, though. You can see 2 kills out of Oxygen, so Oxygen will put a stop to the setup here. Just 13 seconds shy of closing round 1.
Yeah, I mean, if Oxygen Esports come back in this round, it'd be absolutely incredible. I mean, like you said, 13 seconds needed. Septify making plays, but they're finally going to shut him down. 3 down, go Fnatic. So further rhyme, the final player alive, having almost all of the ball time here for his team.
Okay.
Now they need to find the Slay, going to repulse and knock himself on the head on the roof of tower. Haynes going to catch a couple grenades out of Fnatic. Septify not able to find the kill onto Cherish, and still Oxygen Esports putting points on the board.
Looking hella scrappy, though. You can see trades left and right here. Envoy going to try to do as much damage as he can for this camo player. Cleans it up. That's Haynes off the map. The camo with it. A second for a double. That'll be a repulsor and a heat wave he's earned that he can convert it to a triple. He's still going. Envoy got the whole team down on the black screen, and this is an easy opportunity for the oddball as well. Look at him keep doing damage. The Chickle Peak in the hallway. You can't kill this man. And that might have bought his team enough time. You can see they got away with the ball because of it. Further rhyme will take the pass. They'll drop nades to get the kill. And the pressure coming in both sides. Oxygen Esports doing everything they can to deny this, though. My God.
Septify ends up being shut down, so now Envoy going to wait for his teammates to spawn, but I love this play. He gets really close to that power-up side, so that should be giving his team some good spawns while he's not shooting. Going to counter throw a couple of nades onto the cut side. Started to get aggressive here, but not finding anybody with the damage. Luckily, Super CC coming in, taking down Name. It looks as a player that spawned over towards the B side. Envoy not aware of it just yet. Finally finds him onto Nest. Super CC taking down yet another one. The ball is played by Oxygen, but Fnatic are quick to get it in hands, and they're 5 seconds away from taking the win.
Slight fumble on the ball, but 2 dead right there beside him. I don't know how they'll make it in time. Final 2 seconds. And Fnatic will close out round 1, not without a fight out of Oxygen Esports. So they definitely had a couple moments of brilliance, Tony. Some moments where they might have pulled it back. And they'll have to do it in the last round, potentially, in our series here.
Fnatic pushing forward, the man of the hour. Further rhyme ends up getting the big kill onto Name. Now going to wait for that power-up to come in. As 2 down go both of these squads. Nades start to fly. Sniper rifle still up, and Further rhyme wants a part of it, but ends up coming out of nowhere towards top mid. Cherish gonna shut him down and most likely get a hold of the rifle.
All while that happens, Fnatic still getting a couple scrappy points on it. They do end up with 5. Haynes gonna have to deal with 2 players, though. He'll walk away with 1 trade. Probably the best he could have hoped for. I think that snipe now traded hands to Fnatic, though. Ball in the hands of Oxygen, so they can get some early time, but Fnatic, you know, they're looking for heads with this sniper. Common with a pickup on the further, though. And I wonder who is the one with that rifle. CC, oh, he's got them both. Snipe, heat wave combo.
Fnatic want this win right here, right now. There's no way they can allow Oxygen Esports to gain any momentum in this game by stealing around the way. They need to end it. 2 down for Oxygen Esports, but also 2 for Fnatic. Sniper rifle trained on the eyes of dummies. Takes down Haynes. Immediately goes in for the double kill. Beautifully played by Super CC. And he's not done yet. Look at the reticle placement. Ready for anybody to push the garage side. Nobody yet. Looks like 2 going to enter the fight. Nade starts to go in, and Super CC wants no part of it. So a full rotation coming out of Fnatic away from the A side as they slay out. Ball now goes back over towards bottom mid. This ball player being ever so elusive. 90 seconds in counting for furthermore as Super CC plants another no-scope down. This sniper rifle really coming into play in your winners finals.
You gotta love Super CC's movement here. He's being difficult to target, difficult to kill, but also staying close enough to all of his teammates to find the little openings that he needs to get kills. There's a spree. He will die. Camo likely going to go over to Comet here, but Comet not going to live. There's just too many members of Fnatic with angles. 37 points on board for them as well in the heat wave. Swapped over to Septify. And Septify can continue. Oh, I like the attempt on the nades there. Doesn't quite work out. Nades get picked up too quickly. So Septify with a different angle of attack, and unfortunately he is dropped. And so does the entire team of Fnatic. They'll go down in unison. That ball now back in hands of Oxygen, and Oxygen, they need to do something with this.
Haynes having the heat wave in hands. The ball over towards top mid, so a bit separated as Oxygen Esports, but it doesn't matter as long as they can find the slays. And 2 down, go Fnatic, and the pings are starting to go in. There's a player on the B side by himself, but it looks like somebody ends up getting the flank onto the ball player, name onto tower. That's going to be a big kill coming out of further rhyme. They were a bit separated, and looks like he's going to take advantage of that. And Haynes, despite being one-shot, decides to up the tempo, utilize the repulsor. If he was able to get that kill, that would have been crazy, but he gets shut down, and so do 3 out of 4 members for Oxygen Esports. Fnatic should be able to take advantage.
I feel like the way he saw that was, there's a player behind me. If I stay here, I'm dead. So I'm going to go full aggro and, just hope to walk away with a trade or anything from that situation. Instead, sniper in the hands of Septify and a victim down below. Snaps on the body. Needs the BR for the kill. That got a little scary for a second. Comet almost pulling off the upset. But Septify still alive, still with the snipe. And a second tag as well. It's a wingman for him. Now that he's still got this in hand, he can rotate it the back tower. Ball now back up on spawn. I love this angle. Can he connect from here, though? Going to drop all the freaking nades. Hits the body with the no-scope, too. Septify putting it together. And a defensive line for his team. Look at the freedom they have to get to the ball because of it.
45-24 lead in favor of Fnatic right now. They're 55 points away from coming out with the win against Oxygen Esports and guaranteeing himself in the grand finals. Septify ends up getting himself a killing spree, putting the sniper to work. Another one is going to fall. That's going to be named for Oxygen Esports, and Fnatic are taking control of live fire.
You gotta love the left stick aim, like the placement with his right stick at head level and the way that he strafes into the shot, only using the right stick at the very last fraction of a second to micro correct and make sure he hits it. But so many snaps he got, and some of them he didn't really even need to move the reticle. He just had the setting correct for it to line things up. It definitely did some damage though. You can see the result, 77 on the board of Fnatic, and Oxygen with more work to do. Common gonna need to preserve his life here. Haynes now down as well. Or Haynes with a kill. Sorry, that ball will get rotated just a little bit. It's going to die to a million nades out from bottom mid. Can they get the ball away from gunfire here, though? You'll see Haynes barely escape with it, and Fnatic, they're on the chase.
Septify over towards bottom tower, tries to advance forward, wants to catch up to Super CC here, but the shots start to ring out right into his backside. It's Nate and Cherish getting back-to-back kills. Envor chasing the player, trying to get the cleanup, not able to catch up. 3 down, go Fnatic. Envor going to be by himself, so forced to back down and get a second life here, but that's going to allow Oxygen Esports a good 10 to 20 seconds worth of ball time. And Envor, and the name of Blueberry, how generous.
Directly on his face mask, too. Like, there's no way he could see in that moment right there. Common going to walk away with the ball, though, despite the action. 1:43 on the clock, a little bit of time to work with. Of course, that timer going to freeze as long as Common's got this ball. They're starting to lose teammates, though. You can see Common aware of it. He's got some nades in, anticipating a fight. That fight going to come from his left-hand side. Man was not quite prepared, but the teammates, they're in time to help him. They've got numbers for this ball as well. Common with a quick little rotation. Ball just barely gets off the ledge there. Name in position for the camo. should be able to break away with it, but you got the snipe on the map as well. Oxygen, they need to survive in the situation. If they die, they give up everything on the map. Deceptify now in trouble too. He'll land a snap as he backs off.
Further, Rhyme having the ball in hands, a 30-second lead here. Looking to make a play, goes in for the challenge, drops the ball, takes down Common. A quick 2 down for Oxygen Esports, and now they're only 10 seconds away from coming out with this round. The game and the series. Can Fnatic do it?
Further, Rhyme on top of the ball. Envor with a pickup on the Cherish. There's 2 more members in position to try to get to it. They only got 4 seconds to do it. Can they get there in time? And that BR of, Super CC, a little too strong, a little too accurate. And there was no way they can make it. Fnatic with the shutout in the end of the series. Tony, a 2-1 in total. And that's a winner's finals ticket to Grands on winner's side, thanks to Fnatic.
Wow. Fnatic in the grand finals through the winner's bracket, so having that advantage. And, you know, I will say, out of all the surprises that we've seen, I don't know if that was quite one. Let me tell you, Oxygen Esports played one hell of a series. I wouldn't be surprised a couple mistakes go their way, and maybe Oxygen Esports steal, you know, a game and maybe send this and maybe the series away. However, it's Fnatic that moved forward, and now Oxygen Esports will have to win at least one more series to get their rematch against Fnatic. And I'm going to take a look at this bracket here. I'm not sure if you're able to see it here, but I mean, we got still Need an Org taking down EXO. So EXO pulling off the upset against KCP, getting knocked into the elimination bracket, and still Need an Org trying to make their way back into the grand finals like they once did last week. Incognito are still playing out against Pioneers. That's going to be one hell of a matchup. And then obviously Oxygen Esports dropping down into the losers finals. So plenty of action ahead of us. And we're still in the middle of a match here. It's 1-0 Pioneers, 47-47. You guys don't like breaks, so why the hell are we going to send it to one? Let's get back into the action.
God. What did we jump into, though? 48-47. This is down to the wire at the end of the game. Now 49. It's about to end here to Pioneers, who will close out. That's a series, by the way. We just jumped into the very end of that series. Pioneers walk away with a 2-0 on Incognito. And Tony, now that that's happened, well, now we can just update our bracket. What was it? That was like 30-second breakaway. Now we know what happened in the bracket. Pioneers, by the way, who did they lose to earlier in the day? Was it EXO, right? EXO came in with an upset early in the winner's bracket, dropped Pioneers down to the point where we're like, okay, Pioneers, what the heck's going on? Like, are they going to make it through lower bracket? Turns out they've done just that, right? They've now taken out Incognito. Incognito were the winners of last week's Esports Arena. They're now out of the tournament. They're out in losers round 5. EXO out of the tournament as well. They lost to Still Need an Org, by the way. So Still Need an Org coming in second place last week. They are now outplacing Incognito, who beat them last week as well. So great for them, but they have to face Pioneers next in the lower bracket. The winner of that is going to go up against Oxygen, waiting in the losers finals. Tony, 4 teams left in this tournament. I think we have some time till those matches get ready, but man, what an event it's been so far.
Yeah, I mean, this has been an amazing tournament so far here. I'm sure you guys have it chucked up on the TV, probably Vizio, because it is Vizio week, and just chill out. I wish it was Vizio week every week, because apparently Vizio, they bring the crazy vibes going, and this tournament has been absolutely insane. We've seen upset after upset. We've seen we've seen a bunch of storylines. Again, Oxygen Esports still with their new fourth. Fnatic running with a mystery fourth player. Still Need an Org are going to come in next week as still Need an Org, because someone still hasn't signed them yet after their amazing performance, and Pioneers being knocked down quite early, but fighting their way back throughout the elimination bracket and trying to get their rightful place in the grand finals where they belong. So plenty of action, plenty of storylines, and excited to be here with you.
Excited to be here with you too, Tony. And you know what? I think it's only a matter of time that Still Need an Org get the org that they're looking for. Maybe ESA Red. At this point, like even our own ESA teams have been split up because they've been poached by other teams, right? So ESA Red, of course, the beauty of Series E, you got 2 qualified teams. They get a salary to play Halo. Every single Wednesday, they get to play in exhibition matches up against some of the best players, best teams in the world. ESA Blue, they're still good as far as I'm aware. ESA Red, they already got poached by SSG, right? You've got both Rami and Collect who have recently joined SSG, and SSG doing wonders. Apparently, they beat E United last night. Apparently, they had an excellent performance. So good to see out of them. I wonder what that means for the rest of that team and what that means for available rosters like Still Need an Org maybe there's a little bit of an opening, and maybe they're the next team to get poached. So this is the beauty of opportunities like this, Tony. Some of these teams, these players, they get a spotlight. We get to witness that spotlight, lo and behold. And it looks like we'll be witnessing it in this series layout. Tony, our next series, Pioneers still need an org. This is a hell of a matchup, too. If they beat Pioneers, I mean, what a resume line to add. A whole section of the resume, my God. Recharge Strongholds, Slayer Live Fire, and Aquarius CTF for the series.
Well, one thing about still need an org is I'm not sure how many scrims they've gotten with some of these top teams. Maybe they might be one of the lesser known teams as far as their play style and as far as they look to go about certain situations. So I know KCP likes to scrim with some of the top teams. I'm sure I've seen them scrim Cloud9. I've seen them scrim, the likes of Sentinels and plenty of others. Have they scrimmed a team like still need an org? Who, mind you, I mean, they always got a puncher's chance no matter what matchup they go against. We found that out last week when they were really pulling off upsets left and right, and we're gonna see if they can pull off yet another one, taking down your Pioneers. We've seen your Pioneers, they bleed a bit, and from a squad that's one of my favorites to watch, the ultimate underdogs. They were looking to solidify themselves as a guaranteed top 6 team in our league. They've been losing to some lesser teams, in my opinion, and I want to see them. I want to see them catch back up. I want to see them catch fire again, because we know what KCP can be on their best day.
It seems like it's only a matter of time, Tony. The fact that they've already been dominating their way through the lower bracket, maybe this is just yet another victim in their wake. Maybe they end up being the grand finalists. Only time will tell. As soon as the series is ready, we're going to jump in. In the meantime, all chat seems to care about is the mystery man on Fnatic, Tony. Batman just said it's Summit 1G. Imagine Summit on the. My prediction, Tony, when you brought up commonly earlier, I think that would have been a good one. Ola, that would be wild. It doesn't seem right, but commonly has experience and reps with that team, so that's my best guess personally. Or some brand new player I'm not aware of. Either way, we're gonna send it back to Tyler. See what he's saying over in the ESA chill. Is it the good vibe zone over there? How's it going, Tyler?
Man, it is good vibes only over here, that's for sure. And I don't want to say any names, but the Fnatic mystery person, it's me, okay? I've been playing in between sets. It's the reason why I'm sweaty. I've been, so Connie, I can hear everything in my ear. Anywho, so listen up. We're going to do something pretty fun. I'm going to show you guys something pretty fun. What we've been doing inside our esports arenas in Walmart stores. That's right. In case you didn't know, esports arena, we are located in Walmart stores throughout the country. Go to esportsarena.com. You can find all the cool locations that we're located in. But right now, we're actually hosting, well, not right now, but every week we host different tournaments, okay? It's called PvE, player versus everyone, all right? So you're going in there by yourself with the team, actually just by yourself, legitimately by yourself, and you're competing against every other location across the country. You're competing in games such as Mario Kart, putting down time trials. We actually are going to try some retro games to see how fast you can finish, like Super Mario World. Other games we got some, I can't remember the other games we had, but the most important game is Halo. So we've been doing this like just training grounds, see how well accuracy shooting you can do, and we're gonna even show it to you guys a little later. We have our resident pro, Shane Adams, Spirit Z, and he's the one who's gonna be doing this for us. So let me show you a little clip here. Go full screen on this too, Eddie, if you don't mind, but go full screen and watch some guy just playing in one of our stores and seeing how well he did. Could you beat his performance? It's a little quiet. That's okay. Can you beat his performance? Looks pretty easy. I think I could beat that. Look at that beautiful PC above him, eh? So this individual right here, based on this performance, he came in, his name's Willingly, @Willingly. Look him up on Twitter. This video is posted on his website, on his Twitter, and as well as Esports Arena. So we have retweeted this. But this is an individual with this play. He just won $500 for this one game. You're watching pretty much the full game. This is a $500 a minute that he just won right there.
Holy cow.
Did you hear me?
Oh my gosh, that's my best ever.
Did you hear me?
I actually thought.
Okay, I have one thing to tell you guys. $500 is what he just won. $500 he just won for that 1 minute of gameplay. So listen up. You go to your local esports arena. You compete any game you want. You have a shot at them all, right? I mean, a Mario Kart time trial, just practice at home. We changed the different, we changed the different cars you can ride, the different characters you could do. So next up, we're going to have Shane, Spirit Z, our resident pro. That's what he likes to call himself. Probably call him resident noob, but someone already has that title. What up, noob? At any rate, so we're going to be showing that next break. See how well he can do. Can you beat him? And then what's the prize pool tonight? What is the prize pool tonight? $500? $1,000 a Halo Weekly. Okay, but you're competing against 24 teams. Dude, you can go out there by yourself to a local Walmart and compete and you win $500 yourself, okay? For a minute of gameplay. Can you beat Willingly's time that or Willingly's accuracy that he had last week? We have the tournament going on this week, and go to esportsarena.com, look for the nearest esports arena near you, and go and compete. I think it's like $3 or $5 to just go and compete, but we're raising prize pool the more and more people that come out. So check it out. It's pretty cool. You'll see a segment after this, and yeah, you can win some serious cheddar. Take it away, Shynot.
Thank you, Tyler. I think you sold me. You know what? I'm going to buy a flight ticket. I'm going to go out to California for the Mario Kart time trial. $500, 1 minute. How hard could it be, right, Tony?
Well, look, for me, I actually have Esports Arena literally 20 minutes away from me, so I'm going to get out there. But I will say, my sidekick don't shoot like that. I clearly,
right.
Mine is broken or something. It be jamming. I don't know. It don't shoot like that. But I think we finally found the face of Fnatic's new fort. It was that guy shooting the bots over towards
right
Esports Arena, and I believe it was Colorado.
Damn, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It is 1 minute of gameplay, but I wonder how many hours went into getting that minute down to the point total that he got it down to, right? The efficiency there. In the end, I'm sure you get the patterns down, right? It just becomes like a matter of just like muscle memory and pattern recognition, because you're only really moving your reticle very, within very strict guidelines, right? You're keeping it at head level and just very efficient movements. This is just all my assumption, Tony. Either way, he was cracked. It looked cracked, even from as far away as we were, and I can't wait to see these players. Speaking of cracked, Tony, we're jumping into our series, your Pioneers, and still need an org. Finally, we're in this, a best of 3, and it looks like it's going to be a Strongholds on Recharge to start.
Yeah, we've been watching the growth from Pioneers for quite some time toward the latter half of Halo 5 and even towards the ascendance here in Halo Infinite, but still need an org. They're very new to the Halo scene. Maybe they're the next KCP. They're made up of been there, done that players in different organizations, including Gears of War and Call of Duty. And they're a damn good Halo squad as well. And we're going to see if they can take down the KCP.
Gears of War, Call of Duty, Mario Kart, no matter where you come from, apparently the skill transfers to Halo, Tony. These dudes are pretty nasty. But is this the end of their tournament, right? Lower bracket. Up against Pioneers. Pioneers on a hell of a lower bracket run, and we know that they're a team capable of winning this whole thing. So it could just be a matter of time till that happens. Alex Shock will try to put a stop to one. Unfortunately, he cannot. Instead, Manny going to come out with a double. Precision with a quick trade on the kill, but look at him get chased down by a grappler and leave a stick behind. That was beautiful out of Precision. There was no way he was winning that fight, but he still got the kill.
And now we're on board with Talik out of KCP. Does have a teammate with them as they try to get this gold side control. And I believe it might be Alex Shock with the shock rifle over towards the Whirlpool. But it looks like Alex Shock actually coming out of nowhere with the commando, so it can't be him unless he's everywhere on the map at the same time. Finally shut down. The cleanup is going to come in out of Precision. 2 down for each of the teams, and the third one going to fall for Pioneers. Can still need an org take advantage.
Still need an org with a great vantage point, though, right? They got A and B covered for Precision with a sight line across the map. He's also ready just in case there is a flanker. And here he comes. He's already weak. We got him buttered up conveniently. The repulsor going to make things a little tricky. But Precision, despite getting the kill, Soul Snipe immediately going to answer back. So they've lost that right side perimeter, and that gives Pioneers an opening to get to B. Groovy, no hesitation to get the control and take a kill as he goes, almost snapping onto that man's face for the second. Doesn't quite work. 78, though, on board for still need an org.
Soul Snipe laying down the nade, using the repulsor to knock the player back. Sadly, not able to take down even one out of the two players. The bait and switch coming in out of Still Needed Org, using the repulsor right back at him with precision. Does precision. Cal Groovy put in the moves and letting Dalek know about it. Gets the kill. 3 down go Pioneers as they're taking away B. Still Needed Org have the lead against one of the best strongholds teams that we have in our league.
Groovy with a hell of a sight line here, too, just dealing damage to everyone that walks across his reticle. He can just continue to hold on in A side. They got to fight for B, though, and watch out for the stickies. 2 will come in. Second is a charm. At the very least, Groovy will walk away with the trade. And what the Pioneers do off the little opening? Soul Snipe, quite a position. He's just locking down that one lane. He knows he's cutting the sight lines from both C and A at the same time. As he sits there, he'll finally go down the bottom mid, get some damage in. Not enough to get a kill. 2 going to go down thanks to Still Need an Org, and they'll move up to B because of this.
Alex Shock holding down the A side of the map. Easy kill for him onto Druck. 2 bases in play here for Still Need an Org. Control side in, and they're not going for the trip cap just yet. If they go for the trip cap, it's going to be off of a round of slays. A 2, a 3 down, a fresh one at that, as Parzelli still holding things down on goal with the shock rifle, taking down Talik, and quickly going to back down to get his shields back because he has some more work to put into play.
Really got to take notes on where these guys place their reticles, right? Parzelli with the recognition to know that if a player backs off, that's exactly where he'd be. And he was just so ready to hit the shot. Fuck. Jeez, Tony, I am losing it. Let's see what Parzelli can do instead. Unfortunately, he will die.
On board with Mr. Soul Snipe out of KCP. Talik pushing forward on the top A, takes down Alex Shock, ends up getting the kill onto Groovy as well. Beautiful collapse out of your Pioneers, bouncing right back. You don't shoot bodies on Pioneers. All you do is make them even more angry and more efficient.
Speaking of anger, this is the double team on the Soul Snipe. Not too much he can do about that. Druck will try his hand with the shock, and he's still got 2 threatening him. Make it 3 as the entirety of Need and Organ to fly together to get back to Elevator here. Alex Shock will keep doing damage. That one player will try to milk his life, but he's now out of the picture. All while it happens, though, Pioneers, they managed to regain on the score. They've now taken the lead themselves, so Alex Shock going to fly in with the repulsor. Great way to create some distance between the 2 of them, and maybe Still Need an Org can continue to pick up the slack here. Parzelli does get a kill. Groovy going to slide into B. They'll stop the time. Can they earn some of their own?
Great take by Still Need an Org, specifically Groovy, able to steal it away, steal Bravo away, despite not having the exact round of slays that they would want. Now Soul Snipe looking to come in for the cleanup. Sadly, everybody's down. No cleanup for him, but he will take away Bravo. And look at the nades coming towards Long Haul. Both exits. He knows that every side is being blocked, and they're funneling the spawns onto Long Haul. Not sure if any of those nades connected, but I love the IQ plays coming in out of Soul Snipe. Nades are starting to fly, and Taulik is starting to get aggressive.
Need an Org in a bit of trouble now. Look at the whole map accounted for. They're getting tagged up no matter where they go, too. We'll try to get to C to stop the bleeding, but look at Manny and Druck push together to collapse onto C. That'll flip some of the spawners over to A side. They're already in position to get to it. But 168 and counting, so very quickly this is barreling out of control. Talik with a nice little rotation right into the fight with a second here. Precision does still somehow win that. And maybe that gives Still Need an Org a chance to breathe just a little bit. Alex Shock in a great vantage point here too. Got the anticipation on the flank, but just not enough to stay alive.
It looks like Parzelli and Precision work a little 1-2 combo. Bait and switch coming in. Manny gets taken down by Parzelli, but it's still a 3v3, and Parzelli taking some heavy damage from multiple sides. Finally, Soul Snipe going to come out with the kill, getting the first kill that they need while also holding a CB setup. Still Need an Org. Need to be careful. Pioneers already have the lead. You cannot allow this to get out of hand.
And it's already starting to happen, though. 2-11 and counting here. They can't afford to make mistakes. Look at the perimeter on the map, too. All coming up from A. Druck aware of it. Does he move up with Talik here? Talik getting aggressive. Manny coming in with the pinch from the opposite side here. Druck. You can see him cut off the shock as well. He knows they have it. 26 and counting here. Still Need an Org. They need an answer. No matter where they go, where they look, there's always somebody there to suppress them. It's thanks to Druck. Covering down 2 sight lines as well. He knows there's one addict, too. Damage into another. They got to move and get in the hill now. 39. They got to drop into B. And as they do it, Groovy does die. They will get to be with some time, but it's not enough. 244 and counting, and Druck just going to live in this situation. They can't even chase him. They need to get in the hill.
3 down go Pioneers looking to take advantage. They're in the hill here. Soulsnipe going in for the contest and the kill. Sliding into B as another 3 down go your Pioneers. Groovy taking away Charlie, and it looks like they're working on Bravo as well. So another double cap going in favor of Still Needed Org, but they cannot allow Pioneers to take even one dub cap. Otherwise, it will be the game.
And what do Pioneers do when they're at a deficit, though? They move together. They send 3 through pipes to move together as a unit to make sure they get kills. It doesn't work at all, though. They all die. And now the spawn's going to be flipped. Looks like it could be Seaside. Might split to pipes, though. And you can see he's ready, Groovy, just in case it happens, but they won't. This is a perfect little setup, an opportunity to control the map here. Pioneers, they got 2 opening kills, though. They can push off of numbers. And that's always the worry. C captured. All they need is to step into a hill for 2 seconds. B might be the play. In the meantime, we're on board with someone who's going to keep the damage. It looks like it was Druck. Is that enough to do this? It is. 248. The final seconds will come in, and Pioneers will walk away with game 1. Still need an org. They definitely showcase some brilliance at the end there, Tony. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, Pioneers definitely the favorites on paper, and they're showing us why in that game number 1. Still need an org. Running a bit of house over toward the first half of that game. I thought they played lights out and even had the lead against Pioneers, but eventually Pioneers took the lead and simply didn't look back. And now we're going into Slayer live fire, and the last thing you want to do is give Pioneers any kind of momentum. They have that, Alex. Now they really have it.
Yeah, on Slayer and Livefire as well, the way the map works, too, with just the separation in the lanes, there's no kind of clear route to dominance. Like, Recharge, very open in the center. You got a perimeter around the map with high ground. You can lock down lanes. No matter where you're moving, you're getting shot everywhere. It's hard to recreate that type of environment in Livefire with the way the map is laid out. Instead, you get a lot of close-range encounters, maybe 1v1s, 2v1s, especially if these players move in pairs. Especially if you got a heat wave or a sniper, right? So the dynamic a little bit different here. And because the map is smaller, the spawn collapse is so prevalent. I expect at least to see Pioneers fly into spawns, get very aggressive. They did do this in the previous series with EXO, though, right, Tony? Did they lose to EXO on this map? Maybe?
You know what?
A very close Slayer. They might have.
You might be right, and we're gonna see. I mean, obviously, EXO and Still Need an Org, 2 very different teams at very different points in their careers, and we're gonna find out. I mean, Still Need an Org looking to just keep adding to their already beautiful Halo resume that they've been able to create so far, and getting a win on the Pioneers would be incredible. They made a grand finals last week. They upset a bunch of teams and add Pioneers to that list, and maybe they find themselves an org here in game number 2. But obviously on Livefire, you got the sniper rifle, keep that out of the hands of Talik. You got the heat wave, you got the repulsor, even the drop ball. Yeah, keep out of Pioneer's hands in general. Yeah. Even a couple of assault rifles, which again, I don't know why are the assault rifles not coming to place? The best gun in the game, hands down, best gun in the game.
All right, relax. Where's your Nerf blaster? I know you got it right beside you. That's why every time you bring up the AR, I know he wants to bring up the Nerf blaster. Here it is. Oh, didn't get to see it. Not this time. Either way, Tony, we'll send our Nerf blasters directly into this game. BR is better in the end of the day, and that's why we don't see the AR, Tony. This thing is just more accurate, more deadly, and we're seeing it on screen in the form of Manny picking up an early kill. Soulsnipe with one on to Parzelli. 3-1 to start this game. What might be the last game in the tournament for Still Need an Org.
On board now with Soulsnipe of your Pioneers. Would love to see them pull off a 2-0 finish and Still Need an Org as they continue to try to prove themselves as one of the most dominant teams that we have in our league. Meanwhile, Still Need an Org, as we said before, want to pat their resume and get themselves signed by an organization. Soulsnipe with the camouflage in hands, collapsing here onto the A side, finds himself a target, a couple of shots in, collects a bit of a different angle. The smacker to come and taking down one, almost able to stick the second one. Heavy damage, making them one shot, but not able to get the kill.
Tony, there's a ton of talent on that Still Need an Org team, though, and I know we've talked about it a few times. I've seen some questions, some speculation in the chat. Let's just lock it down for real, though, right? KCP, Precision, Alex Shock, those are Pro Gears players. We know that for a fact. And Druck going to shut one down in the meantime. Parzelli and Groovy, are those COD players? Is that right, Tony?
To my knowledge, I believe Parzelli is, and I believe Groovy might be from either Gears of War or Call of Duty.
So, interesting split, but no doubt, all four of these boys very talented. I mean, trading blows with one of the top teams, top 6 team in the league at the very least, Pioneers. And maybe they can turn things around in a Slayer. And this is a hell of a precedent they would set if they beat a team like this. One way to do it is to hit your shots. Groovy doing exactly that.
Groovy taking some damage, but still going to advance forward onto Sandbags. Camouflage should be coming up very soon. Finds a target, not able to get the kill. Manny got to shut him down. The cleanup comes in quickly. Shock in a terrible position, but doesn't care. Gets the melee kill onto Talik. Beautifully played. And just like that, Pioneers take a 1-kill lead.
Pretty sure it's all because he's got that fiery Cheeto on the end of his gun, Tony. He's just hitting shots, hitting melees. Everything's connecting. I don't know. It's just something to do with these flaming hot BR Cheetos. We'll see. Alex Shock still got an opportunity for a play here and a slight advantage they've earned off of these kills, too.
Might need some Nestle Splash to wash that down. Alex Shock taking down one, able to go after Soul Snipe, but the cleanup will come in. 3 down go Pioneers, though. This man, they're going to try to equalize the situation, not able to find the kill. Quickly backs down towards his spawning teammates. And still need an Orc putting up one hell of a fight here on Livewire.
Things might change very quickly, though, if Manny stays alive. He doesn't, though. Alex Shock with a big nade to kill him. That trade does go in thanks to Soul Snipe, but the snipe going to get picked up by, I believe, Talik. Druck with coverage on the B as well. And here comes a little bait and switch into center map. You got Talik with a kill with a snipe already. I'd like to see what Talik is up to. Not sure if we can jump onto his POV, but this man could be making a play. And Druck, Soul Snipe, they'll work together to make sure he's got room to line some up.
Ooh, double kill being earned by Druck. Earns himself a heat wave as well, and a 4-kill lead for your Pioneers. And noticing multiple players spawning towards the B side, that is not by accident. Pioneers are influencing the spawns, but one player breaks out. It's gonna be Groovy taking down Druck. Also goes down is Manny, and now you have Groovy with the heat wave in hands, looking to make a play here. They're down by 4 kills, make it 3, Alex.
That was nice moves out of Still Need an Org, though, to be spawning on B and for the entire enemy team to be aware of it, but to team shot and rotate their way out of that deficit so quickly that they got a flank on the Druck and they stopped him before he could make any plays with, I believe he had a snipe, or sorry, the heat wave at the time. Heat wave going to trade hands bottom mid, though. You can see member of Pioneers will pick that up. In the meantime, Precision going to do what he can to get it back for himself. Beautiful shot. It's a perfect kill. They'll try to stay alive here as well. 28 on the board. On the side is Still Need an Org here. Unfortunately, Druck coming off a spawn will clean him up.
Oh, nades coming out of nowhere. Alex Shock able to take down Talik. That sniper rifle ends up in the middle of the map. Druck picks it up and immediately puts it to work, taking down 1. Pioneers able to take down 2, and the last 2 over towards Sandbag. Manny says, I need to get the heck out of here. Not able to do so, as numbers still go in favor of Still Need an Org. Somehow Pioneers holding on to the lead, though.
It's a slight lead at that. Anything can happen here, especially with that opening kill from Parzelli. They're going to push up on A together off of this. Look at this. The whole team coming in together. Pick up on the Talik. Can they snowball off of this? Alec knows he needs to stay alive, but his teammate's going to come out forward first. Alec with the trade opportunity. Ooh. He'll take it. Now 36-37 because of it. He's got Groovy bottom mid with him. This is where they want to be moving together and baiting and switching. You see Druck just overwhelmed, but it doesn't matter. What a beautiful nade. Did he stick him?
No.
My God. What a play out of Druck. The efficiency, right? Every nade is freaking perfect.
Every time Still Need an Org find their way, clawing their way back into the game. Pioneers answer back in a big way, and that was no different coming out of your Pioneers. Once again, increasing their lead back to 2. Groovy able to find Talik, but Druck going into the challenge onto Keydor, forced to back down as Pioneers looking to make a statement here. They are 1 game away from making it into your top 3 and your elimination finals, and the collapse is coming in.
There's no way that player doesn't die behind the box. Unfortunately, doesn't get a trade as he does it. 45-41. 5 kills to close the series. Druck going to continue to chase him down. They're just bleeding, right? They got to slow the game down somehow. Off a spawn, they need to hold their position, try to force a free kill. They got to win this fight against Druck, too. Druck going to make himself very difficult to kill in the situation. Pops the camo last second. I believe that did activate. That heat wave did drop. A 49 at this point. 1 kill to close it. Still need an org. They cannot find a way to escape, and Pioneers will close the game and the series with a 50-44 and a 2-0.
Sadly, not able to pull off the upset. I think they played well, but not well enough. Pioneers, like I said, looking to send a message here and get back to the grand finals, and that was just one more team in their way. Now they're going into the elimination finals. Top 3 guaranteed a piece of the prize pool, but that's not what it's all about for these Pioneers. They're looking to assert themselves and assert their dominance here in Esports Arena like they've done time and time again. Fnatic currently waiting in the grand finals, waiting, licking their lips, saying, all right, bring it on. And KCP looking to climb up.
3 teams left. Oxygen, Fnatic, and Pioneers in this tournament, Tony. It's been a hell of a tournament so far. So many top-level competitors, some of which we didn't even get to witness today, right? We didn't get to watch Complexity today. Unfortunately for Complexity, they had a bit of a rough run earlier today. They lost to Recognize Us. They lost to, I think, Oxygen. Torrent lost to Oxygen, dropped to lower, and Torrent was another team we didn't get to witness either. Torrent, I want to say at least top 16 team, a team that was in Anaheim as well. Had a lot of reps at a high level, and in the end of the day, only one team gets to win it, Tony. So, unbelievable competition in Esports Arena. I wonder what this means for future weeks. If we get sweatier teams every time, if we get some more partner teams in the mix. At this point, though, who do you think, based off of what we've seen? I mean, does Fnatic hold their standing in winners, or is this a Pioneer comeback through lower bracket? Are they not stopping at this rate?
I'm not going to lie to you. If you would have asked me before the tournament, I probably would have said KCP come out on top. However, Pioneers showing that they do bleed and not having their best tournament yet. If they did, they'd be in the grand finals via the winners bracket, in my opinion. Fnatic have shown that even with their new fort, they're able to pull off big wins, and they look damn good while doing it. Most of the wins they get are dominant, so they're just looking a lot cleaner. And I think this is Fnatic's tournament to win, and it's up to your Pioneers to prove me wrong. Same thing with Oxygen Esports. I don't want to count them out just yet, because I give Oxygen Esports a puncher's chance against any team, including your Pioneers and including Fnatic as well.
Right, and we saw in the previous series in Winners Finals, Oxygen can hold their own in Slayer in a big way. And what a way that they turned the series with that Slayer. They staked Fnatic with the Slayer in Game 2. So if they can swing a Slayer like that, who's to say that they can't swing an objective as well when things get down to the wire? I believe it was a very close series too. So Pioneers, Oxygen, they're going to go head-to-head soon. At this point, Pioneers, it just seems like they're kind of leveling up as they go, though. Tony, I know this team has been a little inconsistent recently. They lost, who did they lose to? EXO earlier. Yesterday in open tournament, they didn't even make it to top 8, I don't think, right? They lost to who? Not Oxygen, right? Torrent.
I believe they lost to ESA Blue to knock them into the elimination bracket, and then Torrent were the ones who I believe knocked them out of the tournament outside of the top 8.
So a little inconsistency on the side of Pioneers, but their skill ceiling is insane based off of what we've seen, especially at Raleigh. They're the only team at this tournament capable of placing, I think, in the top 4 worldwide at the moment. But Fnatic, I mean, what a dent they can put in that opportunity if they win today.
I agree with you. I think KCP definitely can place top 4. I don't want to say they're the only team. I think Fnatic are one piece
I guess everyone's capable of it, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just going off of history's sake, right?
I think Fnatic are one piece away, and maybe their new fort is that one piece, which we still don't know if their new fort is Tyler the CEO or not, because we haven't seen Tyler and the new fort at the same exact time. Why don't we send it over to Tyler the CEO, possibly the new fort of Fnatic?
No, man, I gave away my secret, dude. That was pretty funny, actually. So look, there's a lot of time in between games. And to give, was it we said Shy Not or Y-Way? I like Y-Way too. That one's pretty good. Anyway, give them a break. They talk a lot. All right, I talk a lot too, so I totally understand it. But when you're rhythm, you want to keep going with it for sure. So we'll give them a bit of a break as we get the next server going for the next match. So I'm going to bring in none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Tom T Squared Taylor, to join me yet again here in Studio Red. blue. I don't know. I can't remember what color this one is. But Tom, how you doing? Have you been playing still this whole time?
Oh, I've been gaming. You know me.
That's a job and a half, huh? I like that. You just game, kind of have the headset on, you watch the stream going, and I mean, that's good. It's good. And I know we've got some clips we're going to go through here. So again, relying on, if you can do it for me, relying on your expertise to break down these plays, because you know me, I'm a scrub when it comes to this game. So I'll have some questions for you as the play breaks down. But anything else that you want to share before we go ahead and break down these clips?
You know, you could be washed and a scrub at the same time, Tyler, and I appreciate that about you. You're both, man. You're looking clean.
And you know it because you've seen the bathwater. So, yeah.
I've seen the bathwater.
Dude. Oh, that was pretty good, actually. I hope you still have that, but actually at the same time, I don't wish you still have
It
that.
started to turn colors on me. I don't know.
It's starting to grow some shit. That's good. All right, Eddie, before we get off the rails here, let's go ahead and break down some sick clips that you got in those last previous games. All right, Tom, I'll let you take it away here. I believe we have an overkill that we're going to watch.
Yeah, this overkill was actually pretty nasty when you go and look at how this all went down, right? I mean, just great awareness throughout the entire thing. Controlling the middle and controlling the nades, Tyler. If you struggle on this map, that's one of the keys, man. Making sure that you control the middle of the map, and then once you get the middle, you start to extend into their base. The thing about this, though, for Name, unfortunately, is after he gets this overkill, he flies over towards the rocket side. The kill tack was actually over towards the other side, so maybe Big Door on over towards, you know, Cafe would have been a better entrance for him. Instead, he goes over towards the rocket side, enters on over through the window. Great overkill, no doubt about it. Unfortunately, they couldn't get any momentum in this game, and Fnatic is sitting in the winners finals, or in the grand finals right now, looking extremely strong, and it's a matter of who's going to really stop them. We've seen some really great plays overall. This is one of them for sure, but it's a team game, and you got to make sure that you're able to capitalize on these overkills and get flag captures.
Yeah, how was he able to just be so freely in the middle like this? I mean, you're saying so controlling the middle, the nade spots, all that good stuff. I mean, is this like the best spot? Like, where's your other teammates in this scenario?
So they're definitely behind him because the furthest person up needs to continue to advance into the base, right? So he's looking around, you see one of his teammates is dead, he picks up the overkill right there, and now you have to immediately advance over to that front jump. Going Big Door is not a good play because then you're just ending up collapse and you're on the ground right there, so you gotta take the high ground. But look at the use of the nades, right? Use of the nades over towards the treehouse, use of the nades over towards, after he sees that one nade fly past him, he understands the trajectory of where this player went. So just really great awareness, paying attention to what's flying towards him, gets the call out for the player on over towards the corner right there, gets that guy flushed out. But the thing is once you start to get these kills, yes, he has to double back for the triple and the overkill. If you are, you know, trying to play Bizarre CTF, the best thing to do is advance on the map. The rest of his teammates are going to take the behind angles from him and support him, and then they're going to continue to push up as well.
Man, it's just so crazy watching like the difference in play when you see someone who is, I would say, a pro player, and the little cursor movement they had. When I was first learning how to play Halo 2, it was more left stick and less right stick, right? Like you don't want to be swaying back and forth trying to shoot the guy. You want to be strafing, you know, keeping your cursor within the middle of the screen as much as you possibly can. And seeing that guy, it's just like such little movement goes on with these shots. And thankfully the hitboxes are kind of big. There is some aim assist, but Halo's always had that. So it's not like it's that crazy to be thinking of that when it comes to being that professional player. It's just so fantastic to see. And obviously knowing the game as well as you do, controlling the middle, I didn't know that. That's news to me. And knowing where the grenades spawn, because otherwise there's no way he gets that kill if he doesn't grab those. What are those grenades called? The ones that are the blue sparkly
I call them
things?
the Palpatines. That's an Ogre 2 special. We call them the Palpatines from Star Wars because they just they're like the shock nades, whatever you want to call them.
And that's like
I call them the Palpatines.
The Palpatines. Okay, so the Palpatines are like that perfect grenade that he could have thrown in there in that small room because it does so much, you know, like overall damage, right?
You have the spike nades as well, that those spawn underneath where the shotgun and the rockets are on the stairs. So that's been one of the big things from the tournaments is you've seen people realizing, hey, how are we going to flush people out of these corners? Well, those are the two nades that you need to go and do it, because locking down those corners of the map that you saw right there, that's really important to lock down. So you need to make sure that you're flushing people out. In Slayer, the objective is to hold both of those areas, right? But it's different in CTF because you can spawn on either side in Slayer and Bizarre Slayers. So it is definitely a bizarre map, right? It's weird. It's weird that it goes to 5 because you could see teams dominate it just like Fnatic was dominating, and they don't end up getting to 5 flag captures.
So
and it's pretty hard to. It's not that hard to capture one, but say that you're playing, matchmaking, random matchmaking. Bizarre CTF ends up becoming just an all-out clown fest, a clown fiesta, because people don't know and understand the spawns for the most part.
Is that? Yeah, exactly. So because I'm trying to compare it to like what the legacy maps that you have, the midships, the lockouts, the warlocks. You can't compare it because I'm trying to think of any other map in previous Halo competitions that you needed to control the middle. Right? When is that ever? I mean, even in midship, you always had, the parts that you were shooting down.
It's always been real estate. Think about it as owning real estate, right? Like Monopoly almost, right? So you always want to continue to advance and have real estate, but controlling the middle means that you have the 50-yard line, right? That you're controlling that line of scrimmage basically.
And then CTF specifically. In CTF specifically, yeah, because obviously Slayer.
Almost everything, but CTF specifically, yes. Okay. Control can be so many different things on so many different maps. But when you think of CTF, knowing that they're not going to spawn behind you, you have no reason not to advance forward. You want to be in their base. You want to lock down as much percentage as possible, because the more percentage you lock down, the more you're able to figure out and generate where they're going to spawn based on just the positioning where everybody's on.
If you're going in on the left side of the map, then they're going to be spawning in 6 seconds on the right side of the map. So it really is obviously map awareness and map control is what. Because there's so many times, it's so satisfying to get a kill in Halo. It is legitimately so satisfying. A 4-shot clean kill, that is so satisfying. And that's always been my mistake as a player, is just trying to chase that kill. I am a better shooter than you. I could, strafe better than you can. All those sorts of things, you think that. But really, in team play, that's why I think Halo has always been one of the best esports, in my opinion, to watch, because the comms are so specific to know exactly when those players go down, to know exactly when someone can push into the base. Once you have that map control and that map awareness, it really breaks down to comms and overall skill for sure. But the team comms is really something that, in my opinion, is why Halo has always been one of the best esports when it comes to shooters, especially.
And that's why it's so exciting to see in person, right? And the crowd has always been, and the fans have always been so awesome too. So we got a chance to talk a little bit about what the last 2 years have been like. Obviously, transitioning everything online and digital. We're turning the corner. A lot of the mask mandates are gone in a lot of cities. At least I'm in St. Louis. They got rid of the mask mandate last week. So it's cool to see, everybody kind of turning the corner and us getting back to normal life and getting back to major tournaments, because, St. Louis is 3.5 hours, 4 hours from the major one that's going to happen in Kansas City. So I'm going to try to bring a lot of my friends out there that I've made here, so they can see what it's like, and that's going to be their first tournament. And that's how it all really started for me, is going to my first tournament, checking it out, having fun, and realizing this is a good time. It's not like a concert, it's not like going to a movie, it's something completely different. It's like a really interactive experience.
Everyone's like-minded. Exactly. They're all there for the same reason. Hey, were you at 2007 MLG Anaheim?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I hit every single MLG up until maybe 2012.
So what team? Because that's the one that I went to that I realized I need to be better at the game. But what was your team name?
Dig into what, a 15-year-old memory? You got.
No, I'm the same age as you, dude. You said you're 34. I'm 34.
I know, but you said 2007. That was what, 15 years ago, right?
Yeah, I know, but you would know the team name you were playing under, no? At Halo 2?
It had to be Sheriffin, 1,000%. If I had to think of the roster, it was probably me, Fonzie, Fallacy, and Defy. If that's going to be the right.
Right, I didn't play against. I think I played against.
You may be thinking about 2008 too. I don't know. I get them all mixed up. I'd have to go and look at the.
I know. I don't remember either. If it was 8 or I'm pretty sure I was a freshman in college, so I'm pretty sure.
Could have been 2006. Could have been 2006.
Maybe 6. What do you know? Yeah, was it always in the winter?
If that was the case, I got 3rd place, and that was the Sugar Rippin' squad, because I was on Sugar Rippin' basically from the 2nd, 3rd. Of 2005.
Do you know who got? Do you remember who got 1st and 2nd in those ones?
Most likely it was 3D, right? And the team that eventually turned into Final Boss, because they had that amazing streak where they basically didn't lose for however many tournaments, and then we beat them in Philly in 2005. Then they came back and had a really nice spree, and for a time it was just Final Boss. Carbon, Strip, and winning tournaments for a really long time.
Did you say Carbon?
Carbon. Could have been, Carbon as well.
I think that's the team that we got matched up against in the first round. Because you remember back in the day, you had to play solos in order to seed you in the team games. And so, we didn't know that. Yeah, free for all. So we didn't know that. My whole team, we only had one
So you
person.
brought your
sign
team
up
down
for
to last
free for all.
place is what you're saying.
Oh yeah, we were team second to last place. So it was. So I'm pretty sure it was Carbon.
At that point, I realized I was no good at the game.
But hey, that's what
Once I
spawned.
lost to the 7-year-old sitting next to me.
Yeah, dude. That's actually the only team we did beat, was the 7-year-old team that was next to us. Bunch of kids.
Probably
I was
talk
just,
trash, too.
and actually, to be honest, I think that 7-year-old was probably the best player on the team, but everyone else, he carried everyone else. And that was the reason why I spawned Esports Arena, why Esports Arena was created, because we didn't get washed that tournament, because we ended up, we got down in the losers bracket, and then we kind of clawed our way. We won a few matches, felt good. But we realized that, all right, we're not the worst, but we're not the best. We're clearly not the best, not even close to being the best, especially in Halo. I felt like it was a massive gap. But we wanted to go to a place that we can go and compete on a regular basis. And Halo at the time, we had modded Xboxes, so everyone's doing the super jumping. Everyone's like, playing online. If you didn't have host, it was a miserable experience. I mean, so it was one of those things that we just wanted to create LANs. So we actually did. We created LANs at our school. We went to a small private school in Azusa called the Azusa Pacific University, and we hosted tournaments there all the time. Our first tournament we ever hosted had 64 players. And I was banging on people's dorm rooms and asking them to borrow their bubble screen TV and their Xbox 360. And we played, the regular Xbox. And I got 16 people to just lend me their stuff. And I was like, I promise I'll bring it back. And I just had masking tape and just their room number on it. And I brought it back, like every single one of them at the end of the night. So I remember that first tournament that we hosted, and we won that tournament. It was a ton of fun. So we were good at the local level, but not good at the national level. And that's the reason why Esports Arena was created. We wanted to create a local competitive experience that you could go to at all the time.
And that's why I have a lot of respect for you guys, Tyler, and for what you guys do, because that LAN center business model, how many of them went out of style? How many of them went out of business, right? You guys ended up taking that LAN center business model and turning it into Esports Arena, man. So congratulations.
I appreciate
and I know
that.
The team works their ass off. Hats off to Connie. Hats off to Bad Push, to Luke. All you guys, much love to you guys. Thank you guys for putting all this together.
Oh, indeed, yes. And I have to give a very special shout out to Microsoft. They've been a huge supporter of ours for sure. Back in the Microsoft Sundays with Halo 5. We're doing a lot of cool things with them inside our Walmart stores now that things are opening back up. But of course, the support that they have for us with Series E. We had a great tweet today from the HCS team giving a shout out for Series E. So thanks so much, Microsoft. Could not be here without you guys. And also, Tom, if you noticed, I don't know if you saw, I did like a little segment right before this with some kid winning $500 in one of our stores in Atlanta. Yeah, so we're doing this segment now. So Shane Spirit Z is going to be jumping in, and we're going to see how well he can do. But it'd be interesting to see if we can maybe tap into your gameplay as well to see how well you could do. See if you can beat Shane. So next segment, make sure to watch, see how well Shane does at his score, and then post your score after that. See if you can beat him. Which I'm sure you can, because you're a pro at Halo. He was an H1Z1 pro. He's washed. He's scrub anyway. So yeah. But anyway, we'll jump into that next after this round. We're gonna take a quick short break, but Tom, stay tuned. We'll catch up on the next one, man. And actually, we'll probably catch up in Kansas City as well. I'll probably make the trip out there too. So it'll be a good time. Maybe we'll hang out.
I'll see you there.
Yeah, dude. All right. Thanks so much, everyone. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to Esports Arena Series E. We've had a hell of a tournament today, a long day, a lot of very high-level teams in attendance as well, but only 3 left in the tournament. All that's left to go is Losers Finals and Grand Finals. Tony, Losers Finals up next. We've seen a bit of the story leading up to, most of the story leading up to it. We had Pioneers and a hell of a Losers Bracket run, but then we got Oxygen Esports looking for a bit of a revenge story, maybe against Fnatic, who are waiting for them, I guess, in the Winners Finals. Winners Grand Finals. Sheesh.
Oxygen Esports have been playing lights out. They got a 2-1 win against Torrent, a 2-0 against EXO, the very team that 2-1 Pioneers to knock them into the elimination bracket to begin with. Oxygen Esports, a very strong squad, but we know what KCP's ceiling is, and it is absolute excellence. I'm going to be really excited to watch these two juggernauts fight it out for their tournament lives.
Right. Oxygen, they still had a very close series with Fnatic, despite the fact that Fnatic had been playing incredibly well today. They got a bit of a mystery fourth. They've been dominating everyone except Oxygen Esports, especially in Slayer. Oxygen bounced back, so I think there's a lot of potential for Oxygen to maybe put down Pioneers. The issue here is Pioneers, ever since they lost early on in the winner's bracket, they haven't looked back. They've been, I think, 2-0ing every single team. I'm actually going to verify that. Right now, they have 2-1 against it. Wait, no, 2-0'd everyone. Since they've jumped into the losers bracket, they have not lost a single game. So will they even lose at this rate? Will they run through this series? We'll see. It's Oddball on Streets, Slayer on Bazaar, and Stronghold's Live Fire. If we get there, Tony, should be a hell of a series.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think it's really too close to call. This Oddball Streets can go either way. We know both of these teams are very strong when it comes to Slayer. However, I think KCP is a different Slayer Bazaar team. I think Bazaar is actually weirdly one of their best Slayer maps, and that's going to be popping up here in game number 2. But Oddball Streets, this is anybody's game 1. I want to see Oxygen Esports come out hot because you got to get it to game 3. So even if you lose game 2, you get it to game 3, you still got a puncher's chance. But I think they need to come out game number 1. Otherwise, there's a chance they might get swept.
They definitely need to come out game number 1. The worry here is, I would say Streets is a Pioneer's favored map, just based off of their playstyle. Oxygen do play very quick, though, so maybe they can, kind of go toe-to-toe with them. But Pioneers, they're always locked onto the thrust. They're always using it to escape fights and to lock down spawns as well. The spawns in this map tend to flip very easily because the map is very small. You can impact and flip spawns very quickly, so the collapses are very fast as well. And Pioneers tend to be very in tune with their team and their timings to stay on top of those snowballs and collapses and then regain those setups with the ball. Of course, we expect to see it on A side. Very curious to see how these teams, kind of react to, being flexible with the ball and finding that scrappy time as well. Big indicator of whether or not they pull away in the game.
Yeah, your A-side setup is definitely going to be your bread and butter. I will say I've seen the ball rotate in my games and even in tournament play where somehow it finds its way over toward the subway side of the map too. Yep. So you got to be prepared for that. I would definitely say making sure you control that Bulldog in addition to the Rockets. When you're holding down a setup, being able to just sit in a corner and let somebody come behind you, so smack it with the one shot with the Bulldog, get the melee in before they're able to react. The Bulldog is such a strong weapon, especially when it comes to holding setups and definitely when it comes to breaking them as well. I think the Bulldog is as important as the Rockets when you're playing on Streets. And if you can combine it with the thrust, you're going to be a real problem on the Streets.
Right. So the key here for this matchup, Oxygen, you want them to start out hot and come out with a game. Because if they don't, Bazaar Slayer might be a tough one, especially with what we've seen from Pioneers so far. But here we go into the series. Oddball on Streets to start it off, on board with Common. And Common already picking up 2 kills to start this game.
Well, we said Oxygen Esports need to come out hot. Grabbing the Rockets off the rip was definitely good, but losing them is not what you want to see. And now we're seeing Drunk with the Rockets and the Bulldog in hands, but he's going to lose both of them. Not able to find the kill, not even able to get the trade. So numbers advantage in the favor of Oxygen Esports. Talik now having to advance forward. They need a slay, and it's 3 down. Quickly go Oxygen Esports. All 4 members down. So now all the power weapons and the ball going into the subway side setup here for your Pioneers.
Right, and despite the early kills out of Oxygen, it was a little staggered, right? There was no, definite round of slays. They couldn't find the opportunity to get the ball. When the slays did come in, it was in favor of Pioneers. So Pioneers with early ball time, aggression already in with the Rockets as well. They get a cross one up with the shotty there. He'll turn back and get the kill onto Druck, and maybe that gives him a chance to push up. You can see he's getting shot in the back. So Pioneers, despite the ball hold in C, the remainder of the team not afraid to get aggressive, to go into spawns, and to really apply pressure on this team. The ball was played out center, though. 21 seconds to Pioneers. And Oxygen looking to turn things around. 2 dead already in the feed, and this is the moment where you'd want to see them either clean up the rest of the team quickly or start to rotate that ball out of the situation.
Well, with the ball toward the middle of the map, it's in a perfect baitable situation here as Common takes down one, earning the assist here for Name. Name going in for the challenge, not able to find the kill even with the Bulldog. I believe it was Talik who got the kill with the Stalker rifle. Ball now moving forward, and Druck doing a great job of covering his back, watching that choke, and even getting aggressive, trying to go for the one shot. Goes in, almost gets his shield back, finally able to find the kill to Cherish. A new challenger has appeared, and Haynes gonna take him down.
When everyone's hitting those curb slides consistently, the fights get so interesting, right? Because you saw your opponent use the curb slide to get out of Cafe and behind that cover, but then Druck used one of his own on the vending machine to immediately chase him down and get a new angle on him. So the fights just kind of extend and become more elaborate the more that these players become consistent with the mechanics. Manny, speaking of consistency, this man's going to slide straight in with a kill into Common, pick up another slide for an aggressive challenge. Doesn't quite walk out with a kill off of it, but Soul Snipe in position to keep the damage up here.
Soul Snipe getting behind enemy lines, and it looks like Oxygen Esports were able to play the ball towards the middle of the map here. Still a lead in favor of Pioneers, but Soul Snipe will be shut down. Common going towards that middle angle, finds a kill onto Talik. 2 more onto the B stairs, almost able to take down a second one, but Manny putting the Sentinel beam to work, and Druck starting to get aggressive, but sadly he's going to be shut down.
Well, he shut down. Oxygen make a quick rotation with the ball to get it back to safety. See? No way! How much damage did he do with that one nade shot? He got a kill, and I think he hurt 2 other players in the process, and that damage is going to convert into more kills here. You got Common now down. Common gets a trade, but the shoddy in the hands of Haynes will slow down Pioneers just a bit, and maybe Oxygen can get a chance to collect this crappy ball here. Somehow Pioneers are finding ways to win fights and be a nuisance.
Cherish quickly added to the kill feed, but so do 2 members on Pioneers. Make that 3 out of 4 members for Pioneers on the black screen. Talik, the final player alive, finds the kill onto the ball carrier as their team is starting to spawn. So great job for Talik to deny any more points going in for Oxygen Esports, but the ball still is in Subway. If they get the slays that they need, they can get right back into their setup, but Common is going to fall over toward the middle of the map. Oh, no. Cherish not able to put the Stalker rifle to work, having 2 players hunting him down.
Jeez, you can see how aggressive Pioneers are. They all collapse together from different angles, and Cherish, he just does not know where to contribute. It doesn't have the time or the resources to do so. So Talik gets away with the rockets and has to spam them both out. Unfortunately, will die, but better that those rockets are off the map and away from Oxygen. And a couple more seconds for Pioneers off of it as well. Cherish going to fly in aggressively. Might have regretted that play. He's now dead. So is Haynes. And because they're dropping and losing numbers, they can't afford to push the ball as aggressively. That's just more time for Pioneers.
And they're continuing to get slays too. Manny pulling off the double kill on the feed with the Sentinel being beautifully played. Manny actually finding a 3rd member, so 3 out of 4 members going down courtesy of Manny, and Soul Snipe finding the 4th. And look at that, the spawners coming right over towards PD. Yep. Soul Snipe was aware of it, but just barely missing the jump, getting caught onto the ledge. Is going to also be added to the black screen here, but still 75-24 lead in favor of your Pioneers. Oxygen Esports need to make something happen right here, right now.
It is wild how quick and efficient you have to be with every movement, every shot. I mean, Cherish, by the way, a triple on the feed, so there's some quick efficiency out of him. That gets the ball back in their hands, but even out of Soul Snipe to just very narrowly miss his rotation, right? He bumps a wall, and because he bumps a wall for a fraction of a second, he's automatically dead. Like, there's no safety, there's no survival. You need to be moving perfectly and getting through this map without a hitch. Soul Snipe back in the action. Of course, 79 on board for Pioneers, and Soul Snipe still getting aggressive. Haynes will take him. Can Oxygen find a way to bring this back? They need to keep winning fights just like this.
Common going down to 1 shot, forced to stay alive here towards the red side of the map. And we just noticed rockets are coming up, so he wants to apply pressure over to the side of the map.
Nice.
Beautiful shots onto Drug, taking down one. Rockets end up in the hands of your Pioneers, and 3 down go Oxygen Esports. Manny not only putting down the shots and throwing some denial grenades, but uses that time to steal away the ball and get it all the way towards the B Street 1 Slay. And that ball will be rotated over towards the PD. Name gonna catch 2 grenades right to the face as Druk puts him down.
Such a clutch rotation with the ball at Amani, though, because it forces the ball up the stairs, and then Oxygen have to run up the driveway to contest and try to stop that ball from getting any further. They run into the driveway. They run into 2 players on Pioneers who have high ground on them and an advantage in the fight. So, in the end, Pioneers coming away with the win on the gunfights here. And it's 87 and counting on the board as Talik just locks down the staircase. It's Name looking for Talik. You know he got the call out, so he will pick up the double. Will catch the ball as well, coming with a kill for a 3rd player. So despite 93 being on the board, the whole team dead. And Oxygen with a little chance for a setup of their own. They got to play this perfect.
Oxygen Esports need to take advantage of these numbers and this setup. Otherwise, round number 1 will go in favor of your Pioneers. Talik taking down Haynes off the screen. Common gets the kill onto Druk, but the second one's going to come in, and that's going to be Manny. Multiple going down for Oxygen Esports. Pioneers able to corral the ball over toward the back of Subway, and that's going to be it. Round 1 goes to your Pioneers. Oxygen Esports will have to put back-to-back in order to take game number 1.
Quick peek on the stats at the end there, Tony. Soul Snipe had 16 kills, Talik with 14. Just the slaying power out of Pioneers in that game. No slouch. You know, they don't leave any openings. They don't leave any opportunities for Oxygen. And then when they get the opportunities, they don't last long. But Common, he started out strong in round 1. He'll start out strong in round 2. Can they turn these slays into an actual hold this time, which was an issue for Oxygen in round 1? But you can see this time they finally got the setup they want. And Common is in position to get early kills and spawners, too.
Common, obviously not happy with this view, decides to flip the table over towards Planters. Cherish trying to stay alive on the B stairs, not able to stay alive with the Bulldog. And now Haynes going to be the final player for Oxygen Esports, forced to play the ball towards the middle of the map. Common coming off the spawn, making his presence known immediately by taking down Soul Snipe, and Name going to add a kill to the feed as well. Somehow your Pioneers able to steal away the ball, but can they get the slays?
We'll have to find out. Ball back in the hands of Druk. It's going to be scrappy here. You can see Soul Snipe coming up through center. Going to get cut off by Common. Common with another pickup. Teammates might be able to help secure more. You got Name already dead in the feed, though. Common going to walk into multiple. And because he's died, Pioneer's got an opportunity to skate away with that ball. And now Cherished and team are going to have to work a little bit harder to break this setup. 16 points and counting. It's Name coming in through the alley. Great timing at a Cherish to help and clean up the kill. Now he's lost Name. He's lost Haynes. He's got Common with him. They got to get aggressive. They don't want him to get away with ball time. And even with the shotgun, he can't find the kill. The Stalker will find its target instead.
Pivotal kill coming out of Soul Snipe right there, and Druk starting to take some heavy damage here towards the red. Name able to get the nade off, and Talik being a sneaky beaver, waiting for anybody to make the crossover towards Purple Street. Sadly, no one's going to do so. Still ends up getting the flank onto Cherish. The perfect kill comes in. It looks like Haynes able to take down Soul Snipe, and the assault rifle coming in. 36 bullets of pure hell, and he's going to unleash them on the Subway.
Yeah, there's that gun you've been waiting for, Tony. Finally, you're starting to see a little bit. He does get a double with it, but Oxygen very quick to snap back, and they got a little setup of their own here. Common with a shotgun to guard the door. This is where you want to see him get slayed. So Soul Snipe already dead. Cherish did die. Can they use the remaining 2? Uh-oh, there's the rockets on the feet. I forgot about those. Manny slipped away with him. Shoddy will at least get Druk down for the count, but Druk, you know he's calling that out. You know Pioneers are aware of it, so you see how quickly they move in unison to get those angles, to pick up the weak targets, and make sure that nobody who loses shields comes out of that fight alive in the end here. Cherish, lacking resources, going to get tagged by nades the moment he tries to get the driveway. 52 and counting, though. Oxygen, they need to fight quick here.
Cherish ends up over towards the Subway side. Great flank coming out of him, but he is going to be spotted. Manny dropping the ball to get the slay. 3 down, go Oxygen Esports. And Manny just meleeing Ghost around the Subway as his teammates are continuing to slay off the spawn. End up putting Oxygen Esports another 2 down, and it looks like Jared's going to join him. So a fresh 3 down coming in out of Oxygen, out of Pioneers. And not only are they able to get that round of slays, but they're also hopping on the spawns and putting the pressure on Oxygen. Finally, they're able to get the kills, but that ball might be rotated all the way towards the B side, and they're out rotating Oxygen Esports with the ball in hands. Manny making some plays here, and now Druk taking down yet another one. How will Oxygen Esports come back in this game?
It's just a repeat of the same situation, right? Manny finding that timing to rotate the ball. At least this time, Name comes away with 2 kills. You can get the ball right back to a setup, potentially. Still got to worry about one more in back C. And if that player continues to milk his life in C, then the remaining spawners on Pioneers, look at, they're coming up through B side to get a quick pinch. Thankfully, Common is here to help out with Name. Name going to try to stay alive. Rocket's now spawning up as well, so this is where Oxygen need to keep their numbers in play. Name getting wild as well. He's sliding out one shot. He's likely dead. Cherish will get his kill. Maybe Cherish can pick up the pieces here, that being a shotgun and a rocket launcher to control in the bottom of the map. Oh, no. Maybe we'll use it.
Rockets do end up coming into play, but I'm not sure he was able to find the kill there. Meanwhile, Name ends up finding Soul Snipe. Manny taking down Common on the kill feed, and Name just keeping that height advantage. Doesn't want to give up his positioning, but with the Stalker Rifle, now he can make some plays. Sadly, didn't make a play with the ball. Ball was in the hands of Pioneers, apparently, who go up 2-0. I thought Oxygen Esports had the ball, but apparently that's a 2-0 win.
No. Somebody ended the game. They had 82 points, Tony. That was not over. There was no way. That was like 82 to 60 something, and the game just suddenly ended. So I'm not sure what happened. I didn't see a disconnect in the lobby. I saw 2 full teams on both sides. So maybe on their end, something disconnected. We didn't see it on Spectator. I'm sure we'll get the update from production in just a second. But as far I'm watching the broadcast, Tony. It's 82 to 52. Oxygen will end up controlling ball here. So yeah, not sure what happened. We'll find out in a second. One thing is for sure, Pioneers were dominating in that game, Tony. Oxygen were starting to turn things around a little bit, maybe towards the end of that second round before we cut off, but hard to say whether or not they had the wherewithal to keep any kind of momentum on their side.
And I'm just getting word that there actually was a lag out coming in. So someone DC'd from the lobby, and they're looking to actually get the points in order to find out exactly what the score was and maybe play a little bit of the differential. But either way, I would imagine there's going to be an advantage in favor of Pioneers. Not only did they have a 1-0 as far as rounds, but they at least had, I want to say, a 20-second advantage over Oxygen Esports in that round too. But like you said, Oxygen Esports, I believe they had the ball over towards Subway. They were in a setup of their own, and maybe maybe they could have caught up in that score line, or dare I say, make take the lead if the DC didn't happen.
Maybe. Hard to say. Interesting to see the whole game take place on C side of the map, right? We've talked about how optimal it might be to have the ball up on A side. I mean, you got high ground, you got great sight lines to cover and make it difficult for the enemy to come back and retake the spot, but this whole game has taken place on the bottom of the map. If anything's, gone wrong for the team, they'll toss the ball out to the planners out front, but it just goes right back into Subway afterwards. Manny has tried to rotate it a couple times, right? That's honestly been a big play from him, finding those moments where he's down in numbers. He knows where his teammates are spawning up, so he can kind of meet up with them through the B side as he rotates it. And once he gets the ball up there, anyone chasing him has to come up the driveway, and they're coming up to take a very difficult fight. So we've seen a couple moments of brilliance there, but, I mean, either way, Oxygen, like you said, they were starting to find their footing. Whether or not they would have regained to stop Pioneers from closing that game out, though, I think is still a big question mark for sure.
Yeah, one thing that really stood out to me for both of the squads was when you saw them in their Subway side setup, you saw them really start to get aggressive. They wanted to block the cafe spawn over towards Purple Street. And then what happened was it was funneling the spawns over towards PD. And usually, the A side is a power position, but when you spawn over towards PD, you saw there was a play on B side, there was at least one play on Cafe, and you saw them spawn the enemy team onto PD and then just collapse on them, and it was beautifully played. We saw KCP did it one time, and it was they added so much points in that round number 1, but then we even saw Oxygen Esports do it a bit as well and turn the tables right on Pioneers. So obviously that's a setup that both teams are well aware of. If you have the C side setup, put somebody towards Purple Street Cafe side, have somebody over towards that B side of the map to block the red or the arcade spawn, and there's only one of the place they can spawn, and that's PD. And if you allow that to happen, the collapse comes in, and sometimes apparently it's too much for your opponent to be able to bounce back from.
PD's a terrible place. It might be the worst place to spawn on the map, right? Because you're spawning in like low ground, at least comparatively, right? Like everything outside those doorways is above you, and then it's just little doorways is all you can escape to get out of PD. You got to go through a choke point from 3 different angles. There's no safe like sneaky or like high ground route to get out of it. It's just nade trap left and right, especially in that spawn setup that we tend to see where you've got somebody hiding behind that planer at tires. And they know that PD is an open spawn, so they just wait for somebody to walk by to arcade. They just cut them off midway through. Either way, this game is back in session. We know for a fact that Pioneers are up 1-0 in the rounds. What we don't know 100% is the score. So looks like we did get our ruling or update. It was 67-82 was the final score line. Tony, got some quick maths?
Well, it's less than 20. I can tell you that. It's what is that? A 15 point lead? I'm really bad at that. I'm gonna go with 15. I could be wrong.
No, I think you got it.
Oh, thank goodness.
You got it. It's 15. Yeah. Okay.
That would have been embarrassing.
15, no, I mean, I've literally had to take... whenever you put any form of math in front of me in a public, like a casting like this, my mind just complete darkness. Like, I can't summon any brain power, but I think we're going to go with the 15-point advantage. And if that bites us later, I guess we'll find out. Either way, 0-0 to start. Nobody with an advantage, at least at the moment. But Druck going to pick up the ball and get a couple seconds. Looks like their colors have swapped out, too, this time.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Aaron. It looks like Pioneers now on the right side here, on the blue side, as opposed to Oxygen on the red. Haynes chucking a couple of grenades over toward that oddball spawn. Looks like that spike grenade should be able to do some damage, taking down Soul Snipe. 2 down go your Pioneers, and Oxygen Esports quickly having the ball in hands. I'm sorry, excuse me, no, I'm sorry. No, it's Pioneers. I have a reverse. I literally just said that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Maybe an ace high setup too, but it looks like that won't be the case. Oh, wait a sec. They need to get 15 points. Wait, hold on. So it's not a 15-point advantage. I think it's that it was 82 was their score. All they needed to do was to get, 18 points to win the game. So that was it. Okay, wasn't the difference. It was 18 points and the game was over, Tony. So that was it. Oddball Streets, done and dusted. Pioneers, they took it.
Yeah, so to kind of clarify, it was 82 points for your Pioneers in round number 1, and there was 67 points for your Oxygen Esports. And we weren't playing the differential of the scoreboard. We were actually playing, hey, look, 100 minus 82. They only needed 18 points. They were able to take that off the opening break. Yeah. And round number 1 are going to go towards your Pioneers now, and we're going into Slayer Bazaar. Bit confusing there, but we caught it. We got it. Look. You know, it takes more than 2 casters to figure this stuff out. That's all I'm saying. We bring T-Square. Come on in. We need you two. We need 5 more of us to figure out what the heck's going on here.
Yeah, we got it. Thankfully, that is over with. And unless we get a disconnected Slayer, Tony will be doing this all over again. Either way, Slayer coming up. I shouldn't have jinked. I'm going to knock on wood now real quick just in case. Slayer coming up. Last time we saw Slayer with Pioneers, it was lopsided as hell. Who was the team that they fought in that? I think it was EXO, right? It was game 2. I believe, against EXO, and just completely slaughtered them in the Slayer, despite losing the game 3. So I wonder what that means up against Oxygen. Of course, Oxygen, very different team, different chemistry, different, level of play, maybe. We'll have to see. Different play style, that's for sure. A controlling center map, generally the play here, right? You get so much to control in that center to lock things down.
You know, it's funny because when I run through my head all of the big time matchups that KCP has had throughout multiple tournaments on Slayer Bazaar, I feel like there's only one that I actually seen them lose, and it was against E United, and it was a 50-49 game. It was the game where Druck poked out the window towards Cafe.
Right. What are you doing,
the wrong
Druck?
way,
Yeah.
And then Wes yells, "What are you doing?
What are you doing?"
But when I think about it, like all of the times that we've seen KCP playing on Slayer Bazaar, I feel like they've gotten big wins against some big teams, and they do so dominantly. I really believe this might be one of their best maps when it comes to this game type, being Slayer.
Which doesn't bode well for Oxygen Esports. They are at tournament life at this point. Best of 3 series. 1 win is all it needs for them to, walk away in 3rd place. Everybody in the money at this point. Of course, they get a little bit of the prize pool coming out in 3rd, but that's not what they came here for. So what do they have to do to succeed here, Tony?
I mean, I think Oxygen Esports. I think Oxygen Esports are a damn good Slayer team, and I think if they're able to control that middle map, specifically get somebody over towards the rocket side and get at least one person onto the locker side of the map, so you have both sides perimeters being controlled on Bazaar. Then at that point, when you have that 50% map control, it's really hard for your opponents to try to break through and try to make anything happen. You're putting shots, you're staying alive. When those power-ups and power weapons are coming up, you're able to get control of it. So I think those are my keys to success, especially the rocket side of the map. 3 down go our Pioneers. Oxygen Esports putting it on them immediately.
Damn. I mean, and despite Manny picking up rockets, I don't think he got a single kill as he flew out to try to pick up damage with it. Haynes just got a kill on the OS player. Did he not just see the OS drop off that player's body? Am I tripping out, Tony? What's going on right now? The OS got picked up. It got picked up by a member of Pioneers. Wait, no, it's common. Sorry, it's a member of... The colors are still red and they're still different. And I'm tripping out. But I guess Haynes, he left the OS on the ground for common instead. And now we got Cherish with a shoddy, too. So 8-3 to start. And it said Pioneers for a second there. Oxygen looking good to start this. Oh, man, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay.
On board now with Soul Snipe of your Pioneers. We've flipped it. You know, they flipping on. They're trying to throw us off our game. Don't worry. You're not going to throw Esports Arena off our game. All right, guys? We on it. We on it. As Soul Snipe on the Bulldog, able to trade out kills, 3 down for each of the members. So a bit of a 1v1 situation between Taulik and Haynes. Taulik going to keep that high ground. Shot started to ring out. Druk coming in for the cleanup. Beautifully played by Pioneers.
So far, so good for Oxygen Esports in the scoreline, though, despite 13-8. Haynes still looking for a kill. Somehow he'll find the double with the harpoon there. That player not turning in time to react. The kill does come through for the trade. But now up to Soul Snipe to keep some damage up here. He's in trouble in the locker. Nade's already coming in. They know he's here. Nice little jiggle peek to put some damage in. Make that player respect him. But here comes the challenge, and it's fast. Cherish going to fly in with the grapple. Haynes going to come into bottom mid as he enters the fray. Here we got the OS spawning up. And can he win the fight for it? He will not. Manny going to walk away with a couple kills and an OS. And now its name can't find an opportunity to kill him either.
4-kill lead in favor of Oxygen Esports, but Soul Snipe of your Pioneers already being the aggressive player. Cherish and Druk decided to split the difference there. They're going to trade out kills. 2 players on Oxygen Esports coming towards the palm trees. Soul Snipe well aware of it, so the flank comes in. Nades and shots going down. Soul Snipe going to try to win this 1v1 battle. Goes in for the challenge. Just looks left when he was right. Sadly, Haynes going to come out on top in that battle. The cleanup does come in, but still Oxygen Esports having control of this game.
Slight advantage, Oxygen Esports, but that could change depending on who gets the rockets the moment they spawn. They will be up very shortly, 10 seconds. Taulik not going to worry about that, though. He's going to make sure they've got that advantage center map when the rockets do spawn. Already got pre-nades into the spawners. Soul Snipe with a pickup onto 2, and that gap might narrow very shortly. 19-22, just a 3-kill deficit here. Taulik, a little bit of a tag team opportunity. I like that this player's getting aggressive, though. He wants to force the kill, and he managed to do it before any member of Pioneers can get there to finish him off. Druk, well, he'll finish off that player, that's for sure. He's going to pick up the thrust, take name with him.
I'm still trying to figure out what this Lego battle rifle skin he has right now. It's like orange and yellow. It's throwing me the hell off. The Bulldog, though, coming to the play. I recognize that weapon. Goes in. Nate started to fly. Goes down to 1 shot. Goes in for the challenge. Trading out kills with Common. But it looks like we've seen another bit of a lag out. Clearly, the wood that you knocked on was not legitimate oak tree wood. If you're gonna knock, it has to be oak wood. I tell you this all the time. Knock on oak. Damn it.
My apologies. Let me go to IKEA real quick. We can just pause the show. I'm gonna go to IKEA and I'm gonna get the right wood for the broadcast. Make sure we're not wrong this time. Apparently, I got some time to do it because we gotta reset the lobby. We'll come right back. I wonder what we'll do with the ruling here. If we're gonna take it at what it was, I believe it was 27-23. At the end of that, Tony, it was 27 on the side of Oxygen, 23 on the side of Pioneers. As far as I can tell, they ended the game almost immediately after the lag out happened. So that, I assume, might be how we'll take it going forward, which will be 33 kills left on the side of Oxygen. Am I tripping out here? Sorry, 23 kills left on the side of Oxygen, 27 kills on the side of Pioneers.
There we go. I think that's what we're gonna go
They're
with.
testing my everything right now.
It's been a long day, and math is very hard. I don't know a single
Midnight
caster
math.
that's good at math, to be honest with you. But yes, it's Slayer Bazaar game number 2. Pioneers 1 win away from making it into your grand finals, where they'll go up against Fnatic, who recently benched Jazero, and now have a mystery fourth waiting for this matchup to come in. Oxygen Esports do have an opportunity to tie things up. They did have the lead before the disconnect happened, and maybe we'll see a game number 3.
Maybe we will. Well, we'll have to find out. Like you said, things were looking pretty good for Oxygen Esports coming out of that. It all changed once the disconnect happened, but maybe when things reset. The worry is the starting strat sets a huge precedent for the game, and the starting strat was largely very failed by Pioneers, right? When Manny came in all hot and great timing. He picked up the Rockets first and had an opportunity to get kills with them. He only got, I think he got nothing in the end, actually. He whiffed or just didn't secure a kill after burning out both Rockets. They went down 3-0 to start the game, almost picked up OS, didn't succeed with that either, right? So nothing worked out for Pioneers off the opening strat. If they get an opportunity to have the strat all over again, which they will, things could completely be different this time. They might change their game plan. They might play more passively, or they might just not miss this time. They might be able to better predict the outcome. We'll find out as we jump into a second opening strat here, this time on board with Common. So far, so good.
Common gonna get the assist, and once again, 3 down go Pioneers off the opening stretch. So a 3-0 lead for Oxygen Esports, who already had a 4-kill lead before the disconnect.
20 left.
Common going in for the challenge. Nodic being able to get the kill. Bait and switch action coming in. Soulsnipe gonna put his first kill on the board here for your Pioneers, but Haynes having control of the blue lockers.
So just an update on the exact scores needed here. It's 23 kills will be necessary for Oxygen Esports, then 27 for Pioneers to win this. And that's where I believe we will close this game. Of course, we're just at the whim of these players. Whenever they decide to end it, we'll get a double kill right here out of Haynes. Cherish going to drop down, pick up another on the Soul Snipe, and he will get away with his life. Come right back into the fight as well. I like the awareness to make sure he's still a presence. He's still difficult for Pioneers here.
Name taking down Manny off the screen. Cherish advancing forward toward the Bulldog. Catches a couple grenades, so he has to get out of dodge in order to play his life. The assist does come in. That was named. That was sneaks down there and clears out the Bulldog. The Bulldog's, spawn of the map, as Oxygen Esports once again taking control of the game. Soul Snipe and Drug answering right back with back-to-back kills, putting Oxygen Esports 3 down.
What can Pioneers do to reverse this? They got a deficit to climb back from here. Soul Snipe with a nice opening kill. Will snap onto his second. Gonna leave that player one shot. If he can stay alive, Talik can trade out with him, and a little bait and switch can allow them to keep their numbers up. That's a one-shot player as well. Thanks to Soul Snipe, Talik might be able to chase him down. In the meantime, Haynes gonna work to control Rocket's side. OS spawning up in 3 seconds, though, so Oxygen gonna need their numbers there, and Pioneers not about to make it easy to get the center map.
Haynes doing a great job, though, putting down damage and staying alive. Finally, the shot grenade's going to come in, putting him down to 1 shot, but still Haynes is alive and putting down damage. Finds the kill onto Manny. Beautifully played by Haynes and catching an angle for the double kill. Haynes should have died 12 times now, but pulls off the double kill and putting the pressure onto Pioneers.
It might look tied in the score, but we are getting very close to the end of the line here for Oxygen. Just has to get to 23. Only 4 kills away from doing... Actually, sorry. They're at 17. So they're 5 kills away from... They're 6 kills away from... Tony, I can't do this. 6 kills away from closing it out. Meantime, Pioneers 7 left to bring this series to a close. Talik, can he be the one to do it?
Talik does have the Bulldog in hands. Waits for... I love the trigger discipline out of Talik. He could have shot early, but Common would have had time to back down towards the Bulldog spawn. So Talik waited until he was mid-clamber before shooting and giving Common no opportunity to get away with his life. Only 4 more kills needed by Pioneers. Nades are starting to go in. Somehow finds Cherish, making 3 more kills, Alex.
Just 3 more to go. Look at them preserve their lives while they do it. Hold on to center map. Going to force Oxygen to make a move here. Oxygen with no positioning, no presence. No real good opportunity. They're going to have to collect every single resource they can, right? There's a Mangler that spawns on their side. They likely have it. There's Thruster as well. Worst case, they do get pushed. They will work to play with those weapons. Talik making sure to pick up the nades that spawn nearby as well. So the resourcefulness is he's just waiting for a flank, I guess, just trying to listen for it. In the meantime, Manny and Druck, they're not going to give up that positioning out center. They're going to play till the OS spawns, and the aggression's about to come in once that OS does pop up. So Oxygen, they got to make a move or figure something out quickly here.
And I love that while Talik is watching the crossfire here, he's constantly picking up those spike grenades and launching them across the map, just checking different areas of the map. But now Talik feels the pressure coming in. He's going to get a bit closer here. Anybody that crosses is going to be taken down immediately. Pings are coming to left and right. Talik able to find one onto name, a second one coming in, and that's going to be a double kill coming out of Talik. And the third one is going to fall. That's going to be it. Manny putting the icing on the cake. 27-22, and mind you, Oxygen Esports
they need 23.
Only needed one more kill in order to take the game, tie up the series, and force us into a game number 3. But it's going to be your Pioneers who make it into the grand finals.
So that was a 50-49 in the end, basically. We went down to the wire to close that, but like you said, it's a 2-0 in the end of the day. Pioneers getting knocked out of what? Winners round 2 in the tournament, round 2 or round 3. Thanks to EXO, they have 2-0'd every single team they fought in the lower bracket, and that's it. Lower bracket done and dusted. Their only competitor left is Fnatic, waiting in winners. It's going to be 2 at the most, 2 best-of-3 series coming up here. We'll see if Pioneers can reset the bracket, and close this out with a hell of a losers bracket run. You know Fnatic is not going to make that easy, though.
Definitely not. And, that's what the Pioneers like to do. You want to make it hard on themselves. They could have made it to the grand finals without the winners bracket, but for them, it's like, what fun is that? That's too easy for them. So they said, let's drop it to the elimination bracket, and let's fight for our tournament lives all tournament long to make it into the grand finals. And wouldn't it be a sweet victory if they pull off the bracket reset and then come out with the win to take your Esports Arena Open Championship here in Vizio Week. And mind you, just because of Vizio Week, I mean, we have $1,000 tournaments every single week, every single Monday that are open. Again, this one's, they got a little Vizio action in there. But again, every week there's $1,000 on the line that you guys at home can compete and possibly get your greedy little paws on.
Tony said it perfectly. You heard the man. $1,000. Anyone can grab it. Anyone can sign up, come in and play. Get a team together and compete and try to face some of these incredibly talented players. Every single week is more and more stacked, though. So get ready to face some high caliber competition. In the meantime, of course, every Wednesday, we got our exhibition matches. You know what? Someone who can report and how do I say, explain all this to you better than I can would be Tyler. Let's send it to Tyler, see what he has to say before we get ready for grand finals.
All right, as promised, for those of you that have stuck around this entire time, we are going to show you a little bit of what PvE, player versus everyone, is all about. But first, K2, do you mind going to the front door, if you know what that means? Thank you. Or someone, I don't know, just go to the front door. And look out for somewhat of a car that's with a bag of food. It's a late night here, folks, but that's okay. That's what Halo does. Okay, PvE. So what we're doing is essentially having you, the competitor. You don't have to have a team. You don't have to have the best squad. If you yourself are good at the game, and this game in particular is Halo, then you have the opportunity to compete for literally $500. And it's all going to you if you win. Our winner just won in Atlanta, or no, I actually don't remember which location it was, but Fort Worth, and he did the training grounds in Halo. So we're going to show this right now. So we have actually live in our other studio, White. We have live, his name is Shane. So you guys, please make him feel that he's not worthy enough. And he's going into, here we go, Shane. Let's do this. All right, he's going. All right, so this is just the game. I mean, it's obviously you all been doing this. It's how you practice to keep to hone in on your skills. He does have a record tonight, and we will break that record ideally right now. I don't know if he's on to a great start, to be honest. I think, he just missed that one right there. That's not good. Oh, man. And by the way, folks, he is playing on a mouse and keyboard. He is not playing with a controller. He is playing mouse and keyboard at 13,000 points now. Again, you have 45 seconds. I thought we were doing this as a minute, but I guess it's a 45-second. It only costs you 1 token to do this. 1 token. And 1 token is approximately, depending on the bundle that you get, $1. just to try this for a chance at winning $500 at every single one of our esports arenas. We host this. There you go. So he did 23,380. It's probably his worst score. Connie, ask him if that was his worst score of the night. I think he's nervous. So his high score was like 26,955. 26,955 points. The team, or the person who won, which we just saw in the segment previous to this, the person who won had over 27,000 points. So Shane would have gotten second place last time, which I think gets him like $200 for that. But regardless, you can go to any one of our arenas, test this out, play at your own leisure. You don't have to show up at a certain time. You don't have to basically have your whole squad there with you. You can show up whatever you want, and you can compete, and you can play PvE Halo at the highest level, because that's what this is. I think it is at the highest level is what this is too. So he's got 5 seconds. I don't think he's going to do this one either. I think this is going to be worse than the other one. Yeah, this is worse than the other one. He's got to reload at the last second. 22,830. One more. Let's run it back. See how well he does. Oh, is he backing out of the game? Nope. All right, here we go. Come on, Shaney. Let's do this, man. Let's do this. He's been crushing it offline, and now all of a sudden we're live on the stream. I think he's getting a little nervous, right? Can you act under pressure the same way that Shane can act under pressure? We saw the video again, and maybe we'll play it again right after this to show you the video of this person winning in one of our esports arenas in Walmart stores, and he won $500, or he won the #1 purse of $500. Again, it's just he played 1 minute. It costs you $1 to play 1 minute to go out and compete and beat the score. And of course, you get a bunch of other prizes as well. It's not just that you're going in there just to play this. You're going in there to hang out with other people. You can hone in your skills. You meet new friends. You get other prizes, all that sort of stuff. Because esports media, we're always doing things like this. You know, we have a business model in the store. Oh, he already beat his last score. Man, he is 23,695. All right, Connie, you can cut it back to me. But giving you guys a bit of taste as to what Esports Arena is all about. We're doing all different types of tournaments on a nightly basis. We have Mario Kart. We're bringing in, like I said, retro games. We did Mrs. Pac-Man at one point. So for all of you that competed at Pac-Man back in the day, we have tournaments for Pac-Man as well. And it's something that makes it a little bit easier for everyone to give it a try. All you have to do is just pay either $1, $3, $5, whatever, depending on the game that's going on this week. We're always putting up at least a $500 prize pool per title. So it's usually around 4 to 5 titles that we're hosting. You can go to any one of our Walmart stores, put in your best time, and see how well you can fare against everyone else. Now, here's what I would do if I were you. Now, don't. This is a secret, so don't tell anybody. For all of you that are watching, don't tell anybody the secret. Go to your local Walmart store. Enter in the first one. Just use it. Just sprinkle a token here and there, okay, on that first one. Then what you're going to do is you're either going to go home, right, and you're going to practice your face off, okay, or better yet, you're going to get hourly gameplay at your Walmart store, at your local esports arena. Train is going by, perfect timing, okay? So what you're gonna do, you're gonna go to your Walmart store, you're gonna find your esports arena, and you're gonna buy a couple hours, and you're gonna practice the shit out of PvE, okay? So now you know you're in lighting, you got the whole gameplay scenario, because if you're playing at home, it's like, you know what I mean? That's a little easier. That's a little easier than playing at an esports arena when other people are around. Because if you're doing well, people are gonna go around, they're gonna watch you. So you have to be able to perform under pressure like Shane cannot, okay? So when you are under pressure at an esports, you practice the shit out of that game, buy a couple hours, and then bam, start paying the real PvE bucks, okay? And then you're gonna watch yourself climb the leaderboard, and it's gonna give you all sorts of butterflies and jollies inside, baby. Ooh, because we're gonna be putting cash in your pockets. At $500 a minute, Esports Arena, we're gonna last at least a week, all right? And on that note, we're going to take it back to Shy Knot. Thanks a lot, fellas. Keep up the great work tonight. Let's get this game going.
Thank you, Tyler. And Tony, you're 20 minutes away. How good are you under pressure? You better get over there.
Oh, I could definitely go under pressure. I don't know about my spirits, but I'm as far as me, you can have a whole crowd around me. It's not going to affect me. I'm still going to miss every shot like I would if nobody was around.
And Spirits, I hate to be that guy, but honestly, you might want to just pick up the controller and try it that way. Because watching, and it's not even, it's just you got to work so hard, to be honest. Like, I'm watching, I'm like, damn, you got to work for every, and I can understand why the mouse and keyboard players are, unhappy. But aim assist with BR, or like, what is it, BR target range? Firing range, easy. 26, easy, no problem. I think he'd be fine. He could pull it off. Anyway, either way, let's see if anybody else wants to try that challenge. Tony, he's 20 minutes away. He might run over and do it. In the meantime, before we worry about that, let's worry about grand finals. Tony, this is it. This is the final matchup coming up. It's a best of 3. It's Fnatic on the winner's side. We got Pioneers on the loser's side. But speaking of Pioneers and their performance, they are anything but losers at this point, right? They have won every single game they played since they lost in winner's bracket, 2-0ing every competitor. Fnatic just the last bastion, I guess. What we could see is 2 best of 3 series, or we might see 1 if Fnatic are ready to close this out quickly.
Yeah, and mind you, Fnatic still have that 4th mystery player that we're not well aware of. It could be Ola, it could be Renegade. We have no clue. But as of right now, Fnatic have looked very good with their new 4th, and we're gonna find out if they can take down KCP, because that's the ultimate test to see if this team has that chemistry and the will to go forward here together as a unit. Oddball Streets is going to be game number 1. We talked about it before. When you're holding onto a setup, it's really nice to have that Rockets or even the Bulldog in hands. Someone tries to cross, boom, 1-shot melee. They can't even react before going down. And then once you have those numbers, you can take advantage. We even talked about how the A-side setup is nice, but when we've seen a lot of these teams electing for a C-side setup and spawn trapping the enemy team over towards the PD to continue to apply pressure. So we're going to find out if either of these teams are going to be able to do that against one another.
I can't wait to find out, Tony. Just a matter of time till we jump into this one. Of course, lobby just getting set up. Like you said, Fnatic running with a mystery player. I wonder if they win, does the mystery player get revealed and that becomes the team? And then we see Jazero maybe jump onto a different roster. I know Jazero's been playing with Complexity recently as well. Or if they lose, does that mystery player never get revealed? And we never find out who he is, right? Then maybe they reform a different team. I don't know. Could be a bit of a testing grounds. Definitely a proving grounds, though. I think if they can beat Pioneers, it's a hell of a good standing. Winning a tournament, especially with all the high caliber teams present in this tournament, definitely means a lot to win this. So a lot riding on this. More than just the money. More than just the grand we have down. This is a precedent being set by both teams. And Streets Oddball, like you said, is the first matchup for this one. We just witnessed this as well. So it looks like we're doing a bit of a run back on the same layout here, Tony. Means the same strat's going to carry over. Last time we saw this with Pioneers, they dominated on this as well. They definitely locked it down against Oxygen Esports.
And yeah, mind you, it's not even just Fnatic that are looking to make some changes to the roster. Like all across the board, we've seen 2 LAN tournaments, and we've seen plenty of online tournaments here in the pros. So even the likes of Optic, who got 2nd place at Anaheim, decided they wanted to make a team change. Obviously, dropping Ola and picking up Formal. So if the number 2 team can make a team change, I feel like nobody's safe. For sure. Fnatic trying to make some changes here. Obviously, SSG dropping 2 players off their roster and picking up 2. So everybody looking to make some changes. As the meta's been defined, we know who are the contenders. We know who the pretenders are. And everybody who knows they're like 1 step away from becoming maybe a top 4, top 3 team. And you're seeing them make some changes. And Fnatic is one of them as well.
I don't think it's Ola. I think that would be wild if Ola ended up on... No, because I think Fnatic are incredible. No, don't get me wrong, but Ola, the standing that he has in this community, the caliber of player that he is, I'm very curious to see where he goes, and I don't think he goes anywhere but a top team in the league. I'm just wondering who he could team with, and I don't think we're going to find that out till after Kansas City, and I'm just wondering, who's not accounted for, though, right? There's Mikwin, who's kind of waiting in the stands. He can't play for a year, so Ola's got to kind of wait out that at the very least. But there's still other very high caliber players that might come into the fold. I know I've seen Roy playing. I know he doesn't seem to be too focused on getting back into competition just yet. He's got a lot going on. But Ola and Roy, I mean, they got a ton of history together. That would be such a sick little regrouping. But would that be enough to take out a team like Cloud9? I don't know just yet. I think there's very, very interesting theory crafting that we could put together there, but I don't think Fnatic is going to be the team to have Ola. I think it's some other mystery player, Tony.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this how these rosters come into shape, because I can see Ola on many different teams adding value to a bunch. But like 100%. You said, when you have that championship pedigree, I don't know if Ola wants to go to a team that's rebuilding. I think he wants to be on an established team. Otherwise, maybe he might want to, do something else. If not, maybe even go into coaching or something. If he can't play on a top team until one opens. I'm just saying, like, say for example, he can't get himself on a top team right now because all the top 4 teams are very happy where they are. Maybe he goes into coaching in the meantime until there's a team that opens up. I don't know. I'm just I'm theory crafting as well.
Right. You'd have to find a way to like pull apart other teams in like top 6, top 8 who are like unhappy with their chemistry or current standing, and then they start to get shaky, and then you start to pull away certain players and form a different God squad with Ola maybe at the center or a part of that in some way. Either way, it would be a hell of a mix-up to make it happen. Or, like we said, you wait on a player like a Mikwin or, another high-caliber player to come into the fold and really be a game changer. Either way, can't wait to see that when it happens. In the meantime, Tony, I can't wait to see this grand finals. We're going to be jumping in very shortly. As soon as the lobby is ready, once again, we'll be diving in here. Streets Oddball. We've seen this just minutes ago, Tony. Anything you'd like to add to the discussion on the series layout? Anyone you think is favored in this series? Who would you predict would take this, actually?
Fnatic have been looking real good, and they're going through that honeymoon phase. When things are going good in the honeymoon, things are going great. The couple, they're not even arguing. They're making money together. Everything's going good in that honeymoon phase. So I'm going to say Fnatic come out on top. Not say Fnatic is a better team than Pioneers. I just think things are going really good, and they're still riding high on that. As far as what else I want to add to it, obviously Mystery Fort, we want to watch out for him. I also want to watch out for Super CC and Manny. It wasn't too long ago, I'm talking about before, I think a week before the first tournament, where Super CC was on the Pioneers and Manny was on Fnatic, then known as Business back then. Then suddenly, the Pioneers say, you know what? We want our old Fort back. We're going to snatch Manny right up from that roster. And then Super CC just kind of traded places and hopped on what was then Business and now Fnatic. So not only do I have my eyes on our Mystery Fort player, but I also have my eyes on both of those. I want to see, which was the better roster, because they both got amazing placings afterwards, and they both have found success. But now, they're going up against each other, and this is going to be really exciting to watch, as game number 1 is going to be CTF on Aquarius.
This makes more sense to me, Tony. It didn't make sense that we would rerun the same maps in the series in grand finals that we had in losers finals. Instead, brand new maps, brand new game types here. It's a pleasure to see Aquarius CTF to kick off our grand finals. And Tony, even just coming into it with your predictions, it just reminds me, this is an Esports Arena grand finals if I've ever seen one, right? These are two teams that would dominate back in Halo 5, and despite all the new competition in the fold, here they are facing off yet again in grand finals Esports Arena.
On board now with further Rhyme 117, flag being pulled over towards the middle of the map, while Soulstipe ends up getting a big pick, so that's going to slow them down just a bit. The melee going to come in 2 down, go Fnatic. And Talik slowing things down, but a new challenger appears. Going to be Super CC, the former Pioneer, taking him down, going in for the double, but Manny shutting him down.
CC just doing what he can to delay in the back of the base, make things a little easier for the team here. Soulstipe with a big pickup, opportunity to get the return. In the meantime, a kill will come out from pink side right there. That's a heat wave and thrust that will drop down at that flag. Can Fnatic get on top of it, keep it in the running? Super CC got a big win on a fight, tags up a second player there, will leave him one shot, can't quite finish the kill, so the flag's still sitting out. Septify gonna die as well, and a numbers advantage Pioneers as they look to get back to the return on the flag. Looks like they have succeeded, and now that they've succeeded, will they be the aggressors?
Tyler going for the challenge over towards top P, playing ring around the Rosie. Not able to find the player, but that player actually has found him. The stick gonna go down. Taulik, don't do that. Taulik, don't do that. That's a double kill. Oh. That's gonna be Taulik. You need to stop. You're going out of control. Somebody stop this man.
No, don't
Somebody
stop.
Him.
Keep going. I'm enjoying it. Get more kills. Man's got a camo too. He can extend things quite a bit with this if he makes a play. We haven't seen him just yet. Does tag up one. Flag didn't get far despite the triple kill. Look at this. Flag still in position for a return. Taulik gonna come back. with a nice little rotation to get shots into multiple. Can they get the touch on the flag? They will. Manny going to slide in, pick up a last-second touch, and a beautiful jump shot out of Talik. Flag still in play. Talik still camoed up, still doing damage. Looking to drop a perfect kill. Man making massive plays around this flag. Despite it, it's like Fnatic are spawning beside the thing. He can't seem to find an opportunity to touch it. Pioneers will finally do that, though. And can they get away with this run?
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to point out that Talik was one shot top P, dropped down bottom P, and that player dropped down to kill him. That was, what, about a minute ago when he drops the stick, gets the double, gets the triple, lands himself a few more kills, get himself a camouflage, and now he's 2 kills away from dropping a frenzy. Finally, they're going to be able to take him down, but man, Talik going absolutely off with the 12-3 score line, even having an assist as well. And the crazy thing to me is that, like I said, he should have been, any one of us in this chat, on this caster's table would have died 12 times over, but Talik gets the triple and turns it into much, much more.
I mean, let's be honest. Would we even make it to the grand finals? None of us would, Tony. There's a reason why these boys are here. You would? Okay. All right. Well, you know what? Next week, you can go ahead and put a pickup squad together, and we'll get somebody else on a cast. And, you know, it won't be as fun, but at least we get to watch you somehow make it to grand finals. Either way, in the meantime, I'm going to believe in Fnatic in their comeback potential here, because right now they are still staggered. Look at Talik taking another flag out. Still making plays here. We got a camo about to spawn up as well, and Pioneers just dominating the map as he runs this.
Talik getting the flag all the way down to the car side, using the drop slide at the end to get it towards the utility. Hasn't been touched just yet, but now going to go into the most open part of his run. Talik going down to one shot, throws a denial grenade. Meanwhile, Soulsnipe not only able to get the kill, but the camouflage as well, and Fnatic pull off the return. And Soulsnipe not able to do much with the camo. So not only did they not get the flag cap, but even not able to do much with the camouflage. Still a 1-0 lead in favor of your Pioneers, but in my opinion, that should be a 2-0 right there.
Definitely a good stop out of Fnatic. Bit of a shutdown. Can they turn that into a flag of their own, though? Talik still being a nuisance. So far, he's got 13 kills, making 14 to his name. He's been popping off. Just picked up a thruster to stay alive. Look at the attention he draws to himself, too, as he manages to grab dynamos and even toss one as he dies there. And does that do a little bit of damage for Soulsnipe and team to pick up off of? Can immediately slide right back into the fight here through car side. Soulsnipe not letting up. Will drop fade in. Easy pickup onto Envor. Maybe a second. You'll take a double here, too. And he's opened up a lot of space for his team to make plays on the flag here. He's going back, though.
Mr. Soul Sniper putting in the work, taking control of the top car, top mid with the dynamo grenades. Return going to come in courtesy of Talik. Super CC does go down. Septify going to follow as well. And Soulsnipe with that top mid control, trying to catch an angle towards the spawners. Beautifully played, taking down one. That's going to be further rhyme 117. And the flags going on and crossing forward, but nobody able to get the return just yet. Drunk who gets the touch, going in. Another one gonna fall here. Talik now whipping out the commando to get the double kill, relaying the flag forward, continuing our standoff.
Talik making massive plays for his team in this game, now 17-7 on point with the slays. Flag still out, but the opposite flag in the opposite base, so a standoff situation in play here, assuming Pioneers can get that flag out of bottom mid. And it's not going to be an easy battle to do so. Talik, in the meantime, just going to worry about threatening Fnatic, and he's doing exactly that. Septified now dead. He's got Manny to work with. Maybe they can bait and switch their way through utility here. Just waiting patiently for an opportunity to do just that. Soulsnipe worried about the flag. In the meantime, he leaves it behind, and he's going all aggression. Instead, let a spawner worry about it. They can lock down top map, the camo, and everything.
Another camouflage in the hands of Soulsnipe. Hopefully can do a little bit more than what happened with it last time. 2 players in the enemy base. Manny able to advance that flag forward, but Soulsnipe very important on the map. Sadly, he's going to fall despite having the camouflage, so a bit of a reset. And to be honest, with the reset really working in favor of your Pioneers, they still have a 1-0 advantage. There's 5 minutes on the clock. If they can run this standoff for 5 more minutes, they win.
Yeah, just 5 minutes of a flag standoff in Aquarius, Tony. That'll go by quick.
Yeah, I believe it.
5-minute flag stun. That would be insane. If we actually go 5 minutes in this standoff, that's a record. Like, I don't think I've ever witnessed a standoff last that long in Aquarius. We'll have to find out, though. Or going to do what he can to fight in back blue here. He's got Super CC to bait and switch with him. They're going in. That flag going to rotate away from them just a little bit, and I like the rotation to make it very difficult to get back to, just sitting on the fridge. New spawner's going to come up and double up as well and make sure they melt CC immediately. Soul Snipe coming in off of spawn. He'll get some defense as well. 2 nades in. Not enough to kill that player, but the thrust should be enough to do the trick for sure. And now that they've deleted the attackers, it's time for their turn to do the same. This is definitely a long standoff, as I say it though, right? We're at least 2 minutes into it.
I love how that flag was being pressured right there, and you notice how they were able to rotate the flag all the way towards their spawning teammates on the fridge. I think it's a high IQ play being made. If they would have kept it towards that middle back flag area, most likely that flag would have been returned, but noticing where your teammates are spawning and bringing it towards them was a very good play. Now, on board with Talik, advancing forward, sidekick in hands. Fastest TTK in the game when it comes to the main weapons here. Talik, though, recognize that the camouflage player gets away, almost able to get the kill, and now Talik's going to be shut down.
Talik, you know he wanted to finish that. It's very annoying that that one player lived, and because he stayed out a little too long, he got killed by someone else instead. Druck going to come in to do some damage of his own, but Envor was the one who escaped. And because Envor got away with camo, he could be the one to make plays for Fnatic here. He's already spotted 1 damage into him, doesn't want to chase it. Instead, he'll come out front base. Doing so was risky, though. He got melted for it. And maybe Fnatic have the numbers to keep pushing up. You got Further Rhyme off his spawn. Going to collect on Super CC's fight there. Septify there to double up onto the flag. Picks up a big kill. Further Rhyme going to watch his 6. You can see they're getting tagged up from behind. Flag return does go in, though. And so does the capture. Right on sync. Envor ready to plant that in. It's already 1-1.
Wasn't a 5-minute standoff, but still a 2-minute standoff, and now we're tied up at 1 apiece here. So we have a little bit less than 3 minutes in regulation and a possible sudden death that could come into play. And Envor taking down his former teammate Talik is now advancing forward over towards the blue base. 2 down for each of these teams, but they're not afraid to pull the flag. And now we have to pull the flag first and get the slays later. Envor throws a denial grenade, not able to get the kill. Super CC shutting him down immediately.
They lost 2. Septify Super CC still up to help with that flag, but I don't think it'll get very far. You can see Pioneers very quickly deleting these members. They'll get back into the base themselves. Spawner's likely going to be up on Fridge side here. Talik going to safely take the flag out to utility. Does so unscathed. Got a teammate down below in the middle of a fight, though, so he'll pick up the kill on the Further Rhyme. Should get an opportunity for a nice little rotation, but a counter flag already pulled. And I kind of like the decision to send the flag maybe out center, go for a bit of a joust on that counter flag. Looks like he's going to let a member of Pioneers worry about that instead. And can he stop the camo in the meantime? This was the bane for Pioneers. That one camo player, and this time Talik makes sure it will not stay on the map.
3 down for Fnatic. Septify going in for the challenge. Druck gonna put him onto the black screen here. Soul Snipe still having the flag in hands. The return comes in, and a cap gonna be punched in by Soul Snipe. 2-1 lead with a 1 minute and 30 seconds left in regulation. Can Fnatic answer back?
Such great teamwork and efficiency out of Pioneers, though, to get the flag to that halfway point and drop it and slay and focus and make sure they've got the whole map under control. They've got every little, potential counter opportunity denied on the side of Fnatic so that they can clear that flag without any contention. And the pressure's still coming here, though, from Fnatic. They want to fight. They got a minute left to do so, though. They got to act quickly here.
That they do. Fnatic already having the advantage coming out the winner's bracket, but they don't want to see Pioneers reset the bracket in this best of 3. I want to see Fnatic end it right here, right now. But Talik does not want to see this whatsoever. 3 down, go Fnatic, even putting damage onto the second one. Druck trying to get into the fight. Love the shots going and flies over from mid into the middle of the map. Ends up putting down shots. Druck giving up his height advantage, but putting maximum damage and being hunted down, though.
It's the trade. You can see how versatile that slide is, though, right? You can cut it so that you go straight across top mid, or cut it like Druck did, and he landed basically on the bottom doorway to utility, right? What a rotation, a way to do damage and get across the map at the same time. And that type of presence and positioning you gain from it is just such a nuisance for Fnatic to deal with. They have to turn back and look at you. 8 seconds left to get to the flag. By the way, they got to make a move. They got to do it in 5 seconds, and I don't think that's going to happen. I don't see anyone nearby to make that flag or that sudden death trigger. And instead, what we get is a game 1 on the side of Pioneers. It's a best of 3 series. Tony, Pioneers in 1 game, they could reset the bracket here.
And game number 2. If they can pull off the 2-0 sweep here, they won't become your champions, but they will bracket reset and put everybody and put them on even playing ground with Fnatic, who still have that advantage. If Fnatic manage to put back-to-back wins on the board, they will become your champions and take the lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool here in Vizio Week. It was CTF Aquarius as game number 1. Not sure exactly what we're going to be going into for game number 2, but either way, we know it's going to be a Slayer. So first to 50 kills take the win, 12 minutes on the clock. And I'm a fan of every Slayer map except for Bazaar. I'm sorry. I'm not a Bazaar fan. I'm sorry.
No, I don't blame you. Bazaar is not the most fun in general. I'm taking a look at the stats just at the end of this. Talik had 30 kills, Tony. 30 and 17 to close that game. 21 at a Soulside, 24 Druck, 15 Manny. Clear Slay advantage over Fnatic. Fnatic had 20 Septify, 20 Onboard, 21, I think, it might have been Super CC, and then 17 for their last player. So not super lopsided, but definitely an advantage Slays. On the side of Pioneers, they were out slaying. Talik was a big difference maker in that game for sure. The plays that he made to keep flag in play, but also the camo play he had early on in the game, that was Matt, right? That survival, I think it was P1. Remember, you made the point of it. You're like, because he lived one shot in P1, he did all this. He got like practically a frenzy off that whole life, which was just incredible. So if they can't shut down Talik here in game 2, I think it might be curtains on series number 1, at least in this this grand finals. Tony, we'll have to find out. Fnatic definitely have the ability to turn this around, but so far Pioneers all the momentum in their court.
Yeah, both of these teams are very strong Slayer teams, but luckily for Fnatic, we're not going to Bazaar, which I think it's Pioneers, one of their best maps that we have here in the circuit here. We're actually going to Street instead. Fnatic needing to match their energy, needing to come out strong in game number 2 and send us to Stronghold's live fight. I don't want to see them get swept in the first series and then go into a bracket reset. Can we see? I feel like we read that book before. If Pioneers pull off a big win, they ride that momentum, and then they usually sweep you after getting that bracket reset. They've done it before here at Esports Arena, and I'm afraid that would happen again. So Fnatic need to make their stand right now.
They definitely do, and it's not an easy map to make that stand in. This is a map that Pioneers is very comfy on. They're very quick. They're very coordinated. They're going to collapse on spawns the moment they get that one little opening, that one round to slay. So Fnatic, they got to fight fire with fire. We need to see that same level of aggression out of them to counter it. Just a matter of time till we jump into this one, of course. The only thing I could think is, if this was any other, tournament kind of coming in on paper, Tony, typically I would give this series to Pioneers just based off of what history has told us, right? We've been here before in Esports Arena. Back in Halo 5, typically it was KCP in these series. They were close, but KCP would typically, I'd say, be the winner in these types of situations. This time it's a little different. We've got a mystery 4th on the side of Fnatic, and while that might benefit them, that might actually hurt them at the same time as well, right? I'm not sure. Things have been pretty good so far, but I'm not sure if that is like overall just a honeymoon period, or if maybe there's any issues or any inconsistencies in regards to chemistry, having a new member on the team. It takes some time to build the chemistry, so Pioneers ain't going to give them much time to figure that out.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to watch these two go at it. The history between both of these rosters. Talik was just a team with Envoy and Super CC. Super CC was on the Pioneers. Manny was on Business, which is now Fnatic. So lots of history between these two rosters, and they're both going to be laying it all on the line here on the street. And Fnatic starting off the redown.
Uh-oh. That's what we talked about. You got to worry about these little snowballs that can take place if they get that round to slay. Soul Snipe, no hesitation to get the flank through to B side, and the entirety of Pioneers. They're aware of the spawns up in PD. Look as they pick up more kills here. 6-2 on the board. Quick little rotation out of Fnatic to stay away from Pioneers, and I like this. You can see how it's difficult for Soul Snipe to keep up with this rotation. Fnatic are moving as a unit. At the very least, they're staying together. They can slay together as well. 4 kills to their name now.
Great job for Manny to put down damage and scaring 2 away. And it looks like he actually throws the sticky grenade. Not sure if he stuck the enemy team or stuck himself right there, but the trade will end up coming in, and further Rhyme gonna put the Stalker rifle to work here as Fnatic are starting to eat away at the lead. It's only a 1-kill game, Alex.
What can Further Rhyme do with the Stalker, though? He's alone in this position, by the way. Bit of an anchor point. Teammates across the map. He can make some big plays with the sightlines he has, but he has to be so careful to preserve his life and his positioning here. You can see he's getting pestered now. Weak as well. 9 all on the board, so a game-altering kill, potentially. But he just gets swarmed by 2. And it seems like it's very quick that Pioneers can find the isolated player and just pinch him. I mean, what is going on, by the way? Septify trying to wrap himself up into a present and trying to figure out this positioning as he's just sitting on the boxes. Finally finds his time to attack, and when he does so, it's perfect.
They're obviously playing a game of Jenga in between game number 2, and you saw the box fall, so that means he lost and he died. 12 to 10 lead in favor of your Pioneers. We talked about it before. Fnatic need to come in and match the energy of your Pioneers and steal this game away, and so far they're doing that. They now have the Rockets. They have a 1-kill advantage and know exactly where Pioneers are spawning and looking to apply pressure.
Just a 1-kill advantage for Fnatic. But the Rockets in the back pocket is Septify could change that very quickly. Does he have the audio cues on these players near him, though? There's multiple here. Should be a free kill. That player might hear that he's nearby, though, too. Look how he's making himself. He's forcing Septify to make a commitment. Septify gets nothing with his commitment. And that's just wild that Pioneers can force them to make mistakes when they had the advantage there. Fnatic coming away with no kills here. They got 1 at least to bring it to 15. But look at this as Druck just turns the tides once again, make it 18 to 15. Pioneers completely flipping around what could have been a deficit.
I talk about it all the time. If you can combine the Bulldog with the Thrust, it is a deadly combination. And you saw just then, Druck finding yet another one in Envoy, and the PD spawn trap is coming in. Talek gonna elect to take height. Septify gonna nade his teammates. I'm sick of him too, as both players gonna hit the black screen. Pioneers make a run. That's an 8-0 run coming in out of the boys in blue.
Perfect example of how terrible the PD spawn is, though, right? On top of the fact that you're in close quarters, you've got no easy, like, escape routes. It's always a choke point that you have to walk through. You're just so close to your teammates that if you're trying to, like, throw nades to deny the opposition, you can hurt yourself or your teammates in the process. Because of that, now 25 to 20 on the board here. Manny's still in control of the Bulldog. He's going to swarm on Boar and CC. Looks like they somehow bounce away with their 2 kills, though. They'll even the score a little bit. Septify going to need to scamper out of this fight. Rockets about to spawn. And if Septify can survive, look at the movement to live here. He will die, but the attention that he's gained, that he's taken, I guess, might give Fnatic a chance for the Rockets.
Yeah, the Thrust is obviously so strong on this map. We've seen it used by both of these teams to stay alive, to apply pressure, to win a gunfight. Combine it with the Bulldog, and you're an absolute super soldier. Yeah, I would definitely say the Thrust are one of the most important equipments to control here in the game, as Septify taking down Manny. 3 down go Pioneers, and Fnatic are answering back.
Pioneers still, they have that 4-kill lead to work with. Not the side of the map they want to be on. All on C side here, and a perimeter for Fnatic. How do they push this? They're in a 3-1 right now. You've got 1 hiding in the alley, keeping his presence low. The remaining 3 going to draw attention, but Talek going to delete 2 of them on his own there. Druck going to come in through the center, put some damage in. Soulsnipe might be in position to pick that up. You got Manny up above on B. Now the remaining spawners and members of Fnatic all over in the alley. Still the 4-kill deficit, so no real change on the board here. Manny going to miss the jump just a little bit. His teammate won't, so now he can take the low lane here.
Excellent shots coming in on Manny, taking down Super CC and immediately working on the spawners coming in out of PD, and then recognizing there's a player coming towards tires. Manny's awareness level 1000 at the moment, putting down shots, staying alive. The Sentinel Beam going to come into play after thrusting forward to avoid that greater second one, trying to challenge him. And I don't know if Septify didn't have that Bulldog, he may have been going down as well. Manny really starting to make some plays here, and they're currently up by 5 kills.
Would have been burnt to a crisp for sure. That Sentinel Beam is surprisingly powerful at close range. Like, I've been kind of sleeping on it, Tony. It's not even just the power of it. It's like the visual distortion that you receive when you're getting shot by it is annoying as hell. It can make it difficult to accurately place your shots. And in the meantime, Septify just going to worry about keeping his presence low. Can he bait someone out to... Oh, the timing's so... unfortunate, though, right? The moment he jumps up is the moment they decide to push. He'll come back into the fight, but now he's weak for it, and Talek wins that kill. Fnatic going to overextend out to try to get the trade on it, but in the process, they might lose these rockets, And Manny going to bounce out with the rocket. Spawners up in PD as well. And Manny, look at the positioning. He knows to look for those spawners. Not going to catch the second, but now that he has the rockets, he'll come back for more.
Makes the player one shot. Ooh. Goes in for the challenge, ends up getting himself an assist. Beautifully played by Manny, a 43-35 lead in favor of your Pioneers. 7 kills away from taking this game and resetting the bracket. Druk taking down furthermore on the kill feed. Talik finding yet another one on Septify, and it looks like one more is gonna go down here. Plays are being made by your Pioneers. They are 3 kills away from making it, from resetting the bracket. And Talik very bad at that monitor, not happy whatsoever.
No. He was just putting his credit card in the ATM because he just got himself, another $600 from this Esports Arena tournament. They're about to get a little richer at this rate because they're dominating. They've just reset the bracket. Look at him stare down the final body for a 50-38 close in that game. Tony, it got dominant. It snowballed towards the end. And it makes you wonder whether or not Fnatic have anything left in the tank to answer back. We got one more best of 3, clean slate. Anyone's game at this point, but Fnatic, they got no momentum. They've been rolled over in the first series. Tony, take a look at the scoreboard as well. Septify held his own as far as just, slays and deaths in general. They obviously going down 50-38. Not likely that your team is going to look too good in the stats category. Further Rhyme, 8-15 at the end of this, maybe even 16. We're not quite at the finale yet because we got a 1-minute advantage and I'm still watching it. But 8-15 at a Further Rhyme is a little inconsistent, and you don't want to see inconsistency in grand finals, Tony. Not to call somebody out. We don't know who he is, so we could just call out the mystery player.
I mean, obviously a tough game for Further Rhyme. A tough series for Fnatic in general. Pioneers knocked down to the elimination bracket in round 2. Obviously, we're not happy with that, and they fought their way back to make it here in the grand finals and pulling off the reset. Pioneers are finally playing like we know the Pioneers can play here, and now we're going to see if Fnatic can answer back. They had an advantage going into the grand finals. They lost it. But now it's up to them. You're professional players signed to a professional org. You have a up-and-coming player looking to, make a permanent spot here on this roster. This is how you're going to be tested. It's not about how you can steamroll against teams in the winner's bracket. It's about what you can do in the grand finals when your backs are against the wall. And Strongholds on Recharge will be our first game.
Still anyone's game at this point, but things could barrel out of control very quickly. Here we go, Tony. Grand finals, bracket reset, best of 3. Anyone's game here. Fnatic, will they find their footing? Will they bounce back, or will Pioneers take it all here and now?
Ooh, 4 down, go Fnatic right off the rip.
Oh, no.
Pioneers looking good, grappling the shock rifle to himself, and oh no might be right. Fnatic split spawning over towards the elevator. Nades are already starting to rain down. It's only a matter of time for them to collapse. But somebody coming into the gold side further. Rhyme trying to make a play, ends up being caught and taken down. 2 down go your Fnatic squad, and that's a 25-0 run for your Pioneers.
Look at this. They let them spawn A, and how do they cover it? Manny and Druk locking down control. They likely have a sword over there, too. We'll see. Druk's going to fly and get aggressive. Repulsor on deck. Doesn't get a kill. 3 come through for Fnatic. So great fight back from them. They found a way to break out of what could have been devastating. 42 points still on the board because of that early setup. And now a flip in the setup. The exact same kind of scenario here, except Fnatic not quite in the same positions Pioneer once was. They're going to have to try to find those positions very quickly. Further Rhyme already getting tagged up from behind. We'll toss a couple pre-nades in, make sure nobody challenges him there, but you got to watch for the flanker. You can see Super CC aware of it. Further Rhyme, can he kill this last player? So far, Fnatic doing a good job of answering back here.
Melee comes in, but Further Rhyme was stuck by Soul Snipe. You know the professional players come in. Whenever they come to play, if they're going to go down, they usually find a way to trade out kills, even at being at a disadvantage. Septify now making his way from Mangler Pit, trying to put some pressure on to C. He sees it being taken. Nades go in. He's going to take a bit of nade damage as well. Challenge in. Soul Snipe down. A second one comes in, but Super CC coming in for the cleanup as well. Both of these teams fighting for that Charlie control, but the BC hold is being held by Pioneers.
Taking notes on those bank nades out of Manny, by the way, though, right? The diagonal bounce he hit on the edge of the staircase brings it up and into the hallway, which is a very difficult bank to get damage on, but he made that look pretty damn useful. Manny going to walk away with the kill and coverage of this section of the map because of it. Doesn't quite hit the curb slide on the stairs, and because of it, he might not be able to finish this kill right away. He'll have to play it patiently here. In the meantime, Fnatic going to control A and C. Manny going to get... Oh, that was scary. Got a player behind him to finish him off, but at least he walks away with a trade there. Septify looking for a trade of his own into B, and he'll secure it.
Septify gets the kill, but not able to secure Bravo. Drunk going in for the challenge. Super CC gonna take him down. Beautifully played, and Bravo will end up changing hands onto Fnatic. Currently down in points, but Envor coming in with the energy sword, laying down the law.
How many more rules will this man break? He's gonna get right into the back elevator here. Oh, does he live in this situation? My God, the milk. Where's that sword? Is that... Oh! He's gonna get this? He gets the kill on Talik. Notice the sword is out of ammo, so he couldn't even pull that out. He had to outplay with the BR, and he milked long enough for Fnatic to come in, help him out, make sure he secures the kill. They got A because of it. He's going to out-BR Druk as well. What a beautiful little display out of Envor. Man hitting the shots, he's hitting the moves, he's hitting it all.
The crazy thing is that's not the first time we've seen him do that exact same play in that exact area. When somebody is on that elevator platform, he likes to play and slide behind pillar to pillar. We saw him do it once before in a previous tournament, and putting it into work again. I'm going to have to add that to my repertoire.
Oh,
that is deadly right there.
That spot on the map is just Juke City, by the way. Like, that's not the only situation I've seen somebody get. I've seen pros get juked in that spot multiple times. There was a play with Kimbo as well. It was a funny moment, but it's just that section of the map is like ambiguously, like, you know, you don't expect it to be so difficult to kill somebody there, but it is if they move correctly. So, yeah, like you said, Tony, next time you're one shot, just bob and weave. Make it happen.
But we're gonna see if Fnatic and Bob we do it out of this deficit, because Pioneers currently having a lead on them, and every time they're able to take one plot, it looks like they're being out-rotated by KCP. Further Rhyme having the shock rifle in hands. We know how important this gun can be, making the player one shot, getting the assist. Envor and Super CC getting back-to-back kills on the feed, and now we're seeing a double cap in favor of Fnatic and holding onto it. Now moving in for a trip cap onto Charlie.
Says he's out of ammo, but apparently he's not. He's got extra bullets in the chamber. He'll get a perfect kill on Atalik because of it. It still says he's... I mean, you can't trust it, can you? He's going to use the BR here up in top attic. Full map control, by the way, Tony. Fnatic, who were once scrambling, once struggling to lock down the map, they now have the lead. And they have points and momentum in their favor as well. Further Rhyme going to continue to be a tricky target. As he delays here, Septify, you can see he's pushing up on C from behind. And they might be able to make it to C here. They'll trade it out with A and keep points on their side if they can do this. With the pressure out of KCP. Whoa, that was almost beautiful out of Further Rhyme if he got 2 kills there.
The Mystery Force really putting in work. 12-8 score line here, but Envor leading it with the 13-7, 6 assists as well, and capturing Alpha more important than the Slays. A trip cap now on the board here for Fnatic. 135-96 lead in the game in which Pioneers were controlling the first half.
Fnatic bouncing back when they need to. Bracket reset anyone's game, and Fnatic, they can start this reset series strong. Envor, he's still making plays, right? Banks the nade off the wall, deletes Talik because of it. The entire team is up on the map. 171 and counting. They got the map locked down, and Envor with another camo. This could not be more perfect. They should be able to lock it out here unless Pioneers go crazy.
Pioneers swept Fnatic in the first series, and Fnatic are answering back here. They have the lead that they pretty much stole from the Pioneers and continuing to put Slays on the board. Pioneers are 2 down. Envor looking for 1, ends up finding the Boxer Medal going to come in. Almost able to get the double kill as Alpha quickly going to change hands. They're working on Bravo, but I don't even know where to play. Envor has camo, so I don't know where that Pioneers player was, but they still away Bravo. Still a double cap in favor of Fnatic.
He's got a skinny Spartan. I don't know. He picked that. What's the smallest body type? That's what he picked. That's probably it. Oh, my God. Goodbye. Oh, it looked like he got, like, melted in the water down. That's like some acid down there, the way he died. Looked like a brutal death. 219, make it 220 as they're still collecting time on the side of Fnatic here. Pioneers will have to work very hard to turn this around, and at this rate, it's not looking likely.
$1 billion super soldier The only thing that can stop them is water. 224-98 lead in favor of Fnatic. Further, Rhyme defending Bravo with dear life right now. Tries to get away with the shock rifle. Will be shut down over towards the gold stairs. Envoy taking height onto Bravo, looking right over his opponent, but it will change hands. Pioneers putting a trip cap of their own on the board. Fnatic need the slays. Otherwise, this can go in favor of the Pioneers. There's plenty of time on the board.
Oh my God, Envor. Okay, look at him. Oh no, he's dead now. 100%. Gonna walk into a full shielded player. Does lose his life. And we do see Pioneers creeping up a little bit on the score, but that could change very quickly if a little bit of control goes back over to Fnatic. But Soul Snipe not going to make that easy. Envor in a 1v1 here on the C. Can he defend it? He cannot. Druck going to kill him with a nade. And Druck going to bounce into C as well. So maybe trip cap potential for Pioneers. And maybe this game flips on its head very quickly. Camo just spawned up. I think a member of Fnatic might have secured it. So despite Fnatic faltering a little bit here, maybe they can use that camo to bounce back. Either way, look at this. Pioneers just deleting them.
Druck sitting towards top control, raining down shots. Bravo will change hands to your Pioneers. Once again, a triple cap being put into play. And now they know exactly what Fnatic's going for. One player ducks into C, ends up being challenged with Super CC willing to accept the challenge. Didn't know that Talik was coming in for the cleanup. And that's going to be a killing spree. Oh no is right. Fnatic are in trouble right now. Pioneers having a dub cap, and they're not letting go.
Pioneers have woken up in a big way. They've got all the resources to make this happen, too. Look at Talik play his life be so difficult. No, what? Oh, he almost got a double there, too. He'll fly out with a slide jump, still pick up a kill, and he does enough damage for Druck to get the easy cleanup on the second. Druck gonna fly in the B. Does get the kill. Whoa, whoa. How is he alive? What's going on? They're a bunch of magicians. Some hocus pocus, and Druck survives longer than he should have. And now Fnatic, they're scrambling, Tony. They're dying. They're split spawning. They're getting shot off the split spawn. What do they do?
When the Pioneers' backs are against the wall, they simply play better. Coming out of the losers bracket, they had to reset the bracket. What do? They 2-0. They're down double-digit deficits, almost triple-digit deficits. And what do? They answer back, and the dub cap still being put on the board as your Pioneers take the lead. Fnatic now dedicating multiple resources to try to steal away Bravo, but Manny coming out with the double kill, clearing out. That should be a reset as Manny now working on Alpha, and if he's able to put the trip cap on the board, this will be out of reach, and it connects.
Oh my God, is this ever heartbreaking, Tony? Final 3 seconds. Can they get to a hill? They cannot do it. Fnatic, despite being what? They were at with 228 or something. They got maybe two more seconds in that entire process versus Pioneers, who had maybe 80, 90 points, managed to swing the game, completely turn it around. And you could see the composure of Fnatic disintegrate in the 2 minutes that we got to witness, where they're split spawning and they're dying and kind of, dare I say, choking a lot of kills as well. Like certain scenarios where Talik lives as long as he does, right? He gets behind the podium there, slide jumps, almost survives and gets a double. Then Druck lives. How does Druck dodge a melee, right? They're whiffing melees, I don't know, Tony. It's just, I don't know what I witnessed. We witnessed a comeback in perfect unison out of Pioneers.
Pioneers stealing away game number 1, and now they're going into game 2. And I mean, if you're Fnatic, that game was yours. I don't know.
It was.
I don't know many teams that will have the mental fortitude to bounce back after that. I mean, they got swept in the first bracket. That the second game number 1, which is all there, should have been literally one mistake away from stealing that game away. I mean, there's not many teams that have the mental fortitude to press that mental reset button, but they're going to have to do it if they want to pull off the reverse sweep. Slayer on Aquarius is going to be up next. Alex, are you a believer?
I don't know, Tony. How do you not let that affect you mentally? You've got to have nerves of steel to not let that affect you. And it's not something we haven't seen in Halo before. This is how all of these Halo game types tend to work, is the clutch factor is always possible, always present, especially in oddball. The timer stops when you're holding the ball. You could be at 99 seconds. Anything could happen with perfect play. It's just when it does happen, and you see it all crumbling in front of you, it's got to be brutal. After that game, it makes you wonder, what are the comms like? What are the vibes like on the side of Fnatic? Do they immediately kind of just, wash over that, focus on what's next? It's all they really can do, is just try to get focused up, try to recognize that this could very quickly go their way. They win one game. Now it's match point, tournament point for them. They just need to win the one game. Slayer Aquarius.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think Pioneers is going to be very comfortable on Aquarius. I mean, there's, you have the heat wave to work with, which is great. But this game is run around your BRs, your thrust, and your teamwork, and that's one thing they excel with. Luckily for Fnatic, very similar to Pioneers, I think they excel at the very same things that Pioneers do. I think these teams are very closely matched together. They're very similar in play styles. The way they come from the twos community, they play with that bait and switch play style. They like to up the tempo, and they're both very aggressive team, objective efficient, and very good at Slayer as well. But Pioneers always kind of seem like that big brother squad for quite some time, and they're looking like the same here as they won 3 games in a row against Fnatic, the team that came out through the winners bracket.
Right. 3 games in a row, at some point it starts to take a toll on you, and you start to wonder if there's any gas, any energy left in the tank. One important point that you brought up, though, was the fact that these teams, there's a lot of comfort on both sides in terms of they have similar play styles because they play together all the time, right? This is an 8s lobby right here. This is a sweaty, money 8s lobby that we've seen time and time again for years back through Halo 5. So there's a lot of confidence. There's a lot of comfort. No doubt. Even though Fnatic have gone down, they know that they can win because they've won in this scenario before. So they just got to find a way to regain. Like I said, they win 1 game. They put this down to tournament point once again to Super CC and team off a spawn. I think they've realized it, Tony. 3 make it 4 dead off the rip.
Down but not out is Fnatic, a 4-1 run, and already working on controlling these spawns and funneling them towards the yellow fridge. However, there's one player that snuck through. Super CC throwing an excellent grenade. Envoy off a screen, ends up getting the double kill, and another one's going to fall. So a 7-1 run here for Fnatic, but Super CC will be shut down, and Druck will be cleaned up.
Fnatic got the start they were looking for. Can they keep the momentum up? And it's all thanks to some of these resources on the map to do it. We saw the thrust in the hands of Further Rhyme. He did die, though. Envor needs to stay up with this heat wave. He doesn't have camo anymore. But at least some info on these players on car side. We're going to have to back out. The presence of Further Rhyme going to help him, though. He's got Super CC to pick up a second here. So now 12-4 on the board. Super CC in trouble, but CC somehow picks up the kill on the Talik. He went huge there. And Envor going to take back pink side because of it. Coming in with the heat wave as well. That's a free kill on the Mania spree for Envor. 14-5. Quite a deficit, and it continues to grow. Envor, maybe a triple. I got a little too excited. Too early, Tony, but look at the positioning of their team. They're collapsing on the blue here.
And what a start coming out of Fnatic. A double-digit lead has erupted in favor of them. Envor able to take down Talik, has himself a heat wave, tries to put it to work on the Super CC, and the trades will come in. Pioneers once again going 3 down. Druck, the final line of defense, trying to control top mid, able to get the kill. So that's going to be a pivotal kill coming out of Druck. They're still down, though. I mean, man, Fnatic have really been running the game.
Despite them being down, they just got 2 unanswered kills, though. If they can stay up, I take it back. Not going to be able to keep your numbers against that Dynamo that will find its target. Envor going to get back to center map in time to contest camo, but Talik with a great line of sight to deny him. Who will earn this camo, though? Soul Snipe in position. Looks like Pioneers might be able to bounce out with their first advantage of the game. And what do they make off their advantage? Split spawns on the map, by the way, as well. You got a couple over in utility behind Druck, and they're remaining in the window, so a rough spot for Druck to be in right there. Not fully aware of where to contribute. By the time he figured it out, it was too late.
Envor finds an access point over toward the P side, using that height advantage, chases down one, but ends up being switched out by Druck. Bait and switch beautifully coming in from your Pioneers, and they're going to have to do a lot more of that if they want to come back in the game. 23-15 lead in favor of Fnatic, who still hold a chokehold on Aquarius.
Not quite as large a lead as it once was, though, and things could change, or they could extend, right? 25-15 at this point. Septify still doing damage. He's got coverage, a top pink here, and a lot of coverage at that. That's 2 dead once again. No players to be found in fridge. But now that they've double-checked it, triple-checked it, they can make sure to collapse on the blue, make sure there's no survivors here. And the teamwork as they do it as well. They're going to move together. Once they get the kills, flip the map, they can move back together to control it once again.
Fnatic still holding on to that double-digit lead. Sidekick out for Septify, making them down to 1 shot. Envor coming in for the switch. Septify currently 1 shot, tries to make a play. Luckily, Soul Sniper able to get away with the dub. having the heat wave in hands, but a hole that he has to dig himself out of, him and the Pioneers.
And you start to wonder whether or not they can climb back from it at this point. The lead continues to extend here. Druck with a beautiful little attempt in that fight, but despite all the movement, Envor still somehow finds a way to win it. He's now earned a thrust for himself, 34-20, 14 kill advantage. And we're starting to get down to the end of the line here. Soul Snipe with a pickup. Envor with a nice little cleanup onto Druck. Quick heatwave beat down, and now he's back up on top map. Can contest the camo.
Let me tell you, Envor gonna have the crowd yelling encore, listening to the crowd roar. My gosh, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Envor and Fanatics. A 38-23 lead, and further Ryan was able to get away with the camouflage, currently 12-5. Camouflage and heatwave in the hands of our mystery fourth player. Let's see what he does with it.
Looks like so far so good, at the very least. There's another kill, make it 40-21-26. And at this point, it just seems like not a matter of what, but just when this game will end. And Pioneers, looks like we will be going to a game 3 at this rate, unless Pioneers go wild somehow. They're going wild, but more in terms of just killing themselves. They'll fly out and die. Druck gonna lose his life for that play. And at this point, yeah, like we said, Tony, we're going down to the end of the line. I wouldn't have it any other way with this one.
I mean, it's Fnatic and Pioneers. We should have known this was not going to be a series that disappoints here. Fnatic lost 3 games in a row to Pioneers, including a bracket reset, but now they're about to tie things up. Almost spectacularing Pioneers right here, as Envor looking to find just 3 more kills. And if Pioneers somehow come back in this one, that would definitely be one for the history books.
It ain't happening. What do you do, like, especially in a map like this in Infinite? You die so quickly to team crosses. Like, there's not too many good opportunities to find a comeback, you know, without trades, without some sort of an answer from the enemy team. 49, make it 50, and they'll close that out in dominant fashion, and that's exactly what they needed to regain confidence. Tony, just rewind the clock 5 minutes, and they were blown out in a series, in a game 1 where they should have rightfully taken that win. Instead, Pioneers, they found their footing. They flipped it around last second, won the game. So you would have thought that would have hurt their mental. But testament to Fnatic and their level of play to not let it affect them, to jump into Slayer and then dominate in Slayer. Now it's anyone's game. Now we're right back to even, and you love to see it.
And, you know, Streets is one of my favorite maps, so it's only right that we send it to Oddball, which is potentially one of the longest game types that we have. I want to see it go the absolute distance. I'm talking both teams put up a round, take it the full 12 minutes. I want regulation and sudden death. I want to see an all-out brawl here on the Streets.
I expect nothing less. Just a matter of time till we jump into this one, of course. Once again, we've been here several times today already. The Rocket's going to be the center of attention. The Stalker, all powerful in this map, though. Some amazing plays we've seen with it so far. The sightlines you can lock down as well. The worry here, especially with Oddball, is the starting strat, though, and the power of the PD side spawn, the high ground. I think more often than not does tend to win those starting strats depending on how these teams play it. It can be a little bit difficult, or I think you just need to be like extra careful with how you play off of that C side starting strat. Alternatively, like where you send your numbers, how you counter the power of 2 players flying down B with high ground, right? That B positioning, I think, is so powerful. Do you fight it head on, or do you isolate those players from play and send multiple up alley? We'll see how they divvy their resources up. But whoever spawns on bottom map, I'd say, is at a bit of a disadvantage starting this one, Tony.
Yeah, I love spawning over towards that top PD side. I immediately go after the drop wall. I drop the drop wall early, throw a couple of nades, steal Bulldog away, and then use that to find the kills that I need. And when my teammates focus up on the Rockets, it's really not much you can do about it when you spawn over towards the subway side, especially when that drop wall ultimately comes into play. So I'm going to agree with you. I think if you spawn towards PD side, you definitely have early access towards the Bulldog. But, you know, I still think Rockets, you know, hey, grab yourself a Stalker rifle, bait it out a little bit. I still think Rockets are fair game as long as you're able to stay alive and bait them and get the slays that you need.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of different variations. You could go up driveway and take the fight with those players B. It's just so risky, right? Like, at the very least, if you can get away with the thrust somehow, then maybe you can use the thrust later. But What I've also seen is teams ignore the thrust in the driveway and just send 3 through the alley and have one player with the stalker play in a back position, play defensive, and remove themselves from the balcony so that any of the players pushing down B to B stairs don't have an angle on the balcony, can't shoot them right away. So that B stairs player who's flanking through is going to realize they're out of the field to play, especially if the other 3 commit to Cafe super quickly. And by the time that B player comes up with the angle, there's going to be nothing to look at, right? They'll have to either commit and fight the guy in the back of the base with the stalker who can maybe take the 1v1, or they come through center, and then they risk getting pinched. So maybe that can work. I don't know. There's obviously a lot of different variations here. I'm curious to see how it goes. And of course, it's just a split-second moment of this game, but sometimes, depending on how that plays out, that could be a ball hold. That could be a setup, maybe 30, 40 seconds at the start of the game.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch both of these teams. I like the idea of grabbing the stalker rifle, bringing it towards back C. I think it's a big position where you can bait the rockets in. Sending 3 people over towards Cafe side, I haven't seen that personally, but I'll be excited to see if either one of these teams would like to put that into work, because I would love to see if that ends up working or not. Big fan of the thrust, and we actually saw throughout this tournament that if you're playing on streets, you can really create some amazing ISO plays against your opponent with the thrust and throw them off guard. Combining with the Bulldog is absolutely insane, but even without the Bulldog, just the BR plays, the way you can get out of a terrible situation or gain the advantage in a gunfight is incredible. So definitely we look to both of these teams to controlling the thrust, even timing it.
Well said, Tony. Either way, regardless of what happens, this is the final game of the tournament. No matter how it goes, this is it. Last game, winner take all. It's been a hell of a day so far, Tony. I can see the conversation going down the chat as well. It is 1:30 in the morning where I am. I think it is for you too, Tony. You're on Eastern, right? It always runs late here on Mondays. We're used to it. Monday nights are late for Esports Arena. If you're in the chat, if you're watching, then welcome. Thank you for tuning in. We appreciate you. This is open to anyone, I believe. So I think even Europe, if they wanted to, could potentially. Is it open to your? I know Mexico is in this tournament for sure. They're a big player in here. The Latin American community comes in and sometimes they dominate. We had Timber Esports through the losers bracket earlier today. They fought pretty hard, pretty far in this, and we've had EU in the past, but the time zone is the difficulty, right? If EU's in this tournament and they're playing till 6, 7 in the morning or something ridiculous, even farther into the day. Either way, good to have these opportunities, good to have these tournaments, and a pleasure to cast it with you, Tony. As soon as this is ready to go, we'll jump into our final match of the day.
Yeah, this is your grand finals. You have the team Fnatic, who was able to make it into the grand finals all the way through the winners bracket. And mind you, they had some tough teams to go up against. They 2-1 the Oxygen Esports. They played against Incognito earlier, even played against Complexity, who adopted one of the players that they benched. So really exciting for Fnatic to make it all the way here. Meanwhile, Pioneers had a much different journey. They got knocked into the elimination bracket in round number 2 and had to literally fight their way through multiple squads, even making it to the elimination finals where they ran up against Oxygen Esports, and to actually earn the right to play here in your grand finals. This is game number 3. Winner takes all. The bracket has already been reset. We will be crowning a champion after this game.
Yes, we will. And of course, both teams coming in hot to start, and wouldn't expect anything less here. Super CC did break away with the Rockets, though, and Fnatic broke away with the ball. And maybe Fnatic can get a little bit more started. You can see Septify over on the left-hand side getting covered from the perimeter. He got one in the subway as well. Rockets coming in, and not enough to get a kill. Pioneer's going to find a way to survive the Rockets and move together to push up onto C here. This might be a quick little turnaround for Pioneers.
Love the collapse coming in, clearing out the subway side, and that's going to be some early ball time coming in from the Pioneers. Obviously, Fnatic having a bit of an advantage, but with them being 3 down, Pioneers can get a secondary round of slays and really look good, trading out the Commando for the Sentinel beam. Does Druck, and just baiting those B stairs, waiting for anybody to push. Meanwhile, off the screen, Envoy takes down Talik. Septify goes after Manny, and Druck putting the microwave into play.
All of that happens. Further, Rhyme going to get a nice little ball rotation to get it back to C. I do love the combination of the slide with all these little tools and mechanics. Like, you can drop the ball curb slide. You can even curb slide holding it. I believe you can sprint holding the ball as well, but dropping it is going to give you a little bit more speed. We can see Further Rhyme pull that out as they try to get a hold over to Subway. Very quickly going to be pressured, though, and Envor in the back of the map going to try to keep his life intact. We'll see how long he can do just that.
You know, I definitely be running the ball with a little bit of juggle, but you're going to have to make a YouTube video about how you be sprinting with the ball, because no.
Okay, good.
I don't know where. I will say, at the end of the game, if the game ends, you do have a sprint animation, but only at the end of a round. But if you out here sprint, I'm gonna need another Shyway video on that one. You out here sprinting with the ball. Show me that movement.
It's weird. I've never sprinted with the ball in my life, but I've seen. We've been casting, and I swear to God, I've seen players just like randomly sprint curb slide, and it was at the end of a game. So I don't know if that's maybe what I. Okay, yeah. So I saw something I didn't recognize, and I was like, oh, maybe you can sprint. But I've never even tried to sprint with the ball because I've always just assumed it was not possible. So I always juggle it. So anyway, turns out it's not possible. Don't listen to anything I say. Don't unsubscribe from my YouTube channel right now. All right.
Either way, Fnatic going up against your Pioneers. Pioneers actually having a bit of an advantage, but Fnatic having the ball early in their Subway setup. Talik trying to advance forward onto the B Street as a player holding down that mid. Manny coming in from the collapse onto Purple Street, able to take down Further Rhyme. Septify going after Manny for the cleanup, and Talik takes down one. So both teams fighting for that map and numbers control, and it looks like Fnatic might be able to gain it right here.
Yeah, Fnatic managed to get that ball out of C, bring it through B side. Super CC going to try to be a line of defense over it. Man's in trouble. Nades coming in, but the coverage out of Further Rhyme to help him out and keep CC alive. That keeps the ball in their hands. Maybe some numbers as well, but Talik with a big pickup and a kill. And I like this positioning at Septify. They didn't check the corner as he ran by two, and a beautiful play at Septify. He doesn't go for the shots. He just drops the nade, then hits the nade shot for an easy cleanup kill. And now they got some great positioning with the ball as well. They've rotated it back over to A side, sitting in PD, 79 and counting. They got the Slays coming in, locking him down in Subway. This is the snowball you want to see out of Fnatic. And Septify, don't tell me he takes his fight as well. We'll get a trade. We see the reticle flailing a little bit there, but the final rocket launcher going to come up on the map at this point. 95, though. Pioneers can't even afford to get the rockets. They got to kill that ball player, and the ball drops to 99. Don't tell me it doesn't get the kill with the rockets. Somehow Further Run dies, and Soulsnipe has the ball, but 99 for Fnatic.
And it would be an incredible comeback if Pioneers were able to make this happen. Manny taking down Super CC. That microwave coming right into play once again. Druk getting the rocket kill onto Septify, but cleaned up immediately. Soulsnipe ends up rotating the ball all the way over towards the PD side of the map, and they are still putting points on the board. They just passed that 75-point threshold.
No, not another heartbreaker for Fnatic. Tony, does this happen twice in one series here? The boom block with the nade, thanks to Druk. They're going to try to get some coverage, but look at the pressure coming in for Fnatic. Fnatic just need 1 second on that ball. They should be able to get it here. Soulsnipe going to rotate it out to PD. Somehow they're getting trades on their fight. Struck with a huge pickup. He'll snap on the one in PD. He does die. Can somebody on Fnatic just touch the ball for 1 second? Further Rhyme will do it. And thankfully, Fnatic managed to survive what could have been another heartbreaker, but they walk away with round 1, and now it's tournament point.
Quick round coming in for Fnatic, and if they take another one, that's going to be it. They're going to be crowned your champions. Talik opening up by taking down Septify. Super CC going in for the challenge, but can't beat a Rocket. They're also able to get Bulldog as well as your Pioneers. So Ball, Rockets, Bulldog, and Subway control in favor of your Pioneers. And you know, once they get the round of Slays, they want to spawn trap over towards the back PD. We're going to see if they're able to do it. Stalker Rifle and Bulldog in the hands of Druk. A deadly combination for a deadly player.
And he dies with it too, though. That could have been a little more deadly, and it wasn't. And because of it, look at how quickly Fnatic are going to bounce back, get their kills. A double out of Envor. Ball going to be handed over to him, and he takes it right back into C. So 20 seconds collected for Pioneers in that exchange. But that's not a lot of time, and Fnatic can very quickly make up for it. We're seeing them do just that right now. Ball hold in session. Septify with a kill on the Druk already, and Pioneers need to be so careful on that push, because when they lose resources, if they're not quick to get trades, then just more ball time adds up here.
Fnatic going to take the lead in this one as they're rotating the ball B-side. Pioneers ready for it, so the cutoff is going to come in, taking down the ball carrier. Not able to get the second one. Finally, Druk taking down Zeptify. Super CC trying to get into the gunfight as Pioneers are scraping away at the ball time, and Fnatic are currently 2 down.
Super CC looking for an entrance into this fight. Doesn't want them to get away with that ball for free. He's going in full aggro as well. Can he take down this weak player? He will. They'll delete Druk. Maybe in position to, okay, where does he want to go here? He's got his teammate now dead top B. He's going to continue to press. Get the thrust and the ball in this position. Can he use the thrust for an outplay? He could use it to live. Further Rhyme there to help out. Ball rotated back to C and an opportunity to set up once again, but they will be pulled out to center. You can see Rockets about to spawn here. And a great line of sight out of Further Rhyme. He is the defense to make sure these Rockets don't get picked up by Pioneers. That's one dead already. Talik down for the count. Druk out of the picture as well. And with the pressure on these final 2, I don't see how Pioneers get to the Rockets.
Yeah, love the play for the Stalker Rifle. You talked about it before, controlling that bottom subway floor with the Stalker Rifle. You can easily bait the Rockets out. That's exactly what you see happen. Now Further Rhyme having Rockets in hand, just going to barely miss that one. Luckily, the nade is going to get the cleanup kill onto Manny. 62 points in counting here for Fnatic, who have woken up in this second and this reset here. They might just come out your champions with this hold.
Fnatic, who were staggered all series long, all of a sudden have Pioneers on the ropes. Pioneers with only 32 points to their name. They'll try to get a setup. Pioneers need to get some coverage of the map at this point. Maybe this is the opportunity to do it. So Druk just going to worry about these sightlines. Tough spot to take a fight. You can see how prevalent these nades are as they come into driveway. He's still pestering it, though. He's got to thrust out of the action. He'll get back. In the meantime, the ball's still in the hands of Pioneers, but they are under fire. You can see the push likely going to come up from B-side. Just a few seconds. Druk already anticipating it. And how does he deal with this?
Oh. He has the responsibility of getting 2 kills here towards the back subway. Takes down 1, ends up getting the double kill. 4 members go down for Fnatic. That was all Druk right there. He had to get both of the players. He ends up doing so. 4 members being wiped for Fnatic. Pioneers might be able to tie up the game with this hold. Tyler taking down yet another one. Druk going right back at the Further Rhyme, but both teams are 2 down. If Manny gets pressured, he'll play the ball towards the middle of the map in a baitable position. Rotates it over towards C. Soul Snipe ends up getting the kill onto Zeptify, who was rotating over. That's going to be a pivotal kill come out of Soul Snipe. And Envoy, despite being one shot, he has to get into the action. He needs to stop the ball time from coming in because Pioneers have taken the lead.
You know this one's going down to one final scrappy second. 73 and counting here for Pioneers. Druk did bounce away with the Rockets. You'll go for the beatdowns with it instead, and I like that play. He walks away, gets to save the ammo as well. Soul Snipe coming up through the alley here. The ball's still in the hands of Pioneers, so they're looking to lock this down. Spawners likely up in B and PD, and this is a perfect opportunity for Druk to get a cutoff. He might have missed the time for this. Looks like they're coming out from back A. The cafe now. Druk gonna cut them off perfectly. There's a rocket that works, right? For every rocket that does no damage, there's a rocket that looks like that. It just looks like a nuke and kills everything. That's a double for Druk. Can he clean up what's left of Fnatic? There's only 8 seconds left to go here for this round.
We talk about the objective efficiency coming out of Pioneers, but not the Rockets' efficiency that you're seeing out of Druk. 2 for 1, 94 points in counting here for your Pioneers. They are 6 seconds away from tying up the rounds in this game number 3 of a bracket reset. Both teams leaving it all on the line.
One good hold from Fnatic, and they can still close this out. So Pioneers, they need to stay frosty. They can't give up any easy opportunities. Talik going to put some nice shots into ball. That ball going to get cleaned up. Might be able to get to it. You can see Manny died, though, despite getting the kill. Now Talik might be the one in position to get something going. Here he does get a trade. Back C, who's going to get to it, though? Zeptify, Envoy picking up 2 big kills. Druk will get some scrappy time. 95 and counting. Can they get to Druk? Everybody will collapse on him as he makes it to 97. Pioneer's going to look to press the attack, though. An Envoy, great accuracy. Look at this man just shredding them as they try to aggress.
You can almost feel the pressure coming in from Fnatic. They can't allow Pioneers to even touch this ball at any point in time because that might be it. Killing spree being earned, but the trades are gonna go down. Ball time still in the hands of Fnatic. Nobody able to touch Super CC. 2 down go Pioneers, and you're seeing Super CC now rotate the ball. That's gonna be it Fnatic taking the game 2-0, taking the series 2-1, and taking the lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool. We have our Vizio Week champions.
Fnatic, what a tournament. What a series, Tony. But they found a way to hold on, to continue to defend, despite the fact that Pioneers had a hold. Pioneers had a hell of an opportunity at the end there, too. Just looking at the scoreboard, Tony, before that one ends, Struck has 17 kills. He was 17-8 in that game. The dude went huge. Way more kills than anybody else in the lobby. But despite it, I think it's the assist category coming out of Fnatic that was so stellar, right? You've got multiple members in Fnatic. I think it was 8 out of Super CC, 5 out of Envor, Septify was 7. I mean, in the end of the day, they unified as a team. They locked out that game, but what a series. Unreal.
What a series indeed. Literally, your Pioneers were 3 seconds away from forcing a round number 3. Sadly, they were not able to do so. Fnatic had one hell of a tournament. They made it into your grand finals throughout the winners bracket. They had that advantage, ultimately lost that advantage because your Pioneers did sweep them to pull off the bracket reset, but Fnatic stepping up when it matters most. That's a big win for them and their new mystery 4th player, who I'm going to reveal right now.
Oh, his broadcast cut out. No more Tony, no more mystery player. How long can you hold that face, Tony? It's going in. But you're right. Apparently we can't reveal it. We're not allowed to. I'm not allowed to know either. So I'm just going to stop talking about that team. They played well together. You know what? I think it's safe to say we're all going to know very soon who that 4th player is, because they won together. They took out KCP, and if you take out KCP, that's a hell of a resume addition to add on top of all the teams that were in this tournament. Tony, this tournament was stacked. Every single Esports Arena week seems to get more and more competitive, and hopefully we get to see some of you in the mix. Of course, everybody in the chat who's tuned in, thank you for tuning in. But I mean, so many top teams in this one. I can't wait to see what we get. We've got more on Wednesday as well. Tony, before we throw it to Tyler to T-Squared, any final words to close this?
Yeah, big shout out to Vizio. This was Vizio Week. Make sure if you guys are going to get yourself a new TV, make it a Vizio. I mean, they're out here reinvesting in the esports community in a game that you and I love. So you might as well, all the TVs are great out there. Vizio's putting out an amazing product. I got a 55-inch smart TV sitting right over here, and it is absolutely beautiful. So big shout out to them. Big shout out to Esports Arena staff. They work hard. They play hard. My man Shy over here don't know you can't sprint with the ball, and you guys, chat and competitors, leaving it all on the line, getting us hype. It's always a pleasure. I'm just joking with you, Alex. I love you.
I love you too, man. Always a pleasure, Tony. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, once again. Tyler, Tom, take it away.
All right. Thanks so much, Shy Not. Tom, you're still awake, man. Like I was like thinking I was going to close out the show. They're like, all right, Tyler, you're going in with T-Squared. And then I was like, damn, he's still awake? How you doing?
I think the 4th was. Come on.
That's good. That's good. All right. Did you see the score that Shane posted for our PvE challenge, or have you not seen that yet?
I was watching the entire thing. He was going in on mouse and keyboard, which you got to find extremely respectable, honestly. And the face, he was serious. The posture was really good. This guy looked like he was training for the Olympics.
We've had a few fans also post and give it a shot, and they beat him instantly right away. He did post a score of like 26-9 off camera, but on camera he completely choked, so that wasn't good. But who did not choke tonight? Our winners. What do you have to say about our winners tonight, Tom?
It's great. I mean, sometimes when you go and you make some adjustments to your team, you go through this honeymoon phase, and I think that not only that, we saw a very high level today. So when you're going and you're trying somebody out, and you know that the lobby was all kind of playing at their best, it's a really good sign, right? The thing is can you keep that up? Can you keep that energy up? And a lot of times that's really all you needed, was just a little bit of change of a scenery. And you just got to remember, okay, when things go bad, how can you keep things positive and light like they were tonight, and kind of keep that vibe going instead of getting frustrated with each other, because people start getting comfortable around each other, and that's when that happens.
Yeah, and especially late at night too. Like that stuff just could happen. You've been grinding the whole night. and that's something that really can bother you as a team. But Eddie, do we have some clips that we can break down and show off the Fnatic skills and really how they ended up coming out of this? Because it was dicey there for a little bit, obviously with the reset, but then like Tom was saying, it's just they grinded, they made it happen. Eddie, if you got some clips, let's go ahead and take a look at them. Do we not have clips?
It was definitely scary for him. I mean, when the bracket reset happens, I think that the way that they were talking about it was, do they have enough energy to finish it off? And you were mentioning it is pretty late,
Dude,
but
yeah.
this is what everyone's doing, man. They're all gaming late for the most part. No one games at I'll tell you what, I'm more tired at 10 a.m. than I am at midnight. 10 out of 10 days, 10 out of 10 every single day. You ask me if I'm rather game at midnight or at 10 a.m., I'm picking midnight.
I think we're all that way too, 100%. It's one of those things that if you're just grinding the whole day, playing video games regardless, this is the prime time for that stuff anyway. You're right about that. So, all right, Tom, break it down for us here.
The big thing is not playing the ball right here. So they're going for the play ball, but you see Envor is there to go and grab that and toss it back. And that is just huge because it was already being called, hey, this looks like, already game. We're going to go to the final best of, in the best of final 3 here. And we're also going to go to the final round. That would have been absolutely lit, right? That's what we were kind of rooting for as someone that's going to be a fan. But when you see the score, you don't realize that's only one spawn cycle, man. 96 to 76, that's really not that much. So what happens here? Everyone needs to just kind of wait and not stagger their spawns. Unfortunately, right there, you're already committed. You have to charge through, and it's just perfect plays by Envor. He plays the ball back on over towards his teammate and then decides that he wants to slay. If he just continues and runs with his back towards this other person that's coming up the stairs, you don't really know what's going to happen. So that is really impressive plays, going through, doubling back, and just playing extremely aggressive. You can see the amount of kills that Druck has, and that was mentioned. But objective efficiency is what Fnatic's all about, and that's really, what Halo Infinite and Halo in general has been about. It's not a slayer, it's about getting that ball, it's about not having your spawn staggered, and when you need to make the rotations, make those rotations. But this is just a hell of a play towards the end.
It's recognizing not to just go after the objective instantly. It's recognizing map awareness, it's turning around, it's getting control, it's taking care of the players so that you now can obviously take the object, run with it, and that's just the difference. That's just, I keep saying it over and over and over again. I just love to chase kills. And I just want to hold the ball for as long as possible, then I'll die, and then you try to work up as much points as you possibly can. But with teamwork like that, that's not going to get you far, obviously, in this competitive format. Eddie, do we have any other ones that we're going to show tonight? If we do, we'll get it going right now. If not, Tom and myself, we could just chat it up and then close it out. I guess not. Oh, no, here we do. Yes, we do. Awesome.
Let's see what we got. Got some rocket plays coming in over here. I mean, this is a little bit early on. You can see 13 kills. So Druck goes on a little bit of a spree here. The double beatdown with the Rockets, and he continues to put up 17 kills basically this game. So this, right here, it's nice to play aggressive with the Rockets 1,000%, but you need to make sure that you have more support on over towards the other side, because obviously they don't win this, right? So he's seeing that they're all coming this side. He goes and cuts this off. It's miraculous to me that they're not able to capitalize and win this game right here. I mean, you see the double kill coming through. It's crazy that in this situation, when you go and you watch that they end up losing this round. Because you get the kill here, you come around, that's already 2 dead. These other 2 guys are going to make their way around the corner over here, and it's still not enough. So Druck, while great individually he played, you just see what happens when you have the oddball and you have a good setup on over towards the side. And realistically, there's not many options to go and hold the oddball, right? You have C setup and you have A setup, and both of them are fairly dominant in their own rights. But oddball's tough because you could end up, like Shyway was talking about, spawning over towards PD when the ball's over towards C. And with sprint and et cetera, it's pretty fast to get over there, but it seems like it's taking a year. And a lot of times you end up getting screwed, on a spawn cycle, because maybe someone rotated from the shotguns, came around over towards, Cafe, and starts shooting you right when you spawn over towards the side, and that's never fun. And you're put in a really weird situation. And sometimes it feels like you're just charging towards the ball over and over again and dying, and that's when you know you're having a bad game, because you're not controlling the map, you're not running around, and you're not chasing kills like Tyler CEO likes to do.
That's all we're gonna have to just use me as the prime example of what not to do in Halo, and just don't chase kills. They lost that game, and even after they had 92, with that double kill, you tell me they still lost that game? I must have missed
I'm 99% sure. I mean, I was watching almost all of it throughout all of that. I was taking some notes. got a little sidetracked. During that round, when I saw it and I was listening, I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to a round 3, and I can't wait to hone in on this. And next thing I know, I look over, and Fnatic's winning it. And that's what's so crazy, is that was a really, really good play by Fnatic and by Envor. Again, dropping that and throwing the spike grenades, turning around, helping. If he just continues to take that route and dies, you don't really know what happens. And if he's not there to go and grab that ball before it plays down the stairs, we don't know who would have won that round.
No,
so
that's
the
true.
fact that they go and do that is great. And who knows if they would have been satisfied with second, most likely not. But to go and have some sort of little change and then go and play the well that they did, as well as they did, is really great. So you got to be proud of that, and you got to be proud of the bracket and the players that showed up today, because again, the level of competition is really, really great. And you know, I think that these teams, there's other teams and some of these other orgs that aren't going to hop in, and maybe they don't want to show their strategy, or they don't want to show up week to week. But don't be surprised when you start seeing these teams do exactly what happened in Apex, when the teams that play in Series E on the open night and on the pro night, they show up when it comes to the actual tournaments. So don't be shocked when you see that in Halo.
It is totally different competing and playing video games just in ranked, and like, you know, just trying to like scrimmage and things like that, versus actually playing when there's like pride on the line and there's money on the line. Don't get me wrong, we're not talking life-changing money here, but it still is a good amount of money on the line to put towards your resume. So Pioneers, we talked about them very early on. They had the upset early on. They didn't have that great start. I think that, you know, and you had obviously said early on, I asked you, I said, what do you think about these guys? And you said they're basically going to tank because they're not going to recover from all this sort of.
You said.
No. I was saying that as an example, and you took it to the next level. All right, Tom? So they came back, got second place. So they clearly did take a break. They played some lower level competition, got their confidence back, their mojo back, made it all the way to finals and with the reset. So how serious is Pioneers in the overall Halo Esports ecosystem?
Very serious. And again, I just have to say that if you're going and showing up, you know, for Series E tournaments or playing in as many tournaments as possible, there's a couple of things. One, the level of intensity rises whenever there's money on the line. Two, you have to, just like you said, there's these breaks, this dead time. That happens in LAN, that happens all the time here. Having that dead time, deciding what you want to do with that dead time, whether you want to play, whether you want to laugh and giggle, whether you want to fight and argue with each other and yell at each other and tell you how bad you guys sucked and blew the last round, whatever your team's vibe is, go for it. But that time in between is still time practice, you know, towards the tournaments, because you have to get used to these situations and used to this downtime, how fast it plays out, how slow it may play out. Fortunately, here in Series E, we got a really smooth ship, and we didn't run into any major issues. We had a couple lag outs here and there, you know, and we were able to recontinue with the original score, which I think is really cool. It's unfortunate that that stuff happens, but you know, that's again what the practice goes towards, right? So again, there's so many different things in terms of raising the level of competition that you're going to see that week after week, and hopefully more teams continue to join, and hopefully, you know, the teams that do show up, they show up really hot in Kansas City, because I think that, what do we have, you know, 6 weeks until that event, so we have 6 more weeks of Halo to see, you know, who's going to rise to the top here.
And it's also pretty, you know, let's know, they were Pioneers today, but they are Kansas City Pioneers. So KCP, the fact that it's going to be in Kansas City at their home turf, these guys have a lot to say, a lot to show for it. And tonight, I think, was a pretty good showing. They really were, honestly, you know, a couple kills away or a couple timing away from actually taking home the championship tonight in pro night, or not pro night, in Series E open night, but it was basically pro night. We had Fnatic, we had I mean, who was the list we had? We had a whole bunch of people this week in Vizio Week. Incognito, Complexity, Oxygen. You know, it was a decent track that was on tonight. So
basically, it was the teams besides maybe the top like 6 orgs, and you could, you know, whatever your 6 orgs are, I would say maybe look at the teams that placed, you know, top 4, for example. Like you're missing out on the Optics, the C9s, et cetera, et cetera. But you know, they have their own practice regimen because they're happy with how they place. These teams are hungry. They're going to continue to scratch and claw. And how do you think the teams that are in the top 4 got there? They've already put this work in, or they are just, you know, really, really gelling and playing really well together. Sometimes it takes sometimes you need to put in more work than other people, and it's okay. It's not a big deal. But that's just what you have to do to win.
100%. Couldn't have said it better myself, Tom. Well, from Tyler and Tom, T squared. Actually, what, Tyler, Tom, Taylor, what is that? What do we got there?
We're going TQ now.
TQ. T Cubed, baby. All right. It's a special night when T Cubed gets to end the show together. Any final words there, Tom? I had a blast with you tonight, my man.
Yeah, man, it was great. And, just shout out to everybody that watched at home. Shout out to all the sponsors. Shout out to everybody behind the scenes that's working late tonight over at Esports Arena like you guys do all the time. Great job by, Shyway, Tony, like always.
Oh, yeah.
And, thanks to all the, players especially for putting in the work. And I hope to see everybody for the next event.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Exactly. Thank you again to all of our partners. Microsoft, it's Vizio week, so we got to give Vizio the biggest shout out there is around. If you are looking for that TV, please just go to esportsarena.com walmart.com/esportsarena. Buy a Vizio TV if you're in the market for a Vizio, or just follow us on Twitter because we're usually giving them away. We got a lot of them here. So it was been a blast as a full show for myself in hosting, and I might have got the bug. I might be here again next week. We'll see. But until then, we'll see you guys on Wednesday for Halo, tomorrow for Apex Legends, Wednesday again for Halo and Apex Legends, and Thursday for Guilty Gear, and then we wrap it all up on Friday. Thanks so much, Tom, Tony, Shyway. Appreciate you guys, all the competitors, the fan, as Tom mentioned earlier. Signing off, Series E, Monday night, kicking off the great week. Thanks, everyone.